At this time, the National Broadcasting Company presents Morgan Beatty's War Telescope, a review of the war week and a forecast of possible developments to come. Morgan Beatty is NBC's veteran war reporter in the British capital. And so for his regular Sunday report, we take you now to London.
This is Morgan Beatty in London, looking at the 187th week of war through the War Telescope. This has been a week of signs on the horizon, the widening horizon of war. Perhaps the best way to reflect these signs across the Atlantic would be to give you a day out of this reporter's notebook, a typical day of hunting news and signposts of the future in the capital of the British Empire. On the particular morning I have in mind, I drew back the blackout curtains, and below me in the street, a company of British soldiers swung along, throwing out that right arm with a will, and they were singing. They were singing or whistling more often these days, and that's the first sign I have to report. A growing confidence. Maybe Russia's advance last winter, or perhaps Tunisia, had something to do with it. Anyway, you do feel it. It's a definite something in the air. The men were singing that old World War favorite, Tipperary. And I wondered as I ate my rationed breakfast of tea and toast and butter, I wondered why this war had produced no smash favorites like Tipperary or Keep the Home Fires Burning or Over There. My first appointment of the day was with one of those unknown men you can't say much about. The reason is this: they don't carry the responsibility of government on their shoulders, so they cannot tell you the weighty decisions. They may merely give you background, pointers along the way. The pointers I got on this particular day had to do with the world's post-war money and what's going to be done about it. As I reported to you last Monday evening, the United States and Great Britain both have plans for post-war currency, plans based on gold, but they differ in that the United States would lean more heavily on gold, while the British would also use commodity credits, so that non-gold-holding nations could trade more easily with gold-wealthy nations like the United States. Secretary Morgenthau confirmed my report later in the week in Washington, but he did not discuss the immediate money problem that faces the Allies the minute Europe is invaded. Are we going to use the money the Germans are circulating, money adulterated with German promises to pay, but without specific gold backing? Or are we going to print money in Washington or London, special money, and back it with our gold and send that into these countries? Or would it be better to overstamp local currency already in use? That is, put a special stamp on part of the money in circulation and call in or destroy the rest. That might be a way to check inflation. I don't know the answers, and neither did my friend know them. But I doubt if the powers that be have made up their minds completely about it. But once again, my friend impressed me with the complexity of the problems we face. The money problem alone presents angles and obstacles, dark bypasses and dead-end streets where a mistake could mean ruin to the Allied cause just as surely as a major defeat on a battlefield. So no wonder both Churchill and Roosevelt keep warning us to expect setbacks, disappointments, and mistakes. It's not a question of making no mistakes at all. It's a question of how few mistakes we can make. Anyway, the experts are hard at work on the money problem and many another. Both the British and American plans for money will be published soon. This means there's an urgency about it in the minds of our leaders, and that's another signpost of war. Urgency for action in many fields. And so I took leave of the man who knows his money. I decided to cut through a park. Beyond the big gate, I discovered a fairyland of spring blossoms. The bulbs were planted long before the war, and as the British say, they wanted tending. But they persisted in showing their beauty and shedding their perfume. Suddenly, I heard a sound that sent a wave of homesickness over me. Or were my ears playing me false? No, there it was again, a cracking sound that rang like a bell in my ears. Unmistakably, it was the sound of an American baseball bat against a regulation big league baseball. For the first time in years, I really wanted to see an infield swing over when a left-hander came up to bat. I wanted to see a first baseman stretch himself a mile and spear the throw from short. I actually broke into a run toward the crack of the bat, and sure enough, there they were, Uncle Sam's soldiers, warming up for the American baseball season in London. And of all things, scores of British spectators braved the raw wind and looked on fascinated. A burly fellow with a pipe, obviously a cricket or a Rounders fan, spotted me as an American and brought two of his friends over for a chat about the American game. Must the batter always run when he hits the ball, they asked. Yes, unless it's fouled, I said. And what's a foul? I explained the best I could. But how can a foul be a strike? For the first time in my life, I understood how complicated is American baseball, or rather, how complicated it has become through the years with the speed-up rules. I did the best I could to cover the general idea to the man with the pipe, but for the life of me, I couldn't tell him how many feet there are between the pitcher's box and home plate. As an expert, I fizzled out right there. But my English friends liked the game. It looks a good sport, they said, but it wants a lot of knowing, which in American means it's okay, but it's hard to figure out. My old eye for the game returned gradually, however, even though it was distracted a bit by the silver barrage balloons hanging in the sky and the big guns peeping over a parapet of the anti-aircraft defense system. They were a little beyond home run territory. Soon I spotted a professional player, obviously the best man on the field, and I asked him all about his team. He was Chuck Eisen, Lieutenant Chuck Eisen. He confessed he had led both major and minor leagues in strikeouts when he was in the Pacific Coast League in 1941. He went to the Red Sox for $17,000, but before he got a chance to play last year, he went into the Army, and here he is. Chuck says he's going to have the best team in the British Isles, and they'll play in the first World Series in Britain this fall. His boys were out to practice first on March the 6th, to be exact. Chuck's counting on several good boys. At short, he's got Private Johnny Farrell from Brooklyn and Private First Class Bob Korcher of Scranton, Pennsylvania. He may play third base, incidentally. Sergeant Red Summerall of Eden, North Carolina, is shaping up as an outfielder. The only fly in the baseball ointment at this moment is the dearth of uniforms and shoes. Only one team, London-based command, has both uniforms and shoes in this area. The Army has given examples, by the way, to a British war contractor, and the men may get their togs by May the 15th, and they may not. Baseball uniforms and shoes must take their chances behind rush war orders, which is another sign of the times. But enough of baseball. My next appointment was pressing close. I took a train for a place which must remain nameless. It's a secret American 8th Air Force bomber station, and there I met one of the rarest people in England, an officer in the American Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, the WAC. You've heard of her before, perhaps. She arrived 7 weeks ago, and the newsman interviewed her then. She's Lieutenant Dorothy Swart of Elsa, Texas. I asked the lieutenant to come to the studios here in the heart of London today and tell you folks how she likes England and what she thinks of it after 7 weeks. It took a lot of persuading, but here she is, Lieutenant Dorothy Swart, the Dottie to her friends back home before she put on her uniform. She's 5'4", brown eyes, beautiful skin toned by the sunshine of Texas. She's got a contagious grin, and she's every inch an officer and a most desirable dinner companion. She's one of the very few American women soldiers among many men. One of the airmen at the bomber station brought the lieutenant to London tonight, and he's planning to take her to dinner in one of those swank West End spots, I suspect. For coming to London is a rare occasion for the busy people in Bomber Command. Lieutenant, I'm addressing you, young lady, not your escort. Lieutenant, what's your job?
I'm sorry, Mr. Beatty. We can't go very far into that. But I can say I'm in communications. We help supervise the WAC, the Royal Air Force girls on our station.
And how long do you work each day?
We get up at 7:15 and work until our job's finished. Often it's pretty late at night. Then again, we have normal working days.
Then I take it you could use more wax from home.
If they could be spared, we certainly could.
And how do
How do I like England? How many times have I answered that? Here goes. I like England. I'm not homesick. I haven't been bothered much with Brussels sprouts as you have in London because we have army food. And no, I didn't bring near enough stockings. I only brought 12 pair. I could have used 3 times that many. I don't have much time to go out, but when I have gone to dinner, dances in London or another base, I've enjoyed them very much. The English could not be kinder or more considerate as they try.
Thank you, Lieutenant, for clearing up all the standard points in record time. Now, let's get outside the regular sphere. What do you miss most?
I don't like comparisons, but I do miss good old American sunshine. Next, I miss soap flakes. We have excellent bar soap in England. If you can get a flake, you can't get flakes anywhere. And bar soap is not as easy on our precious stockings. I miss American cosmetics, too. Not because American is better. I really don't know much, don't know which is better. But because all cosmetics are very hard to get over here. But I'm so busy I don't have time to worry about things I miss.
But how about those crisp salads and French dressing?
Oh, yes, the salads, too. But if this keeps up, the folks back home will think I'm complaining, and I'm not.
And the things you miss aren't hurting you any, judging from your appearances.
But let me tell you about the fun we have. I've got an English bicycle. It took a little while to get used to the handbrake instead of the coaster brake and riding on the wrong side of the road instead of the right.
The British think the left side is the right side of the road, Lieutenant.
Well, anyway, both sides of the roads are the right side for me now. It's still a little confusing.
Tell us, Lieutenant, what's your biggest thrill to date? That dinner dance, the Ritz, or what?
No, not the dinner dance. I deserted that dance so I could be on hand for the great event of my life. A party was given for some airmen, where I could see Mr. Winston Churchill. I hurried from London and arrived just in time to meet one of the greatest men of modern times, the Prime Minister. He looked exactly like his pictures. This was a high point for me because, well, when I saw him and shook hands with the man who has so many responsibilities like our own president, I began to think how hard a job he has. And I thought how wonderful it is in a democracy for the leader to mix socially with the boys who are really fighting in the battles on the front line.
Yes, this must have been an impressive experience for you, Lieutenant. I remember the day I first saw you. You're different somehow in only 7 weeks. You're more mature, more of a soldier, more of a personality capable of carrying on the democracy that Roosevelt and Churchill stand for. Thank you for coming in today. You're another and an inspiring sign of the times for us. As you folks back home may have gathered, a Correspondence Day is a busy one. After my visit to the bomber base, I returned to London to check over the news of recent days. More and more people are being called up for national service of one kind or another. And Brendan Bracken, Britain's skillful Minister of Information, has discovered that the ministry supplied the British people with 40,000 talks last year on every conceivable subject, most of them by experts. But he's going to cut down on talks because the British passion for oratory, as Mr. Bracken puts it, has developed to monstrous proportions, and that's another sign of the times. Less speech and more action. And the Russians are demanding our maximum effort in the near future. Soviet Ambassador Maisky puts it bluntly. We want to bring this terrible war to an end at the earliest opportunity, he said. And that brings us to my major engagement of the day. I talked with a student of war, a man who has spent much of his life studying the history of warfare. That evening, I asked him a question prompted by the Maisky statement. What is the earliest possible opportunity to crush the enemy, I asked? Not the time of it, but the place. My friend of the maps and books prefers the back door of Europe, as he calls it, the Balkans. The same back door the Allies used in 1918. But he reminds me that this war, strategically, is developing several interesting back doors for Allied attack. And would you name them, I asked? He told me to consult the stream of news pouring out of the world. All the clues have been published. Then he smiled. So off I went pondering. After several hours of digging, I discovered what my friend was talking about. Series of developments. These signs began cropping out before the end of March, and they're multiplying fast now. The first one, developed on March the 30th, 4,000 square miles of Britain has been set aside as a possible springboard for offensive operations against the Axis. Then Stockholm reported rumors of mysterious parachuter activity by Allied forces in Norway. Bern, Switzerland said the Germans and Italians are building a Riviera line across the soft underbelly of France. King Boris of Bulgaria has been talking to Hitler about the Balkans, where seething undercurrents are again developing. And General Eisenhower says the Tunisian campaign is shaping toward a decision. And the British United Press today says the Royal Navy is massing in the Mediterranean to prevent a Tunisian Dunkirk. In the midst of all these reports, our own Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, reveals that the United States Navy is working in the Pacific with floating docks, which means we're moving toward independence of shore bases. This is a threat of offensive action against the Japanese on the other side of the world. All of these things add up. They spell opportunity for the Allies on many fronts. At last, the tables are turned strategically, thanks to the back doors of the Axis created by the strategy of the Allied High Command. And now this is Morgan Beatty saying so long until next Sunday.
You have been listening to War Telescope, a weekly report on the war as seen from London by Morgan Beatty, NBC's veteran war observer in the British capital. Mr. Beatty is presented every Sunday at this same time, so be sure to tune in again a week from now. This program came to you from London and New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the rolling sea. I'm back in the saddle. heading back to Dixie, that's where I long to be. Where the cotton grows and the Swanee flows, that's home, sweet home to me. Where they meet you and they greet you with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. On the Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. Well, hello there, friends and neighbors. Thank you very, very much. Anytime you're feeling lonely, anytime you're feeling blue, anytime you feel downhearted, that will prove your love for me is true. Anytime you're thinking about me, that's the time I'll be thinking of you. So anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you.
Guess what?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. What?
You know that there correspondence course that Buttram's been taking on how to become a millionaire?
Yeah.
He is now selling stocks and bonds.
Oh, no.
Hey, quiet, here he comes now. Well, howdy, boys. Anybody seen the Wall Street Journal around here this morning?
Look, J.P. Buttram, why don't you cut out all this nonsense?
Nonsense? What nonsense?
You know darn well what nonsense I mean.
Oh, come now, my good man. Do you consider it nonsense to allow your capital backwash in the form of common and preferred amalgamated to abscond at the oleo margin of 10% per annum? What in the world is annum? Will you tell me that, Buttram? Annum? Don't tell me you're so ignorant that you don't even know what an annum is. Huh? I not only don't know what it is, I don't even know when it is. Oh, fine thing. I can see right now I'm going to have to start with scratch from you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this I've got to hear. So start scratching, bud.
Now then, to begin with, according to the calendar, there is 5 seasons in the Fiskutical year. There's summer, fall, winter, spring, and annum. Annum comes after spring, huh? Right. You see, Johnny, in the fall of the year, the leaves fall. In the winter, the snow falls. In the spring, the rain falls. And in the annum, dividends fall.
Any questions?
Never mind him. No, he's just jealous. Now, all you got to do is, by the way, not that it matters, but how much money you got on you? Well, let's see. In the neighborhood of about $50, I'd say. That's a nice neighborhood. Not 40, you understand, but 20. Now, look, just sign this here partnership agreement right here. Then give me the $50. I'll give you the stock, and everything will be copacetic.
What you said, Bon?
Look, I ain't worried about it being copacetic. Is it legal? Of course it's legal. We both live in the same community, don't we?
Yeah, but...
Well, so this comes under the community property law.
Well, sounds reasonable. Give me a pen.
There you are. Go ahead.
You're making a big mistake, Bond.
Too late. Here's your receipt right here.
Good. Here's your $50.
Well, thank you. What do you know? This puts me in a higher income bracket than I ever been in before.
What bracket is that?
The $50 bracket.
My burden down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Gonna lay down my burden down by the riverside. Gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside. Gonna study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 I ain't gonna study war no more. 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 Ain't gonna study war no more.
Cass County Boys and Johnny Bond, that was really swell. Come sit by my side, little darling. Come lay your cool hand on my brow. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Nobody's darling but mine, love. Be honest, be faithful, be kind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. You're as sweet as the flowers of springtime. You're as pure as the dew from the rose. But I'd rather be somebody's darling than a poor boy that nobody knows. Goodbye, goodbye, little darling. I'm leaving this whole world behind. Promise me that you will never be nobody's darling but mine. Thank you, folks. Many, many thanks. You know, I was just thinking the other day, most of us take the necessities of life pretty much for granted. For instance, did you ever stop to imagine what we'd do if it weren't for just one little thing like, say, electricity? Why, the whole heart and nerve center of our nation would stop. Not only in our homes, but on our factories, mines, transportation systems as well. At any rate, it all reminded me of something that happened right here in our part of the country not too long ago. The year had started out hot and dry, and by summer the sun had baked the range into a hard gray crust of earth. The water holes and streams had all dried up one by one. And the few other sources we had were fast giving out. Well, sir, what electricity is to a big city, water is to us out here in the range country. Without it, we're helpless. Anyway, that was the situation that faced every rancher within 200-mile radius of my place. One mid-July day that I'll never forget.
So, boys, that's it. Either we go on being stubborn and starve to death as well as losing our cattle, or we pay Steve Larkin, a guy none of us like, $1 a head to water our stock till we get some rain. Lord only knows when that'll be.
Mind if I say something, Jim?
Go right ahead, Jane. That's what this meeting's for.
Thank you. Look, I don't know how the rest of you boys stack up, but unless my cattle get water within the next 2 or 3 days, they'll start dropping off like flies. Okay. Then as I see it, there's only one thing we can do. No matter what we think of Steve Larkin personally, we can't commit murder. And, boys, that's just what it amounts to if we don't get our stock to water soon.
Well, men, what do you say? Shall we vote on it and let the majority rule? Okay. Those in favor say yes. Those that ain't in favor say no. Well, I guess that settles it. We start for Larkin's place at sunup tomorrow morning.
Steve Larkin's ranch was located at the far end of Eagle Canyon, about 20 miles distance from Melody Ranch. We got there shortly before sundown, and just as Larkin had said, he had plenty of water. It was flowing through what I'd always thought was a dry fork in Green Creek. Anyway, as soon as the cattle smelled it, there was no holding them back. Matter of fact, it was almost a stampede. And that's when I got an idea. During the confusion, I sent Johnny Bond off to take a look around. He got back just as Larkin had finished counting Jim Thomas's herd.
Hey, Gene, guess what?
Oh, hi, Johnny. What'd you find out? Anything?
Just what you thought I'd find out. There's a dam across Green Creek just below the dry fork.
Wait a minute. Did you say a dam, Johnny?
The dam's the only thing it could be, Jim. Green Creek's never run dry before. And I know Larkin's never had this much water on his ranch before.
Well, in that case, why don't we call him over here? I'd like to ask him a couple of questions.
Okay with me. I'd like to hear what he has to say myself.
Hey, Larkin.
Right with you, boys.
You know something? I wouldn't trust that guy as far as I
Quiet,
could...
Johnny, quiet. Here he comes.
Okay, men. What can I do for you?
Is it true you got a dam across Green Creek?
Suppose I have. What about it?
Well, you know darn well what about it. That's where every rancher in this section gets his water for his cattle.
So what? You still do. Only now you're paying for it.
But that's against the law.
I know it ain't, Thomas. It's all nice and legal. Green Creek runs through my property. I got a right to do what I want with it.
None of us has the right to do anything that interferes with the collective rights of others, Larkin.
Yeah, Autry? What'll you bet? In the meantime, if you want to use my water, you pay for it. What's more, I got plenty of men to back me up. Now, if you don't mind, I got work to do.
Why, that dirty double-cross.
Now. Take it easy, Jim. You can have your day with him later. Besides, there's more than one way to skin a skunk. Let's concentrate on finding that way for now. And concentrate I did. I knew there had to be a hole in Larkin's operation somewhere. But knowing it and proving it were two different things. In the meantime, though, the tension and resentment in the other men had grown to such a point that I was forced to call a meeting one night. If only to keep them from taking things in their own hands.
I still say we got guns. Why don't we use them?
Now, wait a minute, man. I just want to say one thing. If you so much as fire one single shot with the intent to kill or injure anyone, you're just as much outside the law as Larkin.
But, Gene, Larkin claims he ain't outside the law.
I know that's what he says, Charlie, but I also know something else.
Yeah, what?
Just this.
Yeah, what? What?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we as property owners have the right to this water under the federal law of custom and use.
That all sounds good, Gene. But how are you going to prove it?
By checking with the State Water Control Commission, Jim, just as soon as I can.
Yeah, but what about the money we've paid him?
Yeah,
Oh, don't worry about that now, Charlie. If this dam's illegal, Larkin will have to refund every penny that we gave him.
Well, boys, what do you say? Gene's idea ain't foolproof, but it sure beats running the risk of having us all thrown in jail.
Okay, I'll second that. But on one condition. If his plan don't work within 48 hours, we start taking the law into our own hands. With guns.
It was then 3 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, which meant I had until the same time Friday to come up with the right answer. The trip to Center City took Champ and me all that night and the better part of Thursday morning, even though we used every shortcut in the book. When I got there, all I could do was hope that my hunch had been worth the trip. Howdy.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
I sure hope so. Have you got a map showing the Starr County water rights?
Yes, sir. Right here in this book. What particular section you concerned with?
Southeast corner. Eagle Canyon Pass.
Yeah, right. Let's see now. Eagle Canyon Pass. Yes. Yes, here it is, section 46B.
Oh, good. Yeah, just as I thought. Tell me, how recent is this particular terrain survey?
Well, by law, it can't be over 6 months. Why?
Well, that's all I want to know. Who's in charge of this office?
Mr. Franklin. I'm afraid he's busy right at the moment.
Then unbusy him right away. Tell him I got to see him. Tell him it's a matter of life and death. 2 hours later, after talking to Mr. Franklin, I started the long trip back. In my pocket was all the proof I needed. Not only to get every rancher's money back, but to send Larkin to jail as well. There was just one thing I hadn't counted on. 10 miles from Eagle Canyon Pass, there'd been a landslide, and the trail was blocked solid, which meant going almost 8 miles out of my way. Well, sir, all I can say is this. Thank goodness I had chance. No other horse in the world could have made it. And believe me, we just did with 15 minutes to spare.
Oh, boy. Hey, Gene.
Yeah?
Boy, am I glad you're back.
Why? What's the matter?
Jim Thomas and the rest of the boys all figured you wasn't coming, so they went up to the dam to get Larkin, and they're all carrying guns.
Quick, Johnny. Get up here with me and start praying that we'll get there in time to stop them.
Oh, jump up, boy.
10 minutes later, as we rode into Eagle Pass Canyon, we saw 2 groups of men facing each other. Larkin's gang on one side, Jim Thomas and the ranchers on the other. Both had their guns drawn, ready for action. There was only one thing I could do. Head for the middle and hope. Oh, boy. Oh.
Get out of here, Autry. Unless you want to get killed.
Quiet now, man. Now listen. Listen to me, all of you. Larkin, I'll give you just 10 minutes to blow up that dam. Or I'll call the state water control men to investigate this whole dirty, rotten mess.
That sounds good, Autry. But tell me, what are they going to investigate?
You, Larkin. When you built that dam, you diverted the water in Green Creek into another watershed. And that's against the law.
So what? So what? I can do what I want with my own water.
Not in this state you can't. Nobody can take all the surface water. And only a guy like you would try.
Well, you can't bluff me, Autry.
I'm not bluffing, Larkin. As you'll see right now. Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
If your detonator's set, get ready to blow up my dam.
Hey, what is this? What do you mean, you're Jack?
Just what I said, Larkin. The state land office just leased me this land.
What are you talking about? They can't do that. That's my land.
Not anymore, it isn't. Your dam was just where I thought it was, below the fort. But you forgot one thing. Rivers sometimes change their course. During the flood this spring, Green Creek moved on to state land.
Why are you dirty?
Stop it, Larkin. Next time I won't miss. Okay, Johnny, let her go. Well, believe me, it was a wonderful sight to see the way that water rushed down into that creek bed again. In fact, it was almost as if the whole valley had been given a rebirth. Yes, sir? Just like I said before. We all take the necessities of life pretty much for granted. Matter of fact, when you stop to think about it, we take the beauties of life pretty much for granted, too. Like, for instance, the wonders of nature described in this song. When evening chores are over at our ranch house on the plain, and all I've got to do is lay around, I saddle up my pony and ride off down the trail to watch the desert sun go down. Riding down the canyon to watch the sun go down. A picture that no artist there could paint. White-faced cattle lowing on the mountainside. I hear a coyote whining for its mate. Cactus plants are blooming, sagebrush everywhere. Granite spires are standing all around. I tell you folks, it's heaven to be riding down the trail when the desert sun goes down. Cactus plants are blooming, sagebrush everywhere. Granite spires are standing all around. I tell you folks, it's heaven to be riding down the trail when the desert sun goes down. And that looks like that's just about the last of the gravy in the frying pan for this Melody Ranch steak fry. But along about this same time, and over these same radio stations, yours truly and all the gang will be right back again with a brand new batch of the same. And now this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, an old proverb says that you've got to spend money to make money. Be that as it may, I'll twist that old saying around and tell you how one clever homemaker spends just 3 red ration stamps to save red ration stamps. Well, if that sounds odd, try doing what she does with Pabstet, the delicious, nourishing cheese food of 100 uses. First, make a smooth cheese sauce with Pabstet and a little milk. Then pour it over leftovers of meat or fish or vegetables or rice, fixed any way you like, and see how family appetites react to that simple magic. You've saved food and you've pleased Dad and the kids. That's worthwhile economy. They'll like the unique cheddar cheese flavor of Pabstet in a variety of other ways, too. You can melt it with macaroni for grand-tasting casseroles, toast it to perfection, or serve it sliced with dessert or just by itself. Pabstet is made to please the most particular appetites, and it's a splendid source of important milk nutrients your family needs. So ask your dealer for Pabstet, the delicious, nourishing cheese food of 100 uses. Remember the name, Pabstet. First came the horse. In time, the horse was eliminated, and a self-propelling vehicle was developed through the efforts of men like Henry Ford, Stutz, Chandler, and others. None of these could have foreseen that the culmination of all these centuries of progress would be a 1940 six-cylinder four-door sedan at the wheel of which could be found Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Yet that's where we find him today, just turning into his driveway and heading for the garage. Something seems to be amiss, and it sounds like the motor.
Come on, Jenny. Come on, old girl. We're almost there. Well, we made it.
Unc, is that you?
Certainly. Who does it sound like?
Barney Oldfield. What happened?
I don't know, Leroy. There's something wrong with the old bus. Stick your shirt tail in.
Yes, sir.
I stopped by the service station to get Mike to take a look at it.
Mike's been drafted.
So I discovered. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I guess I'll have to fix it myself.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. We'll all be making our own repairs sooner or later. We might as well start now.
Might as well start walking.
I guess I'll go in and get some old clothes on, Leroy. Bring that package when you come. It's on the front seat there. Cigars.
Hey, Unc, wait. I got an idea.
Oh? What's that, my boy?
How about the boyfriend?
Boyfriend? Oh, you mean Ben?
Yeah, he'll be bringing Marge home any minute. He knows all about motors and stuff.
Well, I know a few things about motors myself. I don't need any help from Ben.
Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
Good evening. Have you got my groceries?
Groceries? Oh, well, I'll tell you about that, Bertie. I didn't forget. I thought about the groceries, but the way the car's acting up, I didn't dare stop.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do for dinner.
Oh, here are your cigars, Unc.
Oh, thanks. I got these before the car started acting up, Bertie.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what I'm going to do about dinner, and that's a fact.
Couldn't we just have some beans or something?
Mr. Gildersleeve, beans come out of a can. That's 14 points in the ration book.
Oh, hang the expense. Have we got any?
Well, we've got one can. I've been saving it in my hope chest.
Break it out, Bertie. This is an emergency.
If you say so, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, and Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Do you think we'll have enough to invite Marjorie's young man to stay to supper?
Well, if I stretch him, maybe.
I thought you didn't need any help from Ben, Unc.
I don't. Never mind, Bertie. Just the three of us. Oh, but wait. Here they come now, Marjorie and Ben. I'll just see what his plans are. Well, my dear.
Marjorie, don't act like this. Gosh, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly. And as long as you act like that, I'm going to act like this. Goodbye.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Hey, what's the matter with Her Highness?
I don't know. Sounds like trouble.
What's it going to be, Mr. Gildersleeve? Beans for 3 or beans for 4?
Beans for 3, I guess, Bertie. Come on, Leroy. Let's get at that engine.
Can I drive it after?
No, Leroy, you may not.
Just a little. Just down the driveway.
No.
Why not?
I've told you why not. You're too young and you don't know anything about cars.
I know as much as some people.
Besides, it's against the law. Now, let's get busy here. How do you open this hood? Darn thing.
Never get it open that way.
And how do you open it?
Oh, I don't know anything about cars.
Come on, Leroy. How do you open it?
You have to unlock it first.
Well, unlock it then if you know so much.
Sure. There you are. No, Unc, the other end.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. There. Now we're getting someplace. Well, look at that, the engine.
What are you going to do to it, Unc?
Fix it.
Yeah, but how?
Don't keep asking questions. I'll figure that out when I come to it.
If you ask me, you've come to it.
Well, Leroy, get me the screwdriver and we'll see what's what here. Gotta get to the bottom of this.
Screwdriver. Here, Unc.
Thanks. Well, I guess we better unscrew something, huh?
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Unc?
I think the engine's missing, Leroy. Either that or the clutch is slipping. In either case, it's probably the carburetor. There's a little valve in there. Dirt gets into it. You just take it apart and blow into it.
How did you learn so much about carburetors, Unc?
Oh, you pick up these things, my boy. I've seen Mike do it. Now, where is the little devil? Here we are.
Unc, that's not the carburetor.
How do you know? Don't do that.
I didn't. You did it.
Huh? Oh, must have some connection with the horn.
It is the horn.
Oh. Well, the horn seems to be all right. We better try something else. Uh-oh. I don't like the looks of this.
If you're looking for the carburetor, Unc, you're getting cold.
A little less advice, young man, and we'll get along better here.
Okay.
Just to watch the way I do this, you'll be in a position to do it yourself if you ever have to. You see, I just... It sticks.
Did you get a shock, Unc?
And I bumped my head, too. I dropped the screwdriver in there. It's down inside the engine there.
You'll probably have to take the grease pan off to get it.
Well, how do you get the grease pan off?
Screwdriver.
Fine. What did Marjorie have to go and get in a fight with Ben for? Well, I'll just have to see if I can reach down in there and get it. Unless you want to try, Leroy.
Your arms are longer than mine, Unc.
Well, agility counts, too, you know.
Yeah, but I don't know as much about cars as you do.
All right.
Want me to boost you in there, Unc?
No, keep away from me. Greasy, filthy, dirty, nasty, filthy, dirty, nasty, filthy. I got it.
Well, the boy mechanic.
Who's that?
His Honor. Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy. Throckmorton, what have you been up to? Look at you. Grease all over your shirt. You're a mess.
Yeah, I know it.
What seems to be the trouble, Gildy?
The engine's missing.
Well, have you notified the police?
Oh, 23 skidoo, hooker. What do you want in here anyway?
Well, I just dropped in to ask for the loan of a rake, Gildy. I thought I'd do a little work on my victory garden. But if I can be of any assistance to you
Give
here...
him the rake, Leroy.
Okay. Unc's been looking for the carburetor, Judge, and I tried to tell him that's it.
Where?
Right there.
The boy is absolutely right, Gildy. Any fool knows that.
What do you know about it, you old grampus? You and your reel. I bet it hasn't even got a carburetor.
There's an old saying, Gildersleeve, there are none so blind as those who will not see. Go on, pull your car to pieces, scatter it all over the place, but when you've finally taken everything else apart, you'll discover that that is the carburetor.
You don't have to make a speech about it.
I'll take that rake now, Leroy, if you'll be so good.
Here you are, Judge.
I shall return it.
See that you do.
Thanks.
You're welcome. The old windbag. He could be right, though. Leroy, just for the sake of argument, suppose we take this little gadget apart here, huh?
Now you're getting somewhere. You're going to need a wrench for that, though.
After all the work I went to fish this screwdriver out?
Yeah, you might as well throw it back in. Here, let me see if this'll fit.
Leroy, I'm doing this.
Okay. You getting it?
Yeah, it's coming.
Attaboy.
Uncle Mort.
Oh, what does she want?
Leroy.
What do you want?
Leroy, don't holler in my ear.
Supper.
Be right there.
Oh, now you did it. There goes the carburetor all over the lot.
Who did it? What did you let go for?
Why did you shout for?
Who shouted?
Well, who let go? It came apart in my hand. If you hadn't shouted, I wouldn't have dropped it. I told you not to shout.
Uncle Mort.
All right.
How did you make out with the car, Uncle Mort? Is it a powerhouse now?
Well, not exactly, my dear, but I think I've definitely located the trouble. Carburetor.
Well, what's wrong with the carburetor?
It's all over the garage.
Eat your beans.
Well, I only hope you'll get it finished by tomorrow. Brady and I have some shopping to do, haven't we?
We sure have. Got to get all the groceries for the weekend.
Well, you can always have them delivered if you have to.
Not no more.
The A1 grocery doesn't deliver now?
No, sir. With them, it's strictly come and get it.
And the last one gets a rotten egg.
That's right. You have to go down there in person and raffle for it.
Yes. Well, Leroy can always run down on his bicycle.
Nope, flat tire.
Oh, well.
Oh, come clean, Uncle Mort. Aren't you going to get that car put together by tomorrow?
Oh, I'll get it put together. Don't worry about that. I'll get it put together. Just hope it'll run, that's all.
Unc, why don't you just break down and get Ben to help you? He could fix it in no time.
Young man, when I want any advice from you, I'll break down and ask for it.
Okay. Can I be excused?
You may be excused, Leroy. And stick your shirt tail in.
Okay.
By the way, Marjorie, speaking of Ben, why don't we have him to supper tomorrow,
Uncle Mort, you know perfectly well that Ben and I are not speaking.
Since when?
Since 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that.
We're not going to be speaking till Ben makes up his mind.
About what?
Whether he's a man or a mouse.
Oh, I don't think you're being fair to Ben, my dear. He's a little shy, perhaps.
A little?
But he's a fine, capable lad, and I don't like to hear you say...
Capable of putting a car together, maybe, but he's not capable of making up his own mind.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
He won't speak up. He lets people walk all over him. No woman wants to marry a man like that.
Has he asked you to marry him?
No, that's another thing. It's not what I'm mad about.
What are you mad about?
Well, down at the plant today, a job opened up in Ben's department. And did Ben get it? No, Chet Healy got it.
Who, that loudmouth?
Yes. Well, at least he had the nerve to walk into the front office and talk to them. Not Ben, though. No, Tar Baby, he ain't say nothing.
Yes.
So now he's working for Chet.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, it burns me up. Ben knows 3 times as much as Chet does. 5 times. How's anyone going to find it out if he never opens his mouth?
Well, you seem to have found it out.
That's different.
Yeah.
Trouble with Ben is he's just too nice. Everybody imposes on him and he lets them. Every time he comes over here, you get him to work on something.
Telephone, my dear.
It's probably Piggy.
All right. You don't want to be too hard on Ben, my dear. You could do a lot to help him if you
I'm
don't...
not interested.
Gildersleeve's wet wash. We pick up and deliver. Oh, sure. I thought you were Piggy. Just a minute. Marge, it's Ben.
Ben?
Here's your chance, Unc.
Tell Ben I don't care to speak to him.
Wait a minute now. You can't tell him that, my dear. Tell him to hold on, Leroy. Tell him I'll speak to him.
Just a minute. Unc wants to speak to you.
Uncle Mort, if you ask him over here, I won't see him.
Now, be fair, my dear. We haven't had him over here in several days, and I think it'd be only decent...
And if you use me as an excuse to get him over here to help you with that car, I won't speak to you.
Why, Marjorie, I'm hurt that you would even think such a thing. Be right there, Leroy.
Here he comes.
Here, give it to me. Hello, Ben. How are you, my boy? Just fine. How are you? Oh, I'm fine. Marjorie? Well, I'll tell you, Ben, she's in the bathtub right now.
Uncle Mort.
Yeah, taking a bath, Ben. You know, all wet. Is there any message I can give her?
There's a message you can give him. Tell him I don't care if I never see him again.
She's dying to see you, Ben, and she wants to know if you'll come over to supper tomorrow night.
I said nothing of the kind. And if he comes over here, you can entertain him.
Fine. She says to come early, about 2 o'clock. Yeah, we'll play games, Ben. Yeah. And, oh, Ben, be sure to wear old clothes.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, let me ask, are you homemakers shopping before you go to the store these days? Now that it takes 2 kinds of money to buy so many foods, red ration stamps as well as cash, you'll find that planning in advance will save many vexing moments. For each meal, plan the main dish first, then carefully build the rest of the meal around it, using your newspaper list of point values. That way you can be sure that family appetites will be tempted and that meals will be satisfying because they're well balanced. If you want to surprise the family with a real treat that's economical with both red ration stamps and cash, in planning your meals for this week, include the delicious cheese food Pabstet. Pabstet has a unique cheddar cheese flavor that's grand with main dishes, or serve it as a smooth cheese sauce with leftovers in a variety of ways. Pabstet's wonderfully nourishing, too. It's a fine source of many vitally important milk nutrients your family needs. Now, you may not be able to buy Pabstet the first time you try because so much of the nation's dairy food is going to war. But watch for it and buy Pabstet when you can. Just 3 red ration points for a generous package. Remember the name Pabstet, Pabst-ETT. Pabstet. Back to our hero. His plans are progressing favorably since after a good night's sleep, Marjorie seems more or less reconciled to the thought of seeing Ben. It's afternoon now, and we find Gildersleeve lying on the floor of his garage working on his long-suffering car, assisted by the long-suffering Leroy.
Yeah, I think she's coming now, Leroy.
You'll be sorry, Unc.
Don't be silly, my boy. I've got a suspicion the whole trouble is right in here.
And that's what you said yesterday when you took off the carburetor.
Well, when Ben gets here, he'll confirm my theory, I'm certain.
You're going to make him work too, ain't you, Unc?
I'm not making anybody work, Leroy. I'm entirely opposed to the principle of slave labor. If you're not interested in what you're doing, you may go.
Oh, boy.
Leroy!
Can't I go?
No. Only said that to test your character.
I'd like it better if I could do some of the hammering down under there. You sure gave me the worst part of this job.
Yeah, but yours is a very important part, my boy. Be patient.
Oh, nuts.
Well, Leroy, if you aren't a model for a Christian martyr, what on earth are you doing?
Can't you see?
Well, I can see you standing there with a vacant look on your face, holding that blanket as if you were going to catch somebody jumping out of a burning building.
Don't make fun of Leroy, Marjorie. He's helping me with an important job.
Oh, you're down under there. What's Leroy doing?
Well, I'm trying to knock the timing gear loose.
And once she busts loose, I catch all the pieces in the blanket.
Are you kidding?
No.
Well, in that case, I want you both to hold still while I go get my camera.
Huh?
I want to record this for posterity.
Hi, Marjorie.
Hello, Ben.
Hiya, Ben.
Hi, young fella.
I'll be right back, Ben. I want to get my camera and take a picture of these two idiots.
Two? Where's your uncle?
I'm under here, young.
Oh, gosh. I mean...
Don't let Uncle Mort talk you into any work on that car now.
Oh, don't worry, Marjorie. I won't get under there. New suit.
Nice, too. Well, I won't be a second.
Leroy, give me a hand. I want to come up and see Ben for a minute.
Okay, Unc. Blow out all your breath and pull in your stomach. Heave-ho!
Well, hello, Ben. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Doing a little repairing, I see.
Yes, I am repairing. It's every motorist's duty in wartime. By the way, I'm having a little trouble getting this gadget loose here, Ben. I wonder if you'd mind just slipping under there and having a little peek.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, Mr. Gildersleeve. Not in these clothes. New suit.
Well, now don't you worry, my boy. I wouldn't have you spot that suit for the world. Here, slip into these overalls.
Oh, but gee, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No trouble at all, my boy. Here.
But Marjorie said
You'll never know. Leroy won't tell, will you, Leroy? Why, that little... He sneaked off. Marjorie'll never know, Ben. Here, you'll be under there and out again before she gets back.
Yeah, but she only wants to get a camera.
That's what she said, my boy. But I guess we know women, don't we?
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Yeah. That's the stuff. Here's the wrench. You see that thing that's holding it?
Yeah, I think so.
Atta boy. Here she comes.
Well, I've got the camera and it's all loaded. Where's Ben?
Ben?
Yes, Ben. Where did he go? Uncle Throckmorton, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, Marjorie.
And you should be ashamed, too, Ben Waterford.
Now, wait a minute, Marge.
And his new suit, too. How could you do it, Uncle Mort?
Overalls. Besides, it was really his own idea, Marjorie. He practically insisted.
I don't believe it. Well, Ben, aren't you coming out of there?
What'd you say, Marge?
I said, I suppose you're going to stay down there all day.
Oh, no, I'll come right out.
But, Ben, did you get the whatchamacallit loose?
No, I didn't.
And he's not going to.
Well, it'll only take a second, Marge.
Oh, well, you listen to me, Ben Waterford. You haven't any more spine than a piece of spaghetti.
You
let yourself be pushed around down at the factory by a boy with half your ability. And then you come out here and let yourself be pushed around by a lazy old man with a big stomach.
Oh! Marjorie!
Goodbye.
Hey, Marge. Hey. Well, stop her, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, gosh. Let me get out of here. Wait till I get...
Overalls?
New suit. Where did Marge go?
She went out the front gate, Ben, and down the street.
Oh, golly, I can't chase her in these torn pants. What'll I do?
Don't worry, lad. You'll be all right. Oh, it was wonderful the way you stood your ground there.
Oh.
By George, you certainly told her, Ben. Yes, sir, that was a mighty fine supper. Aren't you glad you stayed now, Ben?
Well, pretty glad. Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, let's get at that car again. What do you say?
You don't suppose Marjorie might be coming in soon?
Don't worry about her. She'll turn up soon enough. She's probably seeing the early show at the Majestic. Might just as well work on the car till she gets here, Ben.
Well, I want to talk to her before I go. But in the meantime...
That's the spirit. We'll both work on it, and before you know it, zingo.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
I'm clean out of cigars, practically. Tell you what, I'll run down to the drugstore and pick up a couple while you get started. Then I'll come back and zingo. Hello, Peavy.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. How can I be of service to you?
Give me a couple of cigars, will you, Peavy? And make it snappy. I'm in a hurry.
Yes, sir. Here they are. Yeah, 50, 75, $1, and I thank you.
Thank you. Well, how's business, Peavy?
A little quiet, Mr. Gildersleeve. I lay it all to this rationing.
Rationing, but they're not rationing drugs, Peavy.
And that's just the trouble. The ration stuff gets all the publicity.
I see. Well, got to get going. Oh, got a match, Peavy?
Oh, yes. Always got a lucifer on me somewhere for a good customer. Here.
Thanks. Well, got to be running along.
In a rush, eh? Going to a picture?
No, I'm fixing my automobile, and I've got to get back and finish the job.
Well, it's too bad you're in such a hurry.
I can't help it. Why? What if I wasn't?
Well, I was just thinking, business being so quiet and all, that maybe you and I could play just one game of Chinese checkers.
Yeah, here? Now?
Yes, it only takes about a half an hour. I've got the board here with the hot water bags.
Yeah, well, I've got to get back to that car, Peavy. Besides, Chinese checkers is a kid game. There's no skill to it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
There's nothing to the game, Peavy.
There's more to it than you think, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll tell you what I'll do. If you beat me, I'll give you a 10-cent soda on the house.
Well, just one game, Peavy, but we'll have to play fast because I'm in a hurry. Hello, Ben. Now, let's get at that car now, huh?
Oh, it's all finished, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just finished a minute ago.
Well, can you beat that? I'm much obliged to you, my boy.
Well, that's okay.
Now we can sit here on the porch and enjoy the spring evening for a while.
Yeah.
Something accomplished, something done to earn a night's repose. Longfellow. Darn rocking chair has a bad squeak. You notice it?
Yes, sir. But I don't know anything about rocking chairs. You didn't happen to see Marjorie on the way to the drugstore, did you?
No, Ben, I didn't. But don't you worry about her. She's probably at the home of one of her girlfriends playing Chinese checkers. She probably wishes she was here right this minute.
Oh, you think so?
No doubt about it. She'll be along soon.
Gee, I guess you must know quite a bit about women, don't you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I've been around quite a while, my boy. You get so you can figure them out. Tell what a woman's thinking just by looking at her.
Gosh, that must be a neat trick. When I'm with a girl, I can't seem to think at all.
Can't think?
No, I just sit there and sizzle.
Well, that's not the way to captivate a woman, Ben.
It sure isn't. What do you suppose Marjorie's got against me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, that's as simple as ABC, young man. You're not using any finesse.
Any what?
You gotta be smooth, Ben. Look at the men the women go for in pictures. Look at Adolphe Manjou.
Yeah, and look at me.
Well, I'm sorry about your suit, Ben.
Oh, that's all right. Gosh, I couldn't be like Adolphe Manjou anyway. I tried to raise a mustache once.
What was the trouble?
Well, came out pink.
Pink?
Yep. Been shaving pretty close ever since.
Oh, there's a car turning down our street.
Yeah, whose is it?
Oh, it's probably Marie King driving Marjorie home.
Hey, has Marie got a 42 convertible?
No, that's not Marie.
No, it isn't. That's Chet Healy.
Chet Healy? What? Marjorie!
Oh, hello, Uncle Maude. I didn't see you there in the dark. Oh, hello, Ben.
Hello.
Uncle Maude, I want you to meet Chet Healy. I've told you about him.
How do you do? Well, how are you, Mr. Gildersleeve? Say, who's that with you? Well, if it isn't my new assistant. Hiya, Junior.
Hello.
Yeah, we just saw a great picture, and then we had a good look at a wonderful moon. This is a mighty attractive little niece you've got there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, sir. I'd like to be an uncle to her myself. Say, Junior, what happened to your Sunday suit? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
How would you like a punch in the nose?
Oh, Ben.
Now, don't worry, honey. Nothing's going to happen to me.
That's what you think. Well, say, this is quite a spectacle. I'll referee. There, Mr. Healy, you asked for it. In the future, keep away from my girl.
But, Ben, I never thought Well, you're wonderful. Can you ever forgive me?
Well, I don't know. You keep picking on me as if I didn't know what I was doing. You treat me like a child, and I'm sick of it. If you're going to be my girl, you've got to let me say what's what from now on.
Oh, Ben, I will.
Well, that's telling her, Ben. I'm glad to see you're following my advice.
Your advice? Mr. Gildersleeve, you're full of wet hay.
Oh! Leroy, what are you doing up? What are you doing at that window?
Come over here and get a load of this, Unc. You can hear the two lovebirds out on the porch.
Why, Leroy?
Ooh, is that Ben laying it on?
You get away from that window, young man. I'm surprised at you.
What did I do?
Don't you know that eavesdropping is wrong? It's dishonorable to listen in on other people's conversation. Don't ever let me catch you doing that again. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Leroy, did he kiss her?
What do you think?
Good night, my boy. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's a question for homemakers. What delicious, nourishing spread for bread is economical with both red ration stamps and money? The answer? Parquet margarine, the quality spread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine has a delicate, appetizing flavor that is grand with bread and toast and rolls. It's a fine seasoning for hot vegetables, a real flavor shortening for baking. It is especially good for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And besides being wonderfully good to eat, Parquet is highly nutritious. In fact, it is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, it is fortified with important vitamin A. So for flavor, for good nutrition, and for all-around economy, ask your dealer for Parquet margarine. If he doesn't have Parquet the first time you ask for it, it's because of wartime shortages and because more and more people are asking for Parquet every day. But Kraft is doing everything possible to keep all dealers supplied. So watch for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Friends, you've all heard that line about stretching a point, haven't you? Well, here's where I turn out to be the best little stretcher bearer of a precious ration point you ever heard about. All you have to do to save a ration stamp at breakfast is to make it Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. For Grape Nuts Flakes are non-rationed, nourishing, whole grain cereal. But that's only half the story. You'll also find Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole box full of particularly tempting, toasty brown goodness. It's your old friend, that sweet as a nut Grape Nuts flavor, turned out in extra crisp, extra appetizing flake form. In a word, Grape Nuts Flakes are a breakfast treat your whole family's going to enjoy right down to the last crisp spoonful. And when you buy this swell and ration stampless breakfast cereal, be sure you ask for the big 12-ounce economy size package of Grape Nuts Flakes. Night Train to Memphis, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we take you to the little drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood, where our whole gang always gathers for a bite to eat before the show. The time, exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
All right, Cliff. Yes, Gilroy. How's that three-decker sandwich coming along? Fine. I'm just putting the poop deck on it. Here you are. Radcliffe, that's a beauty. Well, here comes Don Wilson, and Phil Harris is with him. That old-time glamour boy. If he pulls any of his Lulus today, I'll smack him right in the kisser with his lemon pie. Radcliffe, put that down. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hiya, Phil.
Oh, hello, boys.
What'll it be, Twitch?
Well, I ain't hungry, but give me a donut. I want to practice blowing smoke rings through the hole. Ha, ha, ha. Ain't that a Lulu?
You asked for it, brother.
Radcliffe. Bullseye. Wait a minute. Oh, now who threw this? Who hit me with that pie?
Now, calm down, Phil. Here's my handkerchief. Wipe your face.
As soon as I get this stuff out of my eyes, I'm going to murder somebody.
Duck, Radcliffe. He's plenty mad. Here I go, under the counter. Whoop, bumped my head. That's what's wrong with him. He's always bumping his head.
I wonder what happened to Mary. She promised she'd meet us here.
If you're looking for Miss Livingston, she's over there in the phone booth. She got a call a few minutes ago from old man Benny in Phoenix, and she asked me to tell you to be sure and wait for her.
Yes? Yes? Well, how do you feel, Jack? Well, what do you mean you still have your cold, but you've got your strength back? Oh, now you can blow a hole right through the Kleenex. Say, Jack, when will you be back on the show? Next Sunday? Well, you don't have to hurry. Orson Welles has been very funny on the program. I said Orson has been very funny. Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, stop crying. Of course we'll be glad to see you again. Goodbye. What's that? No, Jack, I won't. I don't care. I won't do it. I will not send your old sailor suit so you can get a cut rate on the train. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Don. Phil.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Mary.
Phil, I'm ashamed of you. What's the idea of giving yourself a shampoo here at the counter?
That ain't no shampoo. It's lemon pie. I just walked in and pulled the gag, and that Radcliffe let me have it.
Let you have it?
Yeah, and I said, I ain't hungry, but give me a donut. I want to practice blowing smoke rings through the hole. I love it, love it, love it.
Radcliffe!
Now cut that out!
Here's my handkerchief again, Phil. Oh, by the way, Mary, what did Jack have to say?
Oh, he feels fine now. He'll be back on the program next week.
Well, I'll be glad to see the old boy, but I'm sure going to miss Orson. You know, him and me was getting to be cultural buddies.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Phil? Cultural buddies?
Well, one night we go to an opera, and he explains The Barber of Seville to me. And then the next night we go to a burlesque show, and I wise him up on Betty rolling that ball of fire.
What?
Well, we got sort of a lend-lease on brains agreement, kind of.
Oh, comb the pie out of your hair. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
You know what, Dennis? Jack will be back on the show next week.
Jack who?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Who?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
That'll be a novelty, if nothing else.
Oh, quiet.
Well, look who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Oh, hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hiya, Muscles.
Oh, young man, will you please take an order?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wells will be here shortly for a malted milk with an egg in it. And the egg must be absolutely fresh.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe.
Yes, Gilroy.
One fresh egg.
One fresh egg coming up. Get busy, Gwendolyn. Give out.
il service. My, what a beautiful egg. Attention, everybody. Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, what do you hear from Jack? Have you talked to him lately?
Yeah, I just had him on the phone. Jack's feeling fine now and says he's back on the show next week.
Well.
Looks like you'll have to hit the road, Bub.
Dennis. Naturally, now that Jack feels better, he should resume his rightful position. As for myself, I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
When you put it that way, Orson, I could sob.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Oh, Miss Harrington, did you order me a malted milk with an egg in it?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
And are you sure the egg was absolutely fresh?
Yes. I was here for the unveiling.
Excellent. Oh, Orson, I'm afraid you won't have time for that malted milk. We're due on the air in just a couple of minutes. Very well, then I shall have it delivered to me, old boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I want this malted milk delivered to Studio B as soon as possible.
We'll bring it right over, Mr. Wells. Hey, wait a minute, Gil. We ain't no carrier pigeons.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells. That's not an egg, Gwendolyn. That's his head. That's his head. Gwendolyn, control yourself.
Hurry up, Orson. We'll be late for the show. Follow me, everybody. Last one in the studio is an old tomato. That was taking a chance on love, as who doesn't? Phil Harris was standing in front of the orchestra, and, Phil, that's the last time I'll be announcing your band number. Just think, after tonight's broadcast, I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
Don't say that, Orson. Look, tears is tinkling down my cheek.
That's trickling, Phil. Your eyes are absolutely dry.
Well, you gotta admit they're bloodshot.
That's another story. Seriously, I'm going to miss all of you, and if I ever get my own program, I'd like this gang to sign up with me.
Well, you mean you'd like to have us work for you?
Yes, of course, I don't know if I could meet the salaries that Jack's been paying you.
They're really lousy. Why do you want to meet them?
Very good, Mary. Incidentally, before I forget it, I'd like to have all of your phone numbers.
Okay, here's mine.
Here's mine, Wellesley.
Here's my number, too.
Thanks, fellows. How about yours, Mary?
I don't know. If I give you my phone number, you're liable to call me up and ask me for a date.
Oh, no, Mary. If I call, I assure you it'll be strictly business.
Then you can't have it.
Girls are certainly aggressive nowadays.
You're telling me I went up to Alice Faye at a preview one night and asked her for her autograph, and the next thing I know, I'm married to her.
Sounding.
Women are sure hard to figure out, eh, Wellesley?
Yes, Phil, but it's delightful research. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this evening for our feature attraction,
OWP will present
OWP, what's that?
Orson Welles Productions, Mary. I was trying to be modest.
Some try.
Dennis,
Whoops, he bumped my head.
next time it'll be harder. As I was saying, for our feature attraction this evening... Go away, Dennis. Orson Welles Productions will present a dramatic thunderbolt which we trust will thrill and delight you.
Well, I hope it's something Shakespearean, like the Taming of the Stew.
The Shrew. No, Phil, it isn't the Taming of the Shrew.
Well, is it Hamlet?
No, it isn't, Mary.
Is it The Merchant of Venice?
No, Don, as a matter of fact, it isn't Shakespearean at all. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our own version of Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't that delightful?
Little Red Riding Hood. Ain't that kind of juvenile for you and me, Orson?
Perhaps, Phil, but I think the kiddies who are listening in are deserving of a playlet especially for them. Now I will play the part of Old Man Hood, an elderly farmer who lives at the edge of a forest. Mary will be my daughter, Red, and Dennis will be my son, Robin. Robin Hood. Are you giggling, kiddies?
If they are, they got feathers in their rompers.
Now, let's see. Don and Phil. Oh, yes. Don will be a tree in the woods, which only God can make. And Phil Harris will be a woodchopper. Phil Harris will be a woodchopper who cuts Wilson down.
Now, take it easy, Phil. You know how ticklish I am.
No kidding, Don. Are you really?
Oh, didn't you know that, Mr. Harris? Watch this.
Stop it, Dennis. He'll get hysterical.
No, I like it.
Don, we haven't time. Now, there's one other part in the play, that of the old lady who's to be my wife.
Well, maybe I can play a double part, too. How's this, Orson?
Very good, Mariah. The part is yours, by cracky.
Oh, murder. If Lum and Abner are listening in, this does not constitute an endorsement of Rube humor.
We'll do all right. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, my goodness. I forgot the most important part of all, the wolf. I know. I will be the wolf.
In that case, here's my phone number, babyface.
Thanks, Mary.
This play is really crazy. Mary is her mother and her daughter. Orson is her father and a wolf. And Wilson is a tree that giggles. I worry about things like that.
Now... Dennis, there's no need for you to tax your mind. What are you going to sing tonight?
A song.
A song. That's fine. And what's the name?
Dennis Day.
The name of the song!
I'm going to sing As Time Goes By, and I dedicate it to a little girl who stole my wristwatch.
Well, that's a short story. Go ahead, Dennis. Make it a Lulu. Second, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Wells, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I called up to tell you that I'm leaving your employ after 4 weeks of sheer bliss.
Yes, I understand that Mr. Benny is coming back, but Rochester, isn't there any way you can stay and be my butler?
I don't think so. I got a contract with Mr. Benny that takes me up to and within the pearly gates.
Well, there must be some loophole in the contract. Has your lawyer read it?
Yeah, he just shook his head and said Lincoln wouldn't like this.
Well, I'm sorry you're leaving, Rochester. You've been a splendid butler and very trustworthy. You know, when you came to work for me, there was a brand new bottle of bourbon in my liquor cabinet, and the cork hasn't been out of that bottle.
That's the toughest cork I ever broke a tooth on.
Well, in spite of that, Rochester, I'm certainly sorry that you're leaving me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Wells.
What is it, Rochester?
Just think, tonight I shall fold my tent like an Arab and silently steal away.
That's my material. Yes, I know.
I'm tired of that tent. I'm going to get myself a room. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before Dennis sings his song, I have a message of importance for all of you. Tomorrow, your B ration stamps, that is, the red ones, may be used for purchasing meats, cheese, or fats. This is your second set of red stamps, the B stamps, in Ration Book 2. You have a whole row of them to use this week in 8, 5, 2, and 1-point values, totaling 16 points in all for each person. Spend your ration stamps wisely and supplement them as much as you can with the plentiful, nourishing, unrationed foods.
That was very good, Don. You should hear what I could have done with it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
This day and age we're living in gives cause for apprehension, with speed and new invention and things like third dimension. Yet we get a trifle weary with Mr. Einstein's theory, so we must get down to earth, at times relax, relieve the tension. No matter what the progress or what may yet be proved, simple facts of life are such they cannot be removed. You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. A fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. On that you can rely. No matter what the future brings as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date. Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by.
That was As Time Goes By, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that really was very, very good.
Thanks, Mr. Wells. It's decent of you to admit it.
What's so decent about that? You have a marvelous voice. There's no getting away from it.
Well, if it's so marvelous, why do you want to get away from it?
I don't want to get away from it. I paid you a compliment, you little brat.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on second thought, Dennis, here's your phone number back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, Little Red Riding Hood.
Say, Orson, I just thought of something. Who's going to be the grandmother? You know, that old dame that gets set up by the wolf.
Phil, you're giving away the plot.
Darn it, I had to open my big mouth.
However, Phil, I can't tell you who plays the part of Red Riding Hood's grandmother. That's our big surprise. So here we go with Little Red Riding Hood. The play opens in the farmhouse of old Mr. and Mrs. Riding Hood. It is a cold Christmas Eve long, long ago. And outside, the wintry wind is howling. But inside the farmhouse, the fireplace is burning brightly. And we find the elderly couple busy decorating their Christmas tree. Curtain, music. Well, Ma, that Christmas tree sure is a beauty.
Yeah, it sure is pretty there, all lit up.
Where's my jug? I'm getting lit up myself tonight. Ain't that a Lulu? Ma, that pie was for supper.
Well, it's up to your face. Start eating.
Come in.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma.
Hello, son.
Are you through with your chores, son?
Yep.
Did you milk the cow?
Sure did. I creamed her, too.
Well, here's your sister. Hello, Red.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Hello, Annie.
Annie?
That's the cat.
Oh. Say, we were worried about you, Red, out there alone with all those wolves.
Yeah, did any of them come close to you?
How do you think I got this fur coat?
Mighty pretty. That must be Grandma calling. I wonder how her cold is coming along.
I wonder who...
And I'm coming. Hello, Grandma. How you feeling?
I feel terrible, son. How are you?
Your cold seems to be getting worse. Say, Grandma, have you been drinking your cough medicine?
Yes, and I'm loaded.
Now, Grandma, behave yourself. I want you to get in bed right away.
Okay, I'll jump in the next time it comes around.
You'd better. Now, I'll send Red over with some hot soup for you.
Good. Have her bring some cigars, too.
All right. Goodbye, Grandma.
Goodbye, son.
Now, Red, take this hot soup over to your grandma's and be careful going through the woods, Red.
Okay. So long, Pa. So long, Ma. Goodbye, Annie, Joe, and Pete.
Joe and Pete?
Annie just had kittens.
And right in my hat.
Look out for the wolves, Red.
Okay. So long, everybody. Oh, boy, what a night. Listen to that wind howl. And listen to that snowfall. Gee, it's fun walking through the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gosh, it's dark. Who's that I see lurking in yon bush?
It's me, kiddies. I'm a wolf now. Oh! Hello, little girl.
Hello, are you a wolf?
Here's my button, Hollywood Lodge number 23. Where are you going, my little chickadee?
I'm going to my grandma's with this basket. It's got soup and crackers in it.
Attention, kiddies. Little Red Riding Hood's basket also contains a package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Well, a talking tree.
Grape nuts flakes are a breakfast treat your whole family's going to enjoy. So remember, children, when you're taking a basket of food to your grandma's house, include a big 12-ounce economy-sized package of America's fastest-growing flake cereal. What are you howling for, Orson?
I just sat on my wolf pin. Now to get back to Little Red Riding Hood. Hey, Red, where are you?
She ran away. Ha ha!
Chris is foiled again, snarl, snarl. I know what I'll do. I'll beat Little Red Riding Hood back to her grandmother's house. And when I get there, I'll eat her up. Are you shivering, shavers? This must be the place. And now to get in.
Who's there?
It's Little Red Riding Hood.
Gosh, you've got a cold, too. Come in.
Hello, Grandma.
You're not Little Red Riding Hood. You're a wolf.
Yes, I'm a wolf, and I'm going to eat you up. Yum, yum, yum.
Help!
Hold still. It'll be over in a minute.
Shall I take my boots off?
No, I like boots and all. Here you go. I just ate Grandma, kiddies. Darn those shoes. That must be Little Red Riding Hood now. I know what I'll do. I'll put on this nightcap and get under the covers. That'll fool her. I'll talk just like Grandma. Come in, Red.
Hello, Grandma. I brought you a basket of food.
Goody, goody. Come over here by the bed, my dear.
Oh, Grandma, what big eyes you have.
All the better to see you with, my dear.
And oh, Grandma, what long ears you have.
All the better to keep my derby from blowing off, my dear.
And oh, Grandma, what sharp teeth you have.
All the better to eat you with, my dear.
You're a wolf. Where's my Grandma?
I swallowed her, and you're next.
Help! Help! Oh, wood chopper! Wood chopper!
I'm coming, baby.
Curses! Foiled again.
Quick! Shoot the wolf! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Shoot him nothing. I'm going to take my axe and chop him right in two. Don't do that. I'm in here.
Thanks, Grandma. You saved my life. Play, Phil.
Patriotism on the food front begins with breakfast and never skips a single meal. So why not do as our government urges? Why not start every day with the whole grain cereals that are plentiful, nutritious, and ration stampless? Now for a rousing and right kind of breakfast, just try heaping bowls of crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind that bring you the wonderful nutritive magic of natural whole wheat. And every appetizing dish of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk supplies many of the food essentials of scarce foods, including meat. Essentials such as proteins, iron, phosphorus, calcium, plus those two important B vitamins, niacin and B1. So you'll have fewer problems getting the proper food values into the rest of the day's ration menus if you serve Grape Nuts Flakes, not only at breakfast, but as a dish for light lunches, suppers, or bedtime snacks. Eat plenty of whole grain cereals, friends. Remember, they can help to make up for many of today's food scarcities. And delicious, thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes is one of your very best bets.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. It's really been a pleasure pinch-hitting for Jack Benny. I'm sure you'll all be glad to welcome back Jack at the same time next Sunday night. Good night, folks.
Good night, Doll.
This program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloit.
Ray Noble and his orchestra. Day 11, The Sportsman. Our guests, Bill Thompson of the radio, and Mary Boland of the cinema, and Charlie McCarthy.
Hello, Mr. Twist. Hello, Dale.
Well, what's the matter, Charlie? Why so sad?
I'm worried about tomorrow. We're having an examination in ancient history.
Well, don't you think you'll pass?
No. Oh. To me, history is a mystery.
Well,
I don't know Caesar from Romero. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Charlie. You may muddle through all right.
I don't think so. You know, last time the history teacher asked me who was Horatio at the bridge. And I said he was a dentist. She didn't go for it. She's so fussy.
You know, Charlie, that reminds me of the time I had to take a history examination, and I was just as scared as you are.
Yeah. Did you flunk?
No. I tell you, I was very lucky. Yes, sir. The night before the examination, I got the mumps, and I couldn't go to school.
The mumps, huh?
Yes.
What happens when you get the mumps?
Oh, your cheeks swell up, and you look just like you have a mouthful of marbles.
Yeah? I'll be right back, Dale.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get some marbles.
On the swing ship. On the swing ship. Like this fine with my baby on the swing ship. On the line with my baby on the swing ship. It's the nuts, they're among the nuts and bolts. Plus 100,000 volts shining from her eyes. What care I if they put me on the wing ship? She's nearby. is alive. Overtime, here's why I'm doing free. Baby's with me on the swing ship. Baby's with me on the swing ship jamboree.
Tell me, Miller, how do I look?
Say, Charlie, you really look sick. What did you do to yourself?
Well, I got eight marbles in my mouth. I got 4 marbles on each side.
Well, you certainly look like you have the mumps.
Well, that's good. If it doesn't get me out of history examination, nothing will. Charlie. Oh, here it comes.
Here comes Bergen.
Yeah, remember, mumps the word now. Charlie? Yes? What are you doing with that towel around your face? Oh, there. What's the matter with you? Oh, I'm sick, Bertie. I just came on all of a sudden.
Well, you certainly look terrible.
Oh, thank you.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I'm afraid I've been attacked.
What?
Been attacked by a mump.
Attacked by a mump? A mump?
Yeah. Don't get too close to me, Bertie.
No? Why not?
I don't want you to catch anything.
Oh, I see.
Your voice is so important to both of us. Oh.
Well, I must say your cheeks are certainly swollen.
Yeah?
Yes. Why, you're positively two-faced.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting top-heavy.
Yes, yes.
If my face spreads any more, I'll have to wear a girdle.
Now, wait a minute. How is your pulse?
Oh, I don't know. I think the left wrist is losing time.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Charlie, stick out your tongue.
Which end?
Well, now stop this foolishness and tell me, when did you first notice this infection?
Oh, the election? Thank you, what?
Yes. I want to find out what brought it on. You know.
No.
The history.
Yeah, that's what did it.
What? Wait a minute, young man. Hold still. I think I just saw one of those mumps move.
No, yes. Oh, that goes. That's the worst kind. I got galloping mumps. Now,
Charlie, if you're faking, that's a pretty cheap trick.
See? Marbles, 3 for a quarter.
What was that?
I don't know.
What did you say?
I'm delirious. I don't know.
Well, I think I better send for a doctor. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Why not?
I'm too sick to see a doctor.
Too sick. Too sick to see a doctor.
Too sick, yeah. Possibly a nice nurse I could have a little time for.
Well, Charlie, if you are sick, and I believe you are...
Yes, Bergen?
I'm afraid you'll have to stay home from school for a few days.
What?
Yes. Stay home from school.
Oh, no, not that, Bergen. Not that. I adore school.
You do?
Yeah, any day but tomorrow.
I see. And why tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow we're having a history test.
I see.
I'm just crazy to take it.
I see. Well, perhaps you could ask your teacher to give you the test at home.
Not that crazy.
I say, Egg. Hello. What's the matter with Charles? Well, he's not feeling well. Look at the size of his face.
I say, that looks like mumps, you know.
Yeah.
I had the mumps when I was a boy.
Well, I'm not quite certain that Charlie really has the mumps. When you had them, Ray, what were the symptoms?
The symptoms?
Yeah, the symptoms.
Symptoms I felt good, and sometimes I felt bad. I don't know how I do it.
I don't know why you do it.
Oh, that's all right, Charles. Buck up, old boy. Chin up and all that sort of thing. Here's a slap on the back.
Now look what you've done. I've lost my mumps.
Oh, so that's it. You put marbles in your mouth to get out of going to school, did you?
Well, no.
Well, then there are the marbles on the floor, all 4 of them.
4? I had 8 in my mouth. Holy smokes, I swallowed 4. Get a doctor or a hospital.
North, east, west, south.
Put them all together, they spell news. No commodity today is so widely sought after as news. And news and Bill Thompson are synonymous.
No, Mr. Twist, I'm not synonymous. I'm Bill Thompson. That's synonymous over there with the red nose, you see.
Please, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the neutered nosecaster, Bill Thompson.
Good evening, Mr. Thompson.
Good evening, Edgar. Incidentally, he just called me Spud.
Spud? But isn't that a rather unusual name for a news analyst?
No, not at all. The name Spud is very appropriate for a commentator.
Please, Mr. Thompson, the news.
Oh, yes. The news. We take you now to Africa for an interview with General Rommel. Take it away, Africa. That's funny. He was here a minute ago.
Say, Bill, you're considered the world's leading authority on those mischief-making little creatures, the gremlins. Now, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Lately, I've done some extensive research on the species of gremlin originating in Phlegeria. They speak two dialects, northern and southern. The northern gremlin speaks in Phlegerian like this. And the
southern gremlin?
The southern gremlin speaks like this. You all.
This fella, Mr. Thompson. That's the one I want to talk to.
Wait, please, wait. You can't disturb Mr. Thompson.
What's going on here? Why, Axel Swenson, how mordu?
Oh, finns som snus, ja. Hur mår du?
Oh, bra, tack så mycket, ja. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Axel Swenson, a great Swedish athlete. Axel has just broken the world's record in broad jumping with a phenomenal leap of 97 feet, 4 5/8 inches.
Yeah, that's me, all right. When I jump.
Well, tell us, Axel, how did you happen to break the standing broad jump record?
Well, I tell you how it is, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
You see, I owe it all to my brother Clarence.
Oh, was he in the track meet, too?
Oh, sure thing, yeah. He been a very bad shot with the javelin.
Oh,
Jumping Joseph, you got me again.
We're ready with our special event, Mr. Thompson.
All right, Mr. Twist, go ahead.
For the first time in the annals of newscasting, Mr. Thompson takes us inside a raider of the deep, a German U-boat in actual operation at sea. So that you will better understand what is taking place, I must explain that every command given is repeated by an under-officer for clearness. And now, as we switch you to the torpedo room of U-boat X-58, the first voice you hear will be that of the captain.
Make ready, torpedo tube number 1. Make ready, torpedo tube number 1. 1 minute, 1/2 minute. Fire! Good. Correct hit. Yeah, she should sink in 5 minutes. Just a minute here. My eyes are kind of strained here. Lieutenant. Yeah, Captain. Lieutenant, will you look through the periscope, please, and tell me what flag that ship is flying over there? Superflag, Captain. Well, come on, hurry up, Dummkopf. What do you see to the asparagus over there? Well, I'm afraid it's not the ship you thought it was. Well, is it one of... Yeah, it's one of ours. It's the target battleship Wiener Schnitzel. And right now it's got a hole in the pocket. Give me that periscope here. Yeah. Well, you're right, Lieutenant. It's one of ours, all right. Well, Lieutenant, do you think we'll get the Iron Cross anyway? That's pretty good, Captain, but that ain't the way I heard it.
At me, don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. life mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. You know how people talk, so we'll have to walk the chalk line. When others smile at me, don't scowl and frown so much, and don't laugh at my hat so much. People will say we're in love. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. Give me my rose and my glove. People will say we're in
Bergen,
Yes,
are you still mad at me?
I certainly am. You'd be ashamed of yourself faking the mumps to avoid taking your history examination.
I guess I'm a cad.
Yes. Why, when I was a boy, history gave me no trouble at all. No.
When you were a boy, there wasn't much history.
Now, wait. Now, let me tell you something, young man. I'm not only going to stand about so much of this sort of thing, because I don't...
Hello, Edgar. You know, you're just the man I want to see.
Well, Mary Boland.
Well, Charlie. How is my little pest? I mean, pest.
Not so good. I'm having trouble with Bergen.
Oh.
Imagine a boy his age wanting to stay away from school.
Why, Charlie, you should be ashamed of yourself. Knowledge is power.
Is that what it is? Ooh. Well, I think I blew a fuse.
You know the old saying, Charlie. A chain is only as strong as its missing link.
What are you trying to do? Make a monkey out of me?
Mary, what brings you here?
Well, now, Edgar, I'll not battle around the bush.
No.
I'm here in behalf of my organization.
Oh, I see. And what organization is that?
Well, now, you've heard of the wax and the wave.
Oh, certainly.
Are you a wave?
No, I'm a puff.
A what?
A puff. P-O-O-F. You see, it stands for Protectors of Our Feathered Friends.
Oh, I see. You're running a bird sanctuary.
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, you've got a fowl flop house. Now,
It is more than that. Much more. We have hundreds of feathered tenants. We have pigeons, ducks, pelicans, and tomorrow we are expecting a stork.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Well, you see, we really get the birds from everywhere.
And deservedly so.
Even now, I can hear the patter of little feet on my roof.
That's the way you impress me.
Mary, I think your organization is a fine idea.
Thank you.
The care of birds is a very humane cause.
thank you, Edgar. You middle-aged men are so understanding.
That hurt. I love this.
You know, Edgar, birds are amazingly intelligent. One can learn so much from them.
Yes, well, I've heard that. Bergen, why don't you ask them what to do for a bad case of molting? Now, don't...
Birds. What is nicer than to be awakened in the morning by the birds outside your window? What could be nicer than that?
To sleep until noon and not be awakened. Well, it's clear to see that you're very fond of birds, Mary.
Yes, indeed I am, Edgar. I love all wildlife, especially a lark.
Yeah, I guess she's been around plenty in her day.
Is that so? Charlie, you must come over to our bird sanctuary sometime. We have a woodpecker who just adore you.
Now, listen, no, you're not saying it, huh? Mary, it's most interesting place, this sanctuary of yours, and, I would like to come over there myself sometime.
That's exactly why I'm here, Edgar. Yes, you see, we girls are...
She uses the word loosely, of course.
Indeed. That may be your warped opinion.
I get it.
As I was saying, Edgar, we girls thought it would be thrilling to have Edgar Berger attend our next meeting. Alone.
But, Mary, what could I do at a bird society meeting? Lay an egg. Now,
You see, Edgar, we want you to speak, of course.
I see. But really, I don't feel that I'm qualified to speak on the subject of birds.
Oh, that's all right. None of the girls listen anyway. Now, all you have to do, Edgar, is say just a few introductory words, and then give a large donation.
Oh, yeah. A large donation from Bergen? She's new here, isn't she? Now, just what would you use this money for if you got it?
We do all sorts of things for the little birds.
Could you cure a pigeon of being pigeon-toed? No. Don't be ridiculous. But it's not ridiculous. In New York, they've got a polyclinic. No. For the parrots or something? No. Mary, you were telling me what you use this money for.
Well, you see, we use it for social activities. Now, for example, this spring we're making up 500 box lunches for a group of swallows.
500 box lunches? Are they going on a picnic?
No, they're flying back to Capistrano. Incidentally, Edgar, have you heard the mating call of the lovebird?
No, I don't believe I have. How does it go? I say, did you call me? You're just the one we want to see, Ray Noble. Yes, Ray, Miss Boland is interested in bird life.
I say, what a coincidence. I'm considered quite an authority on the subject of ornithology myself.
Oh, are you, Mr. Noble? Oh, won't you come to one of our meetings and share your knowledge with us?
Share knowledge? That would be like dividing the hole in a donut. Now,
really, when it comes to bird law, I don't think anyone speaks with more widely scattered brains than myself.
Well, tell me, scattered brains. I mean, Mr. Noble, are we doing enough? What I mean is really doing enough, for the duck-billed splatterpuss. Really enough, I mean.
For your information, Charles, the duck-billed splatterpuss is extinct.
Oh.
Yes.
How long since it extinct?
No.
Mr. Noble means, Charlie, that the duck-billed splatterpuss is non-existent.
Well, is that any reason why it should be neglected? Well, now, wait.
Have you been interested in birds very long, Mr. Noble?
Oh, yes, Miss Boland, really I have. I've devoted years of my life to them. And sometimes I wonder if they really appreciate it.
No, the birds are extremely grateful. Why, only last week, or was it 2 weeks ago?
Or was it coming Tuesday?
Harry, remind me to send you a pamphlet on reform schools.
A what?
A brochure.
Mary, as you were saying, birds are grateful.
Ah, yes.
They are grateful,
indeed.
yes.
You see, last week I gave a seagull some seeds for her young.
Oh, how nice. What happened?
The next day she came back and threw me a fish.
A very fitting thing to do.
Miss Boland, in your honor, I would like to dedicate a bird song to you.
How nice.
Yes. You're only a bird in a padded cell.
Replacing the Red Skelton Show, usually heard at this hour, here's a special rebroadcast of the American Armed Forces and their allies, featuring another of America's favorite comedians, Fred Allen. And with him tonight is Portland Hoffa, Hilo, Jack and a Dame, Al Goodman in the orchestra, and as guest star, Jimmy Durante. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, that extra coffee people are going to get this year will sure be a boon to radio.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, with more coffee, people will be able to stay awake during those Jack Benny programs now.
Do people really doze off listening to Jack?
Doze off? Why, Maisie doze and Dozy doze. Everybody doze off, Jimmy. They say that sheep with insomnia count little bennies, Jimmy. Barnyard connoisseurs have told me off the record that. But with this extra coffee, I hear they're inventing a new radio just to listen to the Benny program. It's a combination radio and percolator, Jimmy. It works except when the program is on. Now, if you really want to get at...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Jesus. Well, Portland, what's new tonight?
Nothing, except what's in the papers.
Well, I've been reading the papers, too. I read mostly from right to left.
The paper said that peroxide is scarce and blondes are disappearing.
Oh, yes, a blonde can establish a bleach head, but without peroxide, she can't hold it. You have to... Well, Portland, we'd better, before we find out just how much they will stand for, we had better... Right here, laughing at something we hope to have next week, are you? Portland, we had better run for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, our question tonight is, how did the fish shortage bother you?
Shall we go?
As the piece of string said to the finger, why not? I should have brought my chair with me. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is there.
Yes.
Senator Bloat, what about the fish problem?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
this country will never have another fish shortage.
Well, what does your bill advocate?
Every person who's doing nothing to help the war effort will be given a fishing line and some bait.
Yes?
The fishing lines will be thrown into the water.
When every person who is doing nothing to help the war effort has his line in the water?
With all these jerks, we'll soon have enough fish to feed America. I think so.
Well, I think the Senate... It's hardly worth the trouble, was it, Senator? From telling those kind of jokes, the Senator's starting to get whiskers on himself there. Well, I think the Senator has something there, and I hope he returns to clean it up. Now, let's see how Mrs. Prawn is doing.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, is anyone alive on this program? I would like... We might be the annex to the Smithsonian Institute or come to life here. Mrs. Prawn, did the fish shortage bother you?
No. Every day I sent my husband over to the aquarium.
I see.
In no time he was back with a mess of fish.
Say, that was a good idea.
Yes. Anytime you want fish, send the worm.
Well, we take leave of Mrs. Prawn and see who's in next door here.
No.
Ah, Mr. Nussbaum, how do you feel about this fish business?
Oh, fish I am eating morning, noon, and night. White fish, blue fish, red fish.
What redfish?
Salmon is purple, maybe. Also, I'm eating flambers, keeper, sardines.
In other words, you were crazy about fish.
Oh.
Ship ho, I should take it.
Besides eating, also I'm keeping in a goldfish bowl at station. Irving by name.
Irving was your pet sturgeon?
My little penny pal.
You liked Irving, huh?
Oh, when I'm coming home, Irving is leaping in the goldfish bowl for joy.
Really?
With the fins he's waving on me.
Gosh.
The caviar Irving is spelling out, oh, Lord, my board.
You were inseparable.
Until it's coming the fish shortage.
Well, what happened?
Suddenly there's no fish. For 2 weeks I'm not eating fish. I'm going shark raving mad.
You were fish famished, eh?
Every night I'm coming home, I'm looking on Irving.
Your sturgeon was still glad to see you?
With caviar, Irving is still spelling out, hello, my brother.
And then?
One night Irving was gone. The goldfish bowl was empty.
Mr. Nussbaum, you mean?
With cream cheese, Irving was delicious, didn't you?
That brings us to the little weed-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
You haven't more poems tonight.
Indubitably. Have you heard he was just a little pigeon, and yet he had religion?
No.
Or when his antlers caught in the chandelier, the big buck deer said Vayasmere?
No.
The stork had come, the doctor used penicillin. 2 minutes later, the baby was whistling.
Falstaff, you have upset everything. Tonight we have been mulling over the fish shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have spawned a scansia.
You have... What is your poem called?
The Whale Called a Meeting.
Well, how does it go?
The big bull whale said a meeting I decree, and he blew a spout that shook the sea. The fish came in schools, the porpoise and seals, the flying fish flew, crabs hitchhiked on eels. The minnows scurried, the haddock and sturgeon joined the tuna and cod who needed no urging. When all were assembled, from jellyfish to trout, the whale said, here's what this meeting's about. Fish can't fight Hitler with guns or with powder, but we can give our lives for fish dinners and chowder. Fish are like soldiers, for news we all pine. So to keep us both happy, please, drop us a line.
Well, thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves for the Fulton Fish Market to get another inspiration, Maestro Al Goodman rises to welcome Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids sing Mares He Dotes.
I know a Davy, nutty as a fruitcake, goofy as a goon, and silly as a loon. Some call it pretty, others call it crazy, but they all sing this tune. Nancy dotes and dozy dotes and little Nancy Davy, a diddly davy through wool and dew. Yes, Nancy dotes and dozy dotes and little Nancy Davy, a diddly davy through wool and dew. If the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little bit jumbled and jabby, sing Nancy oats and dozy oats and little Nancy Davy. Oh, Nancy dotes and dozy dotes and little Nancy Davy, a chiddly davy too, wouldn't you? a jibbly-dabby-too, wouldn't you? It's a kind of a game with words like nothing you ever heard. If you're running together, it won't matter whether they rhyme. If you're keeping time, Ramsey Pie and Lampy Pie, and little Pappy Pappy, a properly pappy too, wouldn't you? And Salesy Deals and Whalesy Deals, and little Turkey Dunker, a squaddly Dorchby too, but not if it's in a two. A pumpily tappy, a yappily dabber, a piggly family too, wouldn't you? Me too.
That was just a dash of Take It Easy, played by Al Goodman and 25 men whose salaries can't be frozen. They work for salt. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Pour it away. What is that la-da-da-ding? You sound like an ill wind blowing through Lower Basin Street.
It's the Skater's Waltz.
Oh.
Mama and I saw Sonia Honey yesterday.
Oh, does your mother like skating?
I'll say. Mama can do a figure eight.
Your mother doesn't have to do a figure eight. She has one. Your mother looks like a duffel bag that came to life. Your mother on ice.
Mama said you should be very good on ice, too.
Why?
Mama says there are so many cheapskates in your family.
Now, look, Portland, I'm tired tonight. I have had a lot of trouble this past week.
Trouble?
Yes, there's a housing shortage, you know. The other night, I was sitting home, a strange man knocked at my door, said he'd been walking all over New York trying to find a room. He couldn't find a place to sleep. It was a cold night, so I gave him a drink and let him sleep on my sofa. The next morning, when I got up, the stranger was gone, and he left $3 on the table for room rent.
You didn't know the man?
Didn't know the man at all. I felt terrible accepting money for a favor. I looked for the fellow all day to give him his $3 back, and that night I was depressed. Well, I decided to call on the only man who can cheer me up when I'm depressed, so I went over to that nightclub, the Copacabana. I knocked on this gentleman's dressing room door.
Well, if it ain't my old pal,
Jimmy Durante. Well... Say, this is a pretty dressing room you have here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I had an inferior decorator do the job. The same guy who did Lindy's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Instead of having roses on the wallpaper, he's got meatballs.
It's a pretty shade.
Yeah. It's a gravy pastel.
Gravy.
I was just taking a gander at my fan mail, Fred.
Oh, your fan mail? What is that postcard?
It's a vitamin ad. I'm through with vitamins.
Well, why?
I seen an ad. A certain vitamin capsule will grow hair. That's what it said.
Uh-huh.
I tried them for 2 months. I'm as bald as any part of a grapefruit.
You took these capsules every day?
I was putting them on top of my head.
Well, you're supposed to take them, Jimmy.
Now he tells me.
Say, Jimmy, I saw your picture on the cover of Time this week.
Yeah, they wanted to put my picture on the Reader's Digest. I turned them down.
Why?
People would think Durante was a midget.
Say, what is that stack of paper you have there, Jimmy?
These are some jokes my writers left me. Get this one. My girl never wears liquid stockings because she can't get her leg in the bottle. It's no good, Fred.
Well, why not, Jimmy?
My girl can. You know, my girl's got legs like a pipe cleaner.
That thin?
That fuzzy.
Say, what is that other slip? Another joke you have there?
Yeah, this one is a Lulu. Wait till you hear it.
Uh-huh.
They're making a new picture of the life of Abraham Lincoln. It's called Massey, Come Home.
Massey, he come home, eh?
What's the matter, Fred? You ain't laughing. You're letting Durante down.
Well, I'm worried, Jimmy.
Listen, if you're worried about the future, Fred, I know a gypsy who's open all night.
No, Jimmy, I'm not. I just have a little problem. You see, the other night I let a stranger sleep in my place. It was cold. I gave him a drink. The next morning I get up, the fellow was gone. He left $3 on the table, and I sort of feel guilty keeping the $3. I've looked around. I can't find the guy.
Stop worrying, will you, Fred? There's only one thing to do with that $3.
What?
Buy war bonds with it. There's a friend of mine down at the Federal Building, Mr. Umbriago. Umbriago sells war bonds.
Well, maybe that's what I'll do.
Hey, the show's starting, Mr. Durante. You're on.
I gotta do my number, Fred. I'll leave the door open so you can hear it in here.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to dedicate this number to that whack who blew me a kiss in the lobby of the Martha Washington Hotel last night. Let's go, Professor. Now, once upon a time, they sang the Bodie-O-Yo, but that was long ago. Then everybody started in to boop-boop-a-doo. They got tired of that, you know. I'll give you $50. You show me bloop-bloop in the music. Show me bloop-bloop in the music. Too bad I can't read. But the tune for you and me. Very unnecessary. Is that swinging symphony they call the king? A-dink-a-dee, a-dink-a-dee. Let me hear that band. What up there? A-dink-a-dee, a-dink-a-dee, a-dink-a-dee. Let me hear it again. You know, I was walking down Fifth Avenue, and I happened to stop into a fruiterer. I bought 2 apples. And you know, the clerk thought he knew a hit when he saw one. He said those apples will cost you $2 apiece. So I gave him a $5 bill. As he was about to give me my dollar change, I said, keep it, we're even. I stepped in the grave, coming in. Let me hear that band. What a band that Goodman has got. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. You know, last night I walked into the automat, and I put a lead nickel in the slot. And what do you think came out? The manager. Let me hear it, boys.
Well, Portland, when Jimmy finished his song at the Copacabana, we made an appointment to meet the next day and buy war stamps with my $3. Well, I got to the Federal Building first. I was waiting in the lobby when Jimmy rushed in.
Sorry I'm late, Fred. There was a pickpocket with no arms in the subway. He got his head caught in my pocket.
Put the bite on you, huh? Well, all right, Jimmy. All right, Jimmy. Let's get my stamps. This window here says War Savings Staff.
I'll see if Umbriago is behind the window. Hello, in there.
Anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, I'd like to buy $3 worth of...
Wait a minute. This guy ain't Umbriago.
Well, what's the difference,
I
Jimmy?
promised Umbriago, Fred. He's got to make his quota. Besides, if you're a friend of mine, Umbriago will lick the stamps for you.
Well, my delicatessen licks war stamps for me, Jimmy. They keep a wet tongue on the counter.
Gentlemen, will you hurry and buy your stamps? I've got to get back to my book.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm halfway up. A tree grows in Brooklyn.
Oh.
I can stop.
Just a minute, copperhead. Do you realize the gesture my friend is making?
Now, Jimmy, don't bother.
This man rented a room to a stranger for $3. Did he take this money and squander it on wine, women, and jukeboxes? No. He's here to put it where every penny should go. Into war bonds and stamps.
Now, please, Jimmy, quiet. I'll get my stamps. $3 worth, mister.
Before I tear them off, one thing.
Yes?
Did this gentleman say you rented a room?
Well, I didn't exactly rent the room.
No, the guy knocked on Mr. Allen's door.
Yes.
I see. Will you both step into this next office, please? Mr. Brownlee.
Yes, what is it, Heseltine?
2 suspects.
Suspects? What is this?
Mr. Brownlee is in charge of the OPA office on rent ceilings.
Rent ceiling?
Quiet, you. What's the charge, Heseltine?
The big one rented a room for $3. He was going to buy war stamps with the money. Then the little one with a cucumber nose started shooting off his bazoo.
That's a lie. I deny the allegation and I defy the alligator. If Umbriago was here, I'd serve the 2 of yous with reprievance.
Now, Jimmy.
I know what I'm talking about, Fred.
Don't lose your head.
I could lose my head and still have more brains than both of these 2 guys.
Quiet, you. Now you, the big one. How long have you been operating your rooming house?
What rooming house, Jimmy? Tell this bird.
Mr. Allen ain't got no rooming house. He ain't posing as no Boniface.
No.
No Boniface? There's a housing shortage. Mr. Allen gave this poor homeless wafer a bed for the night. The wafer left him $3.
Mr. Allen, how much were you renting that room for on April 15th, 1943, when Wentz proposing?
Well, nothing.
Today you rent it for $3. $3 over the ceiling price. A flagrant violation of the OPA laws.
A flagrant violation, Jimmy. Call my lawyer, Solinger and Solinger.
Who needs Solinger and Solinger, Fred? When Umbriago gets here, he'll heave this bum out on the street. A flagrant violation, he says. I'm laughing happily.
Now, look, Mr. Brownlee.
Don't talk to me, you dirty wartime profiteer. You made $3 profit on that room.
How could he make $3, swollen belly? It was a cold night. Allen gave the guy a drink of liquor. With the price of liquor what it is today, Allen must have lost money.
Liquor, huh? You have a license to sell liquor?
Well, no.
This isn't the case for the OPA. This is the case for the alcohol squad.
The alcohol squad?
You heard me. Follow me.
Oh, Jimmy, if you hadn't mentioned that drink.
Quit worrying, will you, Fred? Umbriago will have these guys on the street with their portfolios dragging.
Open this door, you 2. Mr. Ippolito.
Yes, Mr. Brownlee.
A speakeasy case. I suggest you grill these characters.
Now, you. Where is this speakeasy located?
I don't run a speakeasy. It was a cold night. I gave this stranger a drink.
Oh, well, if you didn't charge him for the drink.
Well, no.
No, the guy left $3.
Jimmy.
Oh, so you did take money for the liquor, huh? Did you enter this money as income?
Well, no.
Listen, Bud, listen. I can explain the whole thing.
You keep your nose out of this.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. And stop inhaling over my desk. You're sucking up my memos.
Now, listen, I didn't sell the liquor.
Look, Pinhead, this stranger knocked on Allen's door.
Stranger? You rented a room to a total stranger? You didn't get his name, his address? You didn't ask to see his draft card?
Well, no.
I've heard enough. Follow me.
This is all your fault, Jimmy Durante. I came in here to buy a war stamp. Now I'm getting pasted around.
When Umbriago gets here and sees what's going on, he'll have this jerk down on his knees begging for mercy.
Right in this door.
Now, Jimmy, the letter's on that door. Do you see what I see?
FBI. Who do we know with those initials?
Inside, please. Inspector Tugans?
Yes, Ippolito.
I think these 2 mugs, Allen and Durante, are mixed up in case 64.
Now, Inspector, there's been a mistake.
Allen, the FBI isn't interested in you small-time crooks. We're after bigger game. Now, describe this stranger who spent the night in your place.
Well, he was around about medium height.
Did he wear a green turtleneck sweater and carry a black patent leather briefcase?
Yes, sir. He wore yellow bicycle clips and carried a neon cane.
Allen, that man is wanted.
What man?
Sabotage Sam.
Sabotage Sam?
The FBI has been trailing this criminal for weeks. You let this nefarious gangster hide out on your premises.
Inspector, believe me.
Fred, let me handle this.
Jimmy, call my lawyer Solinger and Solinger.
This is a case for Umbriago, Fred. Why, when Umbriago hears about this, J. Edgar will personally beat this guy's brains out.
The FBI never forgets a face, Allen. Get under that light.
Now, the FBI doesn't know me.
Oh, no? You won't talk your way out of this rat, Fingers McGonagall.
Fingers McGonagall.
I knew there was something familiar about you. Those long thumbs, those sweeping hangnails.
Now, this is ridiculous. Jimmy, explain who I am. Tell him.
Tell him what, Fingers?
Fingers, Jimmy, you have known me for 20 years, and you take this guy's word?
Fred, he's got a on his face.
Inspector, believe me, I am not Fingers McGonigal. I'm Fred Allen. I just came in here to buy some war staff.
Inspector, you got to give Allen the benefit of the doubt.
There is no doubt.
Then there is no benefit.
Come clean, Fingers. Where's Sabotage Sam? Where's your gun moll, Jersey Jenny? Where's your brother, Flat Top?
Now, wait a minute. I don't know these people. A strange guy came to my apartment.
Now, look, turn state's evidence, Fingers, and I'll get you off with 40 years. If you don't, it's Alcatraz.
Wait a minute, Inspector. You can't do that, my friend.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you talked me out of it.
Now, Jimmy, explain to him. He won't believe me. Tell him a stranger just knocked on my door.
I gotta laugh. This is funny. When I think what Umbriago is going to do to this joint, I shudder. Umbriago is your only hope, friend.
Now, Fingers, perhaps if you see a picture of Sabotage Sam, if you're brought face to face with this low, despicable saboteur, maybe your tongue will loosen. Look, over on that wall, that picture under wanted. Do you recognize your buddy?
Now, believe me, Inspector, I never saw this man before in my life. I'm innocent.
Well, I'll be seeing you when you get out, Fred.
Jimmy, where are you going?
I gotta beat it, Fred.
Why?
That picture on the wall, that guy's who's wanted.
You recognize him?
It's Umbriago. So long, Fred.
Oh, Jimmy.
You've just heard a rebroadcast of the Fred Allen Show. And now, as an after-show treat, we invite you to listen to the distinctive rhythms of Raymond Scott and his orchestra. This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Corporation, world's largest radio manufacturer, presents your Radio Hall of Fame. Today and every Sunday, for 1 full hour, the stars made great by your recognition of their achievements are brought to you by Philco Corporation, makers today of radar and electronic equipment to help win the war, makers tomorrow of products for good living in a world at peace. This afternoon, the Philco Radio Hall of Fame pays special tribute to the great comedian Fred Allen, Lawrence Tibbett, star of the Metropolitan Opera and Your Hit Parade, Raymond Edward Johnson, who is Raymond of Inner Sanctum, the Jukebox Queen, Lilton Martha Tilton, Portland Hoffa, Allen's Alley, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Paul Whiteman, the orchestra, and chorus. Our guest of honor and master of ceremonies today is a man who has just won the Peabody Award, the top award in radio for comedy unexcelled over a period of 12 years. He is one of the greatest entertainers of our time. His nasal twang is probably as familiar to the radio public as any voice on the air. His dry, sharp wit is in the great American tradition of such men as Mark Twain and Will Rogers. An introduction like that can be followed by only one man in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Fred Allen.
Thank you, Glenn. It certainly is an honor to be nominated for the Hall of Fame.
Oh, well, you've been more than nominated, Fred.
More than nominated?
Oh, yes. In tribute to the fact that you won the Peabody Award, we are calling this Fred Allen Day on the Radio Hall of Fame.
Well, thank you, Glenn. I don't know why these honors have been conferred on me, Glenn. It must be the manpower shortage. You know, the manpower shortage is so bad, the Brooklyn Dodgers are trying to get Noel Coward to play shortstop. But passing on to more pleasant things, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or perhaps I should say good afternoon. You know, time is so confusing these days. In California, they have Pacific War time. Then, of course, there's Mountain Time, Central Standard Time, and here in New York, we have a choice. Eastern War or Male LaGuardia time. The little flower is the man of the hour, and brother, is he stuck with it. But it's an awful town. Only one man up after 12 o'clock walking. But it makes things very confusing.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, if it isn't Portland.
Mr. Allen!
I don't know why I'm surprised, Portland. So surprised, rather. You know, there's one thing in radio I can never understand. Those comedians who always act so surprised. You know, the fellow yells, "Well, the Mad Russian, what are you doing here?" The Mad Russian, they came down to the studio together at 6 o'clock in the morning. All day long, they've been trying to remember other people's jokes they can tell on their program that night. They read over the script 90 times during the day. They had breakfast, dinner, and supper together. It's 9 o'clock at night. The program starts, and the comedian is surprised. He said, "Well, the Mad Russian, what are you doing here?" What is the Mad Russian? What is the Russian doing there? He's trying to get a few laughs. And if he doesn't get laughs next week, instead of the Mad Russian, it will be, "Well, if it isn't the Happy Hungarian, what are you doing here?" And now, Portland, I'm sorry I interrupted. What's on your mind?
Well, I was trying to say, now that spring is here.
Well, what about spring?
It's a lovely season. The flowers blooming, the grass turning green. Love is in the air.
Yes, Portland, this is the time of the year when the birds and the bees take their young ones aside and tell them about people. You know, next Sunday will be Easter. Have you bought your new outfit yet?
Just the hat.
Oh, that hat you had last year. You know, it used to look like a blowout patch with an artichoke hitchhiking on it. What has your milliner cooked up this Easter?
Mama didn't take me to a milliner this year.
Where did you get your hat?
In a pet shop.
Oh, really? A pet shop? What is your chapeau like?
It's a pigeon.
A live pigeon?
Yes, I comb my hair like a nest.
Yeah.
And the pigeon just squats in it.
Just squats in it, huh? You have a new outfit to go with the pigeon, have you?
Yes. It's an Eisenhower jacket.
What is an Eisenhower jacket?
Well, it flares wide across the shoulders, narrows down gradually, and is drawn tightly around the waist.
The general bypassed the Belgian bulge again, huh? Well, this barrage of humor has tired me a little, Portland. I think I shall go and lie down.
Yes, you look tired.
Oh, I'm exhausted. I haven't slept a wink all week. You know, they called me up last Monday and told me I was going to be on the Radio Hall of Fame. They said I had to run the whole show and select all of the people. Well, whom could I get? What could I do? All week long, I worried. Last night, as the climax, I had a terrible dream, Portland. I was lying in bed, tossing and turning in my dream. Radio Hall of Fame. Pick all the people. Music, Paul Whiteman, Hall of Fame. Tune of the week. Oh, what am I going to do?
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, I'm in an awful spot. I have to find all those people for the Hall of Fame. What can I do? Where can I go?
Say, why don't you go down to Allen's Alley?
Say, that's a good idea to start a mythical program.
Have you got a question?
Yes, you know, for the next 3 months, the OWI has announced the civilian quota of meat will be reduced 12%. And so our question could possibly be, how is the reduced supply of meat going to affect you?
Shall we go?
Well, as Mrs. Cassidy said to Mr. Cassidy, let's hop along. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I wonder if the same old people still live here in the same old houses. Let's try this first house.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes?
Well, tell me, you haven't changed a bit, Senator. Tell me, Senator, how do you feel about this reduced supply of meat for civilians?
It's terrible. Out west, meat is so scarce, buzzards are circling over vegetables.
Buzzards are circling over vegetables, eh?
Yes, and in New York, the situation is deplorable.
How do you mean?
After the curfew, people go to apartments.
Yes?
Curtains are drawn.
Yes?
Lights are lowered.
Yes?
People sit there in the semi-darkness. And what do they do?
You mean, Senator?
They eat meat.
Gad, meat easy, Senator? Well, tell me, what is the solution, Sen? Are you taking any action?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through...
Yes?
People will eat seafood.
Good. What seafood do you suggest?
Crab meat. I'm eating crab meat 3 times a day.
Oh, good.
Crab meat for breakfast.
Yeah?
Crab meat for lunch.
Yeah?
And crab meat for dinner.
Well, hasn't eating all of this crab meat bothered you any?
Yes. When I walk...
Uh-huh.
I walk sideways. I thank you.
Well, the senator's always crabbing. Let's try this next door.
Hello, kid. What's cooking?
Well, Mr. Pappas, how is your restaurant coping with this reduced meat supply?
Oh, am I having trouble?
What's wrong?
Well, the OPA is not only going in my icebox, they're going in my jukebox.
What did the OPA want in your jukebox?
They're taking out 1 meatball.
Well, don't you serve any meat dishes at all?
Only the OWI beef stew.
OWI beef stew. What is that?
I'm first boiling 2 quarts water.
Yes?
Into the boiling water, I'm putting a whole lot vegetables.
Uh-huh.
3 pounds scallops, potatoes, string beans, turnips. It's coming to a simmer. I'm serving.
Carrots, potatoes, and turnips. Where does the beef come in?
The minute the customers is tasting,
yes,
I'm getting the beef. So long, kid.
Well, Pablo can probably cut up a map and a little mayonnaise and make 1,000 Island dressings. Well, what will happen if I knock at this next door?
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Forever Amber.
We have the same initials, F.A., you know. Well, tell me, Mrs. N, is the meat reduction bothering you?
The reduction I'm not minding. It is the expense.
Oh, the expense, huh?
Yesterday I'm going to a delicatessen.
Uh-huh.
You are acquainted possibly with the salamis that are hanging in the window?
Uh-huh.
For 50 cents, they are letting me smell the string.
You smell the salami? I take it you have cut down on meat, then.
Well, when I'm eating meat, I'm making always a victory sandwich.
Oh, really? Well, how do you contrive a victory sandwich?
First, I'm taking one slice bread.
Yes?
In one corner, I'm putting a little piece meat.
In one corner.
On top, I'm putting another slice bread.
Yeah?
The 2 slices 4 times over I'm folding.
Mm-hmm.
Then I am eating.
Well, how is it?
For the first 10 minutes, you are tasting bread.
Yes?
But when you are coming to the meat,
Yeah?
it is delicious.
Oh,
Thank you.
Well, we're almost at the end of the alley. I wonder who lives in here.
You knock, mister. I'm to home. Name a subject. I'll fold a poem.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't Falstaff Openshaw used to live in this shanty?
Yeah, I'm Falstaff's Uncle Clem.
Oh, the rural branch. Clem Openshaw, hey?
Yeah, the Meadow Minnesinger.
Meadow Minnesinger.
2 years I was poet laureate with Montgomery Ward.
Oh, you were, really? They carried you out with that other guy, did they?
I come out with the spring catalog.
Oh, I see. Don't get lonesome that way. Well, have you, tell me, do you write poems like Falstaff?
Yeah. Have you heard? Said the Jersey cow to the bull from Wisconsin, "You're cute, all right, but you're no Van Johnson."
No, I haven't heard that.
The Duke of Windsor has packed his pajamas. He knows any day he'll leave the Bahamas.
No, I haven't heard that either.
Oh, since the day Mother called the good humor man cutie, he lets her sit on his wagon and eat tutti frutti.
Now, wait a minute. Clem, you're worse than Falstaff. Tonight we have been discussing the reduced meat supply for civilians.
Oh, Proggett, that's why I'm here. I've wrote a poem.
What have you titled your T-bone quatrain?
I heard the call.
I heard the call. How does it go?
I heard the call to give up meat. 'Twas no effort to obey. To shun all stews and beef ragouts, tenderloin and filet, pot roast veal and liverwurst, hamburger and pig's feet, fricassee and lamb chops I'd rather die than eat. I ain't bragging I'm patriotic, but deep down underneath, I know the reason I don't eat meat is 'cause I ain't got any teeth.
Well, very good. Well spoken, Ken. Now, there's only one more house in the alley. Let's try here.
Hello, Fred.
Oh, wait till we open the door, Paul. Don't come. You're big enough to come through the side of the house like that, you reckon? Well, Paul Whiteman, what are you doing down here in Allen's Alley?
The housing shortage, Fred. I've got the boys inside rehearsing our Now and Then number for the Philco Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh, good. What song have you picked for this week?
The easiest way to explain that, Fred, is to read you the label on this old phonograph record.
What does that label say?
It says record number 91939A, last night on the back porch, Foxtrot. I loved her best of all. Paul Whiteman and his orchestra with vocal refrain, Pat Pending.
Pat Pending, that old baritone. Haven't heard him for years, Paul. Say, how did that old record sound, Paul?
Oh, about like this, Fred.
was swell, Paul. Now tell me, if I had a nickel and there was a jukebox handy, how would last night on the back porch sound today?
If my band recorded the song, this is what you get for your nickel.
For my nickel, good.
Mr. Allen?
Well, I walked down the street, and to whom should I bump into? But, Glenn, I'm from Boston, you know. That whom fits in. But, Glenn Riggs.
And what did he say?
Well, Mr. Riggs said...
In the modern research laboratories maintained by Philco, more than 500 engineers, scientists, and technicians are at work to speed the progress of electronic science. Before the war, they pioneered in improving the range, performance, and tone of Philco radios and radio phonographs, providing better radio reception and greater enjoyment from recorded music. Today, they devote themselves entirely to the miracles of modern warfare, new radar and electronic weapons that are helping our fighters crush the enemy. Tomorrow, these Philco research scientists will devote their widely varied skills once more to peacetime progress. In their laboratories, they will translate the modern achievements of electronic science into new and greater enjoyment of radio and recorded music. And in your home, the Philco name, famous for quality the world over, will more than ever stand for radio leadership.
Oh, commercials. Even when you dream about a radio program, you get the commercials.
Who else can you find for the Radio Hall of Fame, Mr. Allen?
Oh, I don't know, Portland. Let me look in this newspaper. I may see some names. General Patton.
He belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I know, but he's busy now, Portland. General Patton is taking the watch on the Rhine apart and giving the Nazis the work. Say, here's a girl's name in Winchell's column.
Isn't she the girl who spent 3 months in the Pacific last summer with the Jack Benny show?
That's right. And anybody who can stand Jack Benny for 3 months deserves to be on the Radio Hall of Fame.
But where can you find this girl?
Oh, in radio, that's easy. You just say, here she is, and here she is, Miss Martha Tilton.
Martha, I think that you deserve the presidential citation for outstanding bravery.
Well, all I did, Fred, was to try to entertain the boys. A lot of other actors have made the same trip.
Well, I know, Martha, but they didn't have to go with the gray ghost of Waukegan. You know, on those jungle islands, when Benny sat around with the monkeys, it must have looked like one man's family.
Well, I thought you and Jack were good friends.
Well, we used to be years ago. You know, when we were kids, little Jackie had no mittens. On cold days, I used to let him keep his hands in my pockets. Well, when we grew up, I couldn't seem to break him of the habit. One day, my Boy Scout knife, a fishhook, my apricot, and 3 worms were missing. There were words.
Is that what started you fighting?
Oh, yes, Martha. That started the whole thing. Benny blew his top. I picked it up, brushed it off, and stuck it back on his scalp again. And from then on, it's been the battle of words. Tell me, are you going back with old Dorian Gray again?
Well, yes, I think Jack expects to go overseas again next summer.
Yes, Benny likes to play for servicemen. You know, at his age, it's less painful to lay powdered eggs.
Well, Jack sure got a kick out of it.
I just wanted to make sure. I thought everybody had left there for a minute.
Well, Jack sure got a kick out of playing to the boys in the foxhole.
Oh, now look, Martha. Benny played to people in foxholes when he was in vaudeville. The minute he used to walk on the stage with that fiddle, people would duck down under their seats and with their bare hands tunnel their way out of the theater. But playing all of those Pacific Islands must have been a wonderful experience.
It was really exciting, Fred.
I can imagine.
And many days in the jungle we had nothing to eat but coconuts.
Coconuts? It must have been good to get back and taste some real food.
Oh, yes. The first day back home, Mr. Benny invited us all to his house for dinner.
Really? What did you have?
Coconuts.
Coconuts. Well, you were lucky. I was at Benny's house for dinner the night he got back from Capistrano. I got the dark meat of one swallow. That's the main course. You know, that guy is tighter than the back of a fat lady's slacks.
Why, Fred, how can you talk like that about Warner Brothers' famous lover?
Famous lover? Martha, you are confusing Brother Benny with another Warner Brothers leading man whose objective isn't always Burma.
Have you seen Jack's new picture, The Horn Blows at Midnight?
Yes, The Horn Blows at Midnight, but the audience blows the minute the picture starts. But enough small talk about a small talent, Martha. I really dreamed you up here on the Radio Hall of Fame, you as the pride of the jukeboxes, to sing a song. Now, what would you suggest?
I'd like to sing A Stranger in Town.
Anybody we know?
Just arrived on the 7:10. Thought I'd see the old gang again. But you know how they come and go. I'm just a stranger in town. Everyone, everywhere I see seems to wonder who I can be. And I swear no one seems to care about a stranger in town. I saw a cottage on a lonely old street. The weeds have grown round the gate. Somehow I felt that you would wait here, my sweet, but it looks like I'm too late. Guess I'll leave on the 12:02. Can't believe that there's no more you. Is there nothing for me? Will I always be a stranger in my own hometown? There's no more you. Is there nothing for me? Will I always be a stranger in my own hometown?
Radio Hall of Fame.
I know, but I'm going to need a lot of other people, Portland.
Well, who else can you get?
Better late than never. Anything can happen in radio. You know, any minute somebody may call.
Hey, Bud, are you Fred Allen Hay?
Now, please, madam, I'm having a dream, not a nightmare.
No kidding. No kidding, Hay. Are you Fred Allen Hay?
What can I do for you, Hay?
I'm Bessie Ottenheimer.
So?
Well, I'm president of a fan club.
Really?
200 girls that's out of work.
Oh, your fan club is unemployed?
Yeah, us girls is at that awkward age.
Oh, really? The awkward age, huh?
Yeah, we're too old for Sinatra and too young for John Charles Thomas.
Well, don't mess with me. I'm not Mr. In-Between, if it's any use.
But, gee, if you don't help us, Mr. Allen, we're stuck with 200 pairs of Bobby socks.
Well, I know it. What can I do?
There's a new boy took Frankie's place on the hit parade.
You mean Lawrence Tibbett?
Yeah. Maybe he can use our fan club. We can put him over.
Put him over? Why, Lawrence Tibbett has sung in opera. He's been a concert star.
Now, wait. We ain't interested in his past. We're thinking about his future.
You really prefer Mr. Tibbett to Sinatra?
And how, mister? When Larry sings I Walk Alone, you know he can do it.
You mean he won't get off the train at New Haven enough? Well, Bessie, if you really want to meet your idol, here he is, Mr. Lawrence Tibbett. Mr. Tibbett, this is Bessie.
Hiya, charm boy, you know what I mean?
The name, madam, is Lawrence Sterling Maynard Francis Tibbett.
Yeah?
The initials are LSMFT.
Well, my name is Bessie Ottenheimer. The initials are B.O. They're as well known as your initials.
Please, Bessie.
Oh, no hard feelings, Larry. I'm glad to meet you, know what I mean?
So, frankly, I don't.
Now, Bessie's president of a fan club that's out of work, Mr. Tibbett.
Yeah, I can throw the whole organization at your feet.
A fan club? What is a fan club?
Well, it's like what Singers has in the opera, clocks.
Oh, you mean clack, don't you?
No, in this case, I think cluck is the word.
Cluck, I guess, would be the word.
No kidding, Larry, boy, you're solid. Why, last Saturday when you sang Don't Fence Me In, I ran over to Prospect Park and started grazing.
No doubt.
Well, do you think you can use this lost fan club, Mr. Tibbett?
We was formerly with Sinatra.
Well, what is Sinatra?
Oh, surely you've heard of Sinatra.
Is it nature spelled backwards?
Larry. When do we start swooning for you?
Well, I don't know. Anytime.
We can make you another Carmen Lombardo.
Madam, threats will get you no place.
Now, look, Bessie, why don't you give Mr. Tibbet a little time to think it over?
Okay.
And in the meantime, Bessie, if Mr. Tibbet doesn't get in touch with you, I hope you'll show him the same consideration.
It's a deal. Us girls will give him 24 hours.
Good.
After that, Andy Russell, here we come. So long.
So long, Bessie.
She's a hip chick, Fred. She'll always be a fan, whether I'm on the hit parade or Sinatra's on it.
What's the difference, you or Sinatra, flesh or fantasy, Mr. Tibbet? And since you mentioned the hit parade, how about giving us a small helping of your number one song?
All right, Fred, I'm coming at you with Accentuate the Positive.
Oh, fine.
Gather round me, everybody. Gather round me while I preach some. Feel a sermon, yes, sir, feel a sermon coming on me. The topic will be sin, and that's what I'm against. If you wanna hear my story, then settle back and just sit tight. Start reviewing the attitude of doing right. You gotta accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, but don't have to miss in between. You gotta spread joy to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum, have faith, a pandemonium, a life scene. To illustrate, small as the mark, shown in the whale, no in the ark. What did they do? Just when everything looked so dark. Man just said you gotta act and accentuate the positivity, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, but don't in between. No, don't mess with mystery in between. Mark, Joan in the whale, no in the ark. What did they do? Just when everything looked so dark. Man, they said you gotta act. Accentuate the positivity, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative, but don't miss in between. No, don't miss with miss in between.
Well, after Mr. Tibbet sang Portland, I seemed to doze off. Suddenly, I heard that man again. He was saying,
when Philco introduced its advanced design refrigerator, the new and exclusive features which made it a new kind of a refrigerator were instantly apparent. But the most important feature of all, dependability, was not visible. During these years, when the reliability and trouble-free performance of the family refrigerator has been of vital importance, the precision and care with which the Philco refrigerator was built, the quality of its construction and materials, has paid big dividends to its many owners. All over America, there are people who know that while you can't see dependability, the Philco name on their refrigerator is a promise of quality and reliability. And when the time comes for choosing a new refrigerator, behind the features which the progress of science will produce will be this promise of the Philco name, famous for quality the world over.
And what happens then in your your dream, Mr. Allen?
Well, you know, when you're dreaming about a radio program, Portland, right in the middle of your dream, you have to stop for 10 seconds while a man says...
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
And then, Portland, you even have to hold up your dream a little longer while the same man says...
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Philco Radio Hall of Fame with Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, Lawrence Tibbett, Martha Tilton, Raymond Edward Johnson, who is Raymond of Inner Sanctum, Paul Whiteman, the orchestra and chorus.
And now what comes next, Mr. Allen? You could have the Song of the Week.
Hey, that's right. Mr. Paul Whiteman could nominate for the Hall of Fame the Best Music Seller, and Martha Tilton could sing, mark you, My Dreams Are Getting Better All the Time.
At me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know, he looked at me in a different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago, and though it's a dream, I never dreamed he'd ever say hello. Oh, maybe tonight I'll hold him tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time.
What do you know? My dreams are getting better all the time. Better and better, and what do you know? What do you know? She looks at me. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago, I never dreamed that she would ever say hello, hello, hello. Maybe tonight I'll hold her tight. My dreams are getting better, getting better, getting better all the time.
He smiled at me in my dreams last night. My dreams are getting better all the time. And what do you know? He looked at me in the different light. My dreams are getting better all the time. To think that we were strangers a couple of nights ago, and though it's a dream, I never dreamed he'd ever say hello. Or maybe tonight I'll hold him tight when the moonbeams shine. My dreams are getting better all the time.
What do you know? She laughed. What do you know? My dreams are getting better all the
Well, that's song of the week was indeed a happy thought, Portland.
What is your next suggestion for the Radio Hall of Fame?
Well, it's a mystery sketch, but I'm afraid it can't be done in radio.
The crime is so terrible?
No, it's not the crime exactly. This mystery is so baffling, Portland. Nobody has ever been able to solve it.
Have you tried Basil Rathbone?
By appointment. Basil and Sherlock Holmes both gave it up at a joint meeting. The thin man hung up when I called. Mr. Queen heard I was looking for him and got the Ellery out of town. Surprising when you come across a joke in the middle of a dull page, isn't it?
Have you seen Raymond?
Raymond? You mean the fellow who runs Inner Sanctum? Say, that is a smashing idea, Portland. Raymond's office, I think, is in a haunted house on the next street. Let's go around there. Here's the place, Portland. There's the sign on the door. Inner Sanctum. Through these portals pass the most beautiful ghouls in the world.
Mr. Allen!
Now stop shaking, Portland. Gosh, your teeth are chattering. It sounds as though there's a dice game going on in your mouth.
I'm scared.
Well, take my hand. Just grab one of the veins. I'll open the door. This must be the waiting room.
Look!
What?
That man sitting at the desk.
He has no head. Just a neck sticking up out of his collar.
What do you want?
Who is that? Who's talking? Where are you?
Open the top drawer of the desk.
What?
The top drawer of the desk.
Oh, the desk. I'll open it. Gad. A head.
Well?
Is that your body sitting in the chair?
Yes, my sinus bothers me.
Your sinus?
Yes, there's only one way I can get any relief. I take my head off and put it in this drawer.
Where is Raymond?
Go through that door.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute, chum.
Yes?
There's a draft here. Close this drawer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
Gosh, this place is spooky.
Well, the head said that Raymond was through this door. Now, let's see.
But this room is empty. Ooh. Ooh.
Who was that? Who are you?
I'm a woman ghost.
Oh, woman ghost?
I'm releasing a man ghost for active service.
Where are you? Why don't you come out?
I can't come out.
Why not?
My sheet isn't back from the laundry.
Look, where can we find Raymond?
Through that door.
Thank you.
So long, big boy.
Say, I'd like to take you out sometime.
Sorry, big boy.
You mean ghosts don't make dates?
The spirit is willing, but there isn't any flesh.
I get it. Well, let's go, Portland.
Not me. I'm getting out of here. Goodbye.
Well, I'll go ahead alone. I'll try this next door.
Good evening, fiend. Friend. This is Raymond, your host. Draw up a slab.
Pull up a slab. Now, look.
Did you bring the bodies?
Bodies?
Aren't you the man from the morgue?
Well, no.
No, excuse me. This is Raymond speaking. I'll be right over. Now, Mr.
Allen. My name is Fred Allen.
Your face.
My face is familiar?
No, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Not even horizontal?
That's right.
Now look, Raymond.
Excuse me. Come on in. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm Paul Whiteman, Raymond.
Yes, Mr. Dorsey.
I heard you needed a body.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Whiteman.
Now, look, Raymond. As long as the right man died. We didn't kill Dorsey. if he isn't on the show. You know what Afro'll do.
What's on your mind,
Look, Raymond,
Mr. Allen?
I hate to interrupt myself in this fashion.
That's right.
I have a mystery sketch I want to put on the Philco Radio Hall of Fame.
What? Yes?
My mystery has no finish. Nobody, Raymond, has ever been able to solve it.
But I have solved hundreds of mysteries.
I know that.
The mystery of the man who didn't know he was dead.
The man didn't know he was dead?
No, he had a glass body. I looked through the glass and saw his heart had stopped beating.
And?
I told the man he was dead.
Did he lie down?
No, he collected his life insurance and became a vice president of the Blue Network.
Well, my mystery is even more baffling, Raymond. Baffling than that one.
Yes. What is your case about?
I'll show you. Pull up a slab, Raymond. My mystery starts with some mysterioso music.
Presenting the most famous unsolved mystery of all... Presenting the most famous unsolved mystery of all times. The strange case of Rodney Rappaport, the Goulash King. The scene, the Westchester estate of Rodney Rappaport. Heaves, the butler, is flushing a moth in the drapes. The doorbell rings.
Oh, I say, the doorbell. Who can be disturbing the master at this beastly hour?
Good evening, Heaves.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Wassop. Are you expected or just barging in?
I've brought Mr. Rappaport a new stamp for his collection.
Oh, I see.
It's a new 4-cent stamp. A picture of Mayor LaGuardia and a bartender.
Here, it sounds unique, sir.
Yes, the mayor is telling the bartender he can serve drinks until 1 o'clock. Where is Mr. Rappaport?
The master is in the library. He's been working on his stamp collection and listening to the radio. I'll announce you. Announcing Mr... Oh, good heavens. I say, the master's been murdered. Help! Police! Police! Yes, sir?
I'm Inspector Bagby of the State Police.
You've come about the murder?
Yes, I'm auditioning. If I solve this case, next week they're putting me on Gangbusters. Now, where's the body?
Right here in the library, sir.
Thank you. Now, all right, Butler, you round up everybody in the house. Bring them here to the library for questioning. Make it snappy.
Right-o, sir.
I'll take a look at the body. Uh-huh. Stamp book open on his lap. Piano wire around his neck. Pastry knife stuck in his back. His skull fractured by this horseshoe. An arsenic bottle on the table. And his hand clutching the dial on his radio. What is it?
Here are all the others, Inspector Bagby.
Good.
This is Minerva, the cook.
Hello, handsome.
This is James, the chauffeur.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
And this is Mr. Joshua Wassop. He worked with Mr. Rappaport on his stamp collection.
Oh, really?
How do you do?
All right, now you folks know why I'm here. Somebody in this house murdered Rodney Rappaport. Now, who done it?
I did.
Now, wait a minute. Somebody's lying here. I can't arrest 4 people for one murder. Sing Sing will have to install an electric Davenport. Now, I'm going to grill you one at a time. First, you, James, the chauffeur.
I confess I killed him.
Why?
For 15 years, every day I've been driving Mr. Rappaport to work in his horse and buggy.
You liked your boss?
I hated him. I was crazy about the horse. The horse was my best friend.
But why?
The meat shortage came. The horse disappeared. I suspected Rappaport.
Why?
One night I found a horseshoe in my goulash.
Your best friend, the horse, had been killed, and you wanted revenge.
Yes, I hit Rappaport over the head with a horseshoe just for luck.
James, the chauffeur, I arrest you for the murder of Rodney Rappaport.
Hold on. I confess. I killed Rodney Rappaport.
You, Joshua Wassop, the stamp collector?
I put arsenic on the back of all his stamps. Rodney licked one and died.
What was your motive?
I was supposed to inherit his stamp collection, but Rodney made out a new will and left me $5 million instead.
And you murdered him?
It wasn't the money.
Then why?
Without a stamp collection, I could never get on Hobby Lobby.
I I arrest you, Joshua Wassip.
Hold it, big boy. I confess I'm the real murderer.
Minerva the cook?
Yes, Daddy. I killed him because I loved him.
You, a cook, were in love with your employer?
Rodney was crazy about my lemon meringue pie.
I see.
For 20 years, every night, I made him a lemon meringue pie.
Uh-huh.
When I put the lemon meringue pie on the table, Rodney'd kiss my hand.
Then why did you stick this pastry knife in his back?
This morning, I found the real reason he was kissing my hand.
It wasn't affection?
He was licking the meringue off my finger.
I arrest you, Minerva the cook, for the murder of Rodney Rappaport.
Now, stop. There's a lot of hugger-mugger. I confess. I committed the murder. I strangled him with a piano wire. It was a G-string.
Now, wait a minute, Heaves. Why should you kill him?
When I found he used the horse in his goulash, I was afraid of my life.
Why?
I weigh 300 pounds. Who knows? I might have been next.
I think you're all lying. I'll give you one last chance. Now, come clean, all of you. Who murdered Rodney Rappaport?
I did.
Well, Raymond.
I see what you mean, Fred.
That's the mystery. Here's the body. You see the wire around his neck, the blood-stained horseshoe, the knife in his back, and the poison stabs. Now, who killed Rodney Rappaport?
It's all very simple, Fred.
You have the solution?
It's quite obvious. None of these people murdered Rappaport.
But I twisted the piano wire about his neck.
Yes, Heaves, but the wire caught on the back of Mr. Rappaport's dicky. Couldn't be pulled tight enough to strangle him.
Looked, by George.
I conked him over the head with a horseshoe.
Yes, James, but you missed the medulla oblongata. You may have given Mr. Rappaport a concussion, but you did not kill him.
That's what ignorance will do all the time.
But I put the knife in his back.
I know, Jacqueline, but the blade was deflected by the third rib. No vital organ was touched.
That's what I get for not joining the nurse's aid.
That proves that I committed the murder. I put the arsenic on the stamp.
Yes, Wash-Up, but Mr. Rappaport did not lick the stamps. He was drooling on them.
Well, as the nose said to the Kleenex, I think I'll blow.
There you are, Mr. Allen. That disposes of all your suspects.
You mean that none of these people murdered Rodney Rappaport?
They all attempted to.
Yes?
But they murdered him after he was dead.
But how?
You see, Rodney Rappaport's hand is still clutching that radio dial?
That's right.
The radio dial is set at 66.
66.
That's right. This clock knocked off on the floor is stopped at 7:30.
At 7:30 Sunday night, Rodney Rappaport turned off his radio?
Yes, he had been listening to the Jack Benny program.
And listening to Jack Benny for 30 minutes killed him?
Rodney Rappaport was bored to death.
Bored to death is right.
Oh, that was a very thrilling mystery, Mr. Allen. Then what happened in your dream?
Oh, my dream went all to pieces. I dreamed a lavish musical production. Paul Whiteman, the orchestra, the chorus, and Lawrence Tibbett did a beautiful medley of the Desert Song.
world to me. If she were mine,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take these few seconds to speak on a very important subject. The supply problem for the war is of almost unbelievable proportions. We've got the ships, nearly 4,000 of them, and 3 new ones are being built every day. But we need experienced men to run them, licensed mates, engineering officers, ABs, firemen, oilers, water tenders, and practically all other branches of experienced seamen. And this is one of America's most urgent manpower problems. The experienced seaman who signs up now knows that he is not only helping the war effort tremendously, but is assuring himself of a job with a great future. Advancement is now faster than ever before, and men are paid while attending upgrading schools. So, if you are a skilled or highly experienced seaman, apply at once by wiring collect to the Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C., giving your rating, license, and address. If you are accepted for duty, you will be put on standby pay immediately and furnished transportation to port of assignment. Thank you, and good night.
Next week, the Philco Corporation brings you the stars made great by your recognition of their achievements. Gary Moore, Wilbur Evans, Leo DeRocher, the 80-voice wave singing platoon from the training school in New York, and some very special Easter music by Paul Whiteman, the orchestra and chorus. Each Sunday at this time, Philco Corporation brings you your Radio Hall of Fame in the name of Philco dealers and distributors throughout the United States and Canada. After victory, those dealers will bring new products for good living to your home. Finer radios, phonographs, refrigerators, and air conditioners under the Philco name, famous for quality the world over. This visit to your Radio Hall of Fame will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Saunders Ranch. Hail, Silver! Ahoy!
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to their camp after a hazardous visit to the mysterious Temple of the Sun, they found Dan Reed waiting for them. He brought an urgent message for help from Mr. Saunders, the kindly old rancher. Suspecting another move by the evil El Mundo, the masked man, Tonto, and Dan rode back to the Saunders ranch with all possible speed.
Was Mr. Saunders alone when you left, Dan?
I didn't see anyone else, except Jim the foreman.
We're still plenty far from Saunders Ranch. I know it. We'll have to cover a lot of ground to get there before sundown. Come on, Silver!
Faster, Victor!
Get him up, Scout!
In the meantime, elderly Mr. Saunders, although worried about a death threat he doesn't understand, has busied himself with his principal hobby and interest, the cultivation of his cactus garden. The old man's intense love of cactus plants is borne out by the thousands of varieties that crowd the wide terrace of his house. But Mr. Saunders' interest was suddenly distracted by the sound of hoofbeats on the winding road that passed the ranch house.
Who can that be? It ain't the Lone Ranger or Dan or...
Ho, ho, boy, ho!
Well, I'll be it's a girl. What in tarnation does she want?
Is this the Saunders Ranch?
That's right, ma'am.
I'm looking for Mr. Saunders.
You're talking to him, miss.
Oh, I'm so glad to find you at home.
Oh, I don't ever get very far away. Why are you looking for me?
It's just like they told me it would be. Your garden, it is lovely.
They?
Some people in El Paso. Perhaps I'd better explain. They said you had the finest collection of cactus plants in the territory. And that's why I rode out here to see them. But I didn't expect anything as beautiful as these.
You interested in cactus?
I've always admired them. And when I came west, I heard about you.
Yeah, I guess most everybody around these parts knows about me and my cactus plants. Hey, lots of folks think I'm kind of crazy to raise something that grows wild all over the desert.
I don't think so. A flowering cactus plant is beautiful. And you have so many different species. What kind is that one over there?
Well, that's a desert Christmas. Bears a lot of bright red fruit in the wintertime.
How interesting. And those others right next to it?
Hey, the one with the long white fuzz is called the old man cactus. Behind it's a Turk's head. See those flat ones? They're flapjacks and beaver tails.
Yes, I know. But I was hoping you would have some kinds of serious...
Oh, I have. I got them growing in a window box inside the house.
I wonder if you would let me see those, too.
Why, sure thing. Come on in. The window box is in the bedroom. Plants get more sun from that side of the house. There. I bet you've never seen any serious prettier nose.
They're beautiful. Such lovely colors, and the one at the end, it isn't blooming.
Well, it only blooms at night. Haven't you ever seen one of those before?
A night-blooming Sirius. Oh, yes, I've heard of them. I just wanted to be sure.
If you'd like to see some giant cactus, I've got some planted in the field down by the corral. Visnaga, Kolya, purple spines.
No,
What's the matter, miss?
I don't know. I feel sort of faint. That long ride in the hot sun. Could I have a drink of water,
Why,
please?
sure thing. You just sit down in that chair. I'll fetch some water.
Now, a night-blooming Sirius. And by the window, exactly where it should be. There's not too much time. You'll be back in a minute. Gloves. I'll need my gloves to handle this package. There. Oh, what an ugly little... Saunders, he's coming back. Just time to leave the note and...
Here we are, miss. A dipper full of ice-cold well water. That ought to fix... And she's gone. Jumped through the window. Grabbed her horse and she's heading south. That beats anything I've ever seen. Wonder what she... Yeah, what's this in the chair? A note addressed to me. No, I won't do it. I won't.
The place looks deserted.
There's Jim, the foreman.
You fellas really push them horses. I've been watching you since you topped the hill.
Where's Mr. Saunders, Jim?
I ain't seen him. Been down at the corral all afternoon. Say, Dan, you sure skinned out of here this morning.
Oh, Mr. Saunders asked me to run an errand.
He might be inside. Come on in. Strange. The door's locked. Saunders! Saunders!
Oh, it's you. I wasn't going to open the door till I was pretty sure who it was.
What's the matter? Dan said you were worried.
Well, come inside. It's better for talking.
Very well. Dan, take care of the horses.
You sit down there.
Thanks.
It's about El Mundo. Remember you were asking about him last time you came here?
Yes?
You wanted information about him, and I couldn't help you very much. Well, things have changed since then.
They have?
Plenty. I've had some messages from him. He wants me to join his outfit like my cousin did.
Your cousin?
Yeah, he was all filled up with ideas of a better life and all that sort of thing. He went out to the disputed territory with some critter from El Mundo's outfit. It was the last that anyone ever heard of him.
Saunders, there are two kinds of people with El Mundo. His headquarters can hardly be seen. There are just a few slabs of rock above the ground. These are the entrance to a vast underground temple built generations ago by the Mayan Indians.
Two kinds of people with El Mundo?
Yes. Killers who do his bidding for cash, and slaves.
Slaves?
People who seem to have gone there as your cousin did, only to be put into a half-drugged state that, well, robs them of their ability to think clearly. What's the name of your cousin?
Martin. He's called Tennessee Martin. Fact is, he owns 1/3 interest in this ranch.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, and Jim, the top hand, owns the other third. The three of us homesteaded the place, and everything went along swell until Tennessee left us to join that Mundo outfit. First time I saw Tennessee after he joined was last night. He did act like he was half-drugged. He told me I had to join up.
Told you had to join?
Yes.
Why?
Well, he said if I didn't, I'd pay the penalty.
And when we knocked on the door just now, you thought it was some of El Mundo's men.
Well, it might have been. I've been worried, but not too much. Until after that girl left a note here this afternoon.
Girl? What kind of note?
Oh, here, read it.
You have scorned El Mundo. Death will come with the moonrise.
It's a threat, all right, but it doesn't make sense.
You said a girl was here. Did she deliver this note?
Well, that's the only way I can figure it. Wasn't here before she came, and I found it after she'd gone.
Who was the girl?
We didn't tell me her name. Right pretty young woman. She was interested in cactus plants, so I showed her my garden.
What did she look like, Saunders?
Oh, medium height, black hair, dark eyes. Might have been part Indian. Only she was prettier than any Indian I've ever seen.
Dark complexion, black hair. Myra.
Then your mission was successful, Myra?
Perfectly, El Mundo.
This Saunders person, what is he like?
A doddering old fool whose world begins and ends with his cactus plants.
Yes, I already have that information. That's why you carried our little friend Latrodactys mactans into his home.
Can't you ever talk plain English?
Not when a Latin term is more correct. The moon will rise at exactly 5 minutes of 12 tonight.
Suppose the plan doesn't work.
You forget, Myra, that I've made an exhaustive study of Mr. Saunders' habits. You said yourself that his world begins and ends with cactus plants. Tonight, Mr. Saunders' world will end.
It's almost 12 o'clock.
But moon not rise yet.
It's nothing but a bluff. Those heathen devils think they can scare me into joining them like Tennessee did.
We've scoured every inch in this house and every square yard of the ground around it. Nobody can come within a mile here without us seeing them.
It's best to be on the safe side, Jim. Tonto. It's getting close to midnight. Keep circling the house and keep your eyes open.
Me do it.
Yeah, don't worry. Nothing living or dead will get past us.
Well, what can I do?
You sit right here, Dan, and watch that front door. If anyone should get past Jim and Tonto, you can give a warning.
What am I... we
better turn down the lamp.
It makes it kind of spooky sitting here in the dark.
Light shining through one of the windows makes a good target for a high-powered rifle.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of light when that moon comes up.
Don't talk about it. I'm sorry. I guess I'm kind of nervous.
Why don't you just sit down, Saunders? Rest a while.
I can't. I'd rather walk around. I know, my serious. The window box in the bedroom. It blooms tonight. I'm not going to miss it for anything.
I'll go with you. I'll wait here, Dan.
Sure.
Yeah, there they are. Ain't they beauties?
Yes, I've admired them many times.
These two plants in the end are the finest cereus I've ever seen. Their flowers are almost like orchids. Wait. Moon's coming up. As soon as the light hits them, they'll blossom.
Yes, I know. Now, wait right here, Mr. Saunders. Don't leave the room.
Where are you going?
I'll take a look outside, check with Tonto and Jim. The moon's full now. We'll wait a few minutes, then light the lamp.
Gosh, I guess I never will get tired of watching a cactus bloom big and pretty like this. What the... Dan?
Yes?
Now, where's Mr. Saunders?
Oh, he's still in the bedroom.
Only bluff. That's all it was.
Me not savvy.
Light the lamp, Dan. I'll go in and tell Mr. Saunders I think our scare has been for nothing. Mr. Saunders? Saunders? How could... Saunders? Tonto, Dan, bring the lamp in here, quick.
What's wrong?
It's the boss.
What is it? What's wrong?
I don't know how it happened, but Saunders is dead.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. On the morning following Mr. Saunders' mysterious murder, a coroner informed the Lone Ranger that death had been caused by poison. The masked man wasn't satisfied with this explanation, but he was unable to find any other as he and Tonto searched Mr. Saunders' bedroom.
Tonto, you're sure no one could have passed you last night and reached the house?
No. Me keep eyes plenty sharp. Me not see anyone.
Mr. Saunders was poisoned here by the window. I'd have heard a noise if the window had been opened.
El Mundo promised death by moonrise. Within 5 minutes after the moon had risen, Saunders was dead. It's too perfect. But where's Jim?
Well, him go to barn, feed stock.
The only thing to do is keep on searching this room. The answer is here someplace.
There's nothing here. Except a bed, and a chair, and those cactus plants.
It's here, Dan, somewhere. And our job is to find it.
Come in. Ah, Myra. Good morning, my dear. Did you sleep well?
Not very. I really didn't sleep at all until after midnight.
Oh, that's too bad.
I kept thinking of Mr. Saunders, how he loved his cactus plants.
You should keep unpleasant thoughts out of your mind.
El Mundo, don't you ever think of any of the people
Please, Myra. You know how that subject annoys me, especially before breakfast. Incidentally, did you receive a report from El Paso?
One of the Indians just rode up from town. The body of Mr. Saunders was brought in there this morning.
Oh, splendid.
There's something else you should know.
What is it?
The Lone Ranger and the boy who travels with him and the Indian, they're all at the Saunders Ranch. They were there last night.
The old gentleman met with an unfortunate accident?
I suppose so. What's so funny?
Oh, why don't you see, Myra? The heroic Lone Ranger was there. He must have read my note. And yet Saunders died in spite of him and died right under his nose.
From all I've heard, this masked man isn't stupid. He may be dangerous to you.
Oh, Myra, my sister, your childlike observations amuse me.
Remember, he has many friends in high positions with the American government. He might...
Oh, I know all those things. This meddling masked rider has tried to interfere with my plans on 2 previous occasions. I'll give him one more object lesson.
The Lone Ranger, Dan, and Tonto searched all day for some clue to the mysterious poison death of Mr. Saunders. Sundown found them no nearer a solution.
Oh, golly. That El Mundo must use magic when he murders people.
No, Dan. The only thing he uses is something too obvious for us to see.
We search room plenty good.
Everything but tear up the boards on the floor.
That won't be necessary. We must keep...
Hey, look at this. Just like Saunders got yesterday.
What is it, Jim?
I was inside the barn. Heard something thud against the door and came out and found this arrow. It must have been shot from that clump of trees on the other side of the ridge.
Now, let me see it.
Well, that not Indian era.
Tonto's right. This isn't...
But look, this was tied onto it. A note just like the boss got.
May I read it?
Here.
What does it say?
Jim Wilson. El Mundo will strike again at 10 o'clock tonight. There's a crude drawing of a blazing sun down in the right-hand corner.
El Mundo.
Gee.
What we do, Kimasabi?
If any of them heathen varmints think they're going to poison
Wait
me,
a minute, Jim. They succeeded last night, even though we were watching for it.
But I ain't going to just stand around and wait. I wouldn't be surprised if that crazy cousin of Saunders didn't have a hand in it. First he joins that outfit, then the boss is
wait,
killed.
Jim. I don't know how El Mundo does it, but I'm sure I know the reason for his threats and murders.
What do you mean?
Dan.
Yes?
Saddle Victor and ride into El Paso. The land office may be closed, but I want you to find the agent and get a map of the southern part of the territory.
I'll go right now.
And Dan.
Yeah?
I want you to stay in town for the evening. Don't come back out here until after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but I... All right. I'll stay there.
Why in thunder did you send the kid after a map?
To check on El Mundo's plans. Jim, you're about my same height, aren't you?
Guess we do stack up about the same. Why?
What would you normally be doing at 10 o'clock at night?
Well, out in the bunkhouse, sleeping.
Good. We'll go down there now and change clothes.
Change? Why?
Because I want to find out exactly how El Mundo poisoned someone who's sitting in a locked room.
No, it ain't fair for you to risk your life.
Putting a stop to El Mundo's murders is more important. Now, come on, let's go down to the bunkhouse. Except for the mask I'm wearing, I think I can pass for you, Jim. Especially since it's dark in here.
Yeah, you do look something like me.
What we do, Kimasabi?
Walk down to the corral. Keep in plain sight. If El Mundo's poisoners are watching, I want them to be convinced that Jim is in here alone.
How long are you going to stay here?
At least until 10 o'clock. Now, hurry. Let's leave everything wide open for them.
The Lone Ranger, dressed as Jim Wilson, waited quietly in the bunkhouse for several hours. There was no sound nor movement, although he was alert for any emergency. Meanwhile, Tonto and the foreman waited in the shadows at one corner of the big corral.
Seems like it ought to be almost 10 o'clock by now. I wonder if we should mosey back up to the bunkhouse.
Lone Ranger say wait for him. Better we wait.
Yeah, I guess he knows what he's doing, or he'd... Tonto! Back of you! Look, it's... Oh, why, you sneaking varmint out!
No, not your gun.
You can't get away with this! Oh!
It was a harder job than I expected. Now I must first tie the Indian. And now, Jim Wilson, the compliments of the master, El Mundo. More than I expected. Adios, Mr. Wilson. Give El Mundo's regards to Mr. Saunders.
10:30 and no sign of El Mundo. Evidently, this is one time he did bluff. Well, I'll tell Tonto and Jim. Tonto. Tonto, are you... Tied hand and foot. And Jim. Tonto, what happened? I take off these ropes.
Somebody hit me with a club in back. Plenty quick.
Who was it, do you know?
No. Me don't see him. How, Jim Wilson?
He's not tied up the way you are, but he was evidently hit the same way. There. Feel any better?
Maybe all right now.
I wonder if they...
Hold there. Golly, what happened?
We don't know for sure, Dan. Now, let's carry Jim up to the house, Tonto. Did you get the map, Dan?
Yeah, and a list of all the people who own land in the territory. It was easy, but what happened here?
Open the door for us, Dan.
Sure. Jim Wilson looks bad.
Put him right down here, Tonto.
Is there anything I can get? How about some cold water?
We'll know in just a minute.
Guess there's no water needed, is there?
He's dead.
But how can he be?
Poisoned. Just like Saunders.
El Mundo say kill. And him kill.
You're right, Tonto. Not only did he kill, but he knew I was here. And somehow he guessed exactly what I would do.
How him do that?
Tonto, El Mundo is the cleverest crook we've ever known. He has brains. And when that's combined with dishonesty, it's dangerous.
Hey, gosh. Look at that funny-looking bug crawling on Mr. Wilson's neck.
Dan! Oh, don't touch that.
Well, gee,
That bug plenty bad. It bite and kill.
Tonto, that's it. That's the answer.
Me not savvy.
What is it?
A spider. I've never seen one exactly like it, but it's one of the species known as a black widow.
That right.
Whoever hit Tonto and Jim over the head put the spider on Wilson, probably in his shirt.
Gee,
and that must have been the way Saunders died, too.
Yeah, but nobody was around him. All he was doing was watching that cactus plant that blooms at night.
Yes, You've solved it, Dan.
What do you mean?
Let's go into the bedroom and take a look at the night-blooming cereus.
Moon just coming up. Cactus flower open now.
And this is what happened last night. See?
Black with a spider inside flower.
El Mundo knew that Sanders liked to watch this plant blossom. So the girl Myra stopped here yesterday afternoon and put the black widow inside the flower.
Gee.
Watch out, step on it, Tonto. Give me that map, Dan.
Yeah, here.
El Mundo gained his end here by killing Saunders and Jim Wilson. Now the ranch belongs to Tennessee Martin, Saunders' cousin, and he'll hand it over to El Mundo.
Does the map help any?
Now I know what he's trying to do. Look on the map. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, you mean this line down near the Mexican border?
That's the disputed territory where El Mundo has a temple. If he can gain control over all this property along here, he'll have an important wedge between the United States and Mexico.
Golly, he will at that.
I don't know where he intends to strike next, but there's no time to lose. Get the horses, Tonto.
Me get him.
Where are we going?
To warn and try to help all these ranchers. The first one is Mrs. Purdy. She's east of here. Come on.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Victor.
On, Silver. Boy!
El Mundo has been successful so far in his murderous and evil scheme. But the Lone Ranger knows his plan now. In the next episode, we hear...
I don't want to draw a gun against a woman.
You'll get no chance to draw a gun. El Mundo's methods are not that crude. You were marked for death the instant you stepped inside this house.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. That is the ear of the United States Coast Guard listening for a submarine.
Bearing 214. Nothing there.
Pick up anything, Casey?
No, sir, not yet. Bearing 215. Nothing there. Bearing 216. Nothing there. Bearing 218. Nothing there. Bearing 220. Contact.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Tonight you ought to hear a story entitled Submarine Astern, starring Ray Milland and written by David Harmon. Later in the program, you will hear from our special guest, George H. Corsten, chief gunner's mate of the Coast Guard cutter Campbell, which recently sank or dispersed 6 German submarines. Listen then to Submarine Astern, starring Ray Milland on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
My name is Dan Harper, gunner's mate first class in the submarine chaser Dewey. Signed up out of Boston. Just another member of the United States Coast Guard. Right now we're in port with a few hours to kill, so like every other sailor from Singapore to Salem, we convoy 5'2" of female.
Pretty, isn't it, Dan?
I'll say.
I mean the music sailor, not that number with the henna rim.
Oh, my error.
If you aren't making eyes at some Brooklyn special, you're looking back at the table at Pat. Don't worry, she's in good hands.
Yeah, too good. That's what I'm afraid of.
Does a little competition scare you?
Of course not. I love it. But just for fun, let's go back to the table and see what they're talking about, huh?
Just for fun, eh?
Pardon me.
Excuse me.
Coming through.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Safe at last. Hello, you two.
Hi. As I was saying, Pat, he zoomed out of the clouds and opened up, and there
Hey, look, pilot. We don't expect a brass band. Just a nice friendly hello, see?
Oh, sorry, I was just talking to Pat.
Yeah, so I see.
Tired of dancing, Dan?
Oh, that's not dancing. That floor's a second front.
Phil was telling me the most thrilling story about the first time he shot down a Zero.
Oh, he was he? Hey, Bosun, did you stick in an oar for the Coast Guard?
I was listening.
Doris, you ought to get Phil to tell you all about it.
I'd be glad to.
I didn't hear anybody ask. And besides, it's time the Coast Guard got a few words in.
Ah, that's the trouble with you New Englanders. You've got salt water running through your veins.
I can remember the time we rescued the crew of that fishing boat, the Mary Ann. It's bounding off the coast of Nantucket.
You're a great help, Pop.
That's what I mean, Dan.
Say, what do you think we do in that ocean? Go fishing?
I thought we were fighting Hitler and the Japs.
Oh, this isn't a fight, baby. I'm just setting this eagle straight on the Coast Guard.
Oh, Bosun, tell us about the time you caught Fearless Fosdick smuggling in a boatload of French perfume, huh?
Say, Phil.
Yeah, what?
There's something I'd like to ask you.
Go right ahead.
Do you ever go up high enough so you have to use oxygen?
Oh, plenty of times.
That accounts for it. It's affected his brain.
Let's dance, Phil.
Sure.
It's getting late, Dan.
Yeah, we better be shoving off. I'm heading out to sea tomorrow. Hey, Boats, take care of my share of the check, will you? Give it you back on the ship.
Don't worry, I'll remind you.
Yeah,
so long, sailor.
Bye.
See if you can catch me a whale.
So you walk a couple of blocks, then hop on the Washington Heights Express. Past 72nd, 96th, 103rd, a few other stops before you get to 181st. You walk a few more blocks, up the steps of a brownstone, and...
You're here.
Yeah.
You weren't sore, were you, Danny?
About what?
About having Phil tell me how he shot down that plane?
Oh, it wasn't that. It's just that I'm sick and tired of having everybody think I'm a beachcomber.
I don't think so, Dan.
I know you don't, baby.
Well, it's getting late and I gotta get up early.
So you're careful out of that plant, aren't you?
Why, sure I am.
You know, that riveting is pretty dangerous work. You gotta watch yourself.
I worry about you, too, Dan.
Uh-huh. Your mother home?
Oh, she's sleeping by now.
You know, these blackouts have some good points, too.
They sure do. How long you going to be gone?
I don't know.
Can you tell?
Look, I better be shoving off.
Dan, once more before you go.
Yeah, sure. Keep your chin up, baby. So you say goodnight, and then that long trip back to Staten Island. You walk a few blocks, hunt for a nickel in your pocket, and then run for the subway. The trains are almost as crowded at 2 in the morning as they are in the afternoon. You rumble beneath the streets of New York and read the ads. You watch a guy who's had one too many. Take a look at the different uniforms from the different countries. Flyers from Australia, French sailors, American doughboys. You start to nod yourself. Then finally you get to Battery Place. Hop out of the subway, run across the street, then run to catch the ferry. You start to feel a little freer when you get on that Staten Island ferry. Not that it's much of a boat, but it goes on the water, and that's good enough for you. You watch the dimmed-out skyline of New York fade away, and then in the distance you see the lady with a lamp. Not many civvies on the boat at that time, mostly sailors. Finally, you bump against the dock. You hop off, start walking back to the ship. You spot a couple of other guys from Medui, and you catch up to them just before they get to the gangplank.
Dames, especially blondes.
In a sarong.
Who cares what they're wearing? Hiya, Danny.
Hiya.
Now, as I was saying, blondes over redheads anytime.
I'll stick to redheads.
Les, sometimes I think... Well, let's leave it up to Danny.
Leave it up to him. Not after what he was dragging down in Baltimore.
Well, so what if she wasn't pretty? She went to college, she had brains. And besides... Hey, who's doing that? Who's whistling?
Me, why?
How long you been in the Coast Guard?
5 months.
Hasn't anyone ever told you never to whistle aboard ship? What are you trying to do, jinx us? Don't you know that whistling is just like asking for a storm?
Well, I don't know about the rest of you sailors, but I'm going to hit the sack.
And the rest of you do the same thing. Down the ladder into the belly of the ship. Crawl out of your clothes and into the sack. A couple of the guys are playing acey-deucey. And Buff is snoring as usual. Just stretch out and you know you're home. The slight heave of the ship as she rides at anchor. The water slapping against the sides. The smell of grease. You yawn, roll over on your side, and start dreaming.
Come on, you low-life buzzards. This ain't the Ritz. Maybe you like breakfast in bed, Hopper. Show a leg, sailor.
I'm showing.
Oh, doesn't that guy ever sleep? Someday I'm going to get him in a dark alley and make him eat that bosun's pipe.
Yeah, and don't forget the cord.
I won't. Come on, let's wash down. I'm starving.
Hey, who's got my toothpaste?
Not me.
Then it must be just a coincidence that it's in your left hand.
Well, imagine that. Hey, cut it out. What are you splashing water?
What are you, a freshwater sailor? Say your chow.
All right, I'll be right with you.
Hey, Cookie, take mine sunny side up.
This morning they're scrambled.
You know I like 'em sunny side.
Do you want eggs?
Of course I want eggs.
Just close your eyes, Harper. You'll never know the difference.
Where are we headed, Captain?
Just a routine cruise to Calm 3. It's plenty hot down there. Wolf pack of German subs has been reported working thereabouts. If we're lucky, we'll find it. We're shoving off at 0800. Have the bosun pipe muster.
Yes, sir.
Bosun, pipe muster. Yes, sir. All hands fall in and muster.
You line up while roll is called and you get your instructions. You take care of about 100 different things. The last mooring lines are cast off. The ship starts to move down past the docks, out into the bay, down the narrows and out to sea.
Rudder 15 degrees right.
Rudder is 15 degrees right, sir.
Steer course 185.
Course is 185, sir.
And you're off. Off to Torpedo Junction. And now all the sounds and the smells of the subchase are around you. Around you and about 54 other guys. Men on the bridge of the ship, the brain. Helmsman, captain, radio. Young ensign from Buffalo. Standing up there guarding the ship and all the time listening to the incessant ping, ping of the sound detector. Listening for that ping to come in pairs. Listening for a contact.
Captain.
What is it, Mr. Becker?
What are our chances if we do spot a sub?
Excellent if we spot her first. And the depth charge will sink her. But if she surfaces, we'll have a fight on our hands.
We'll give a good account of ourselves, sir.
I don't doubt that. But remember that a sub's a good deal larger than we are. It won't take many shells to sink a 165-footer. In fact, one well-placed torpedo will do it.
A 165-foot cutter with 55 men aboard. And every man aboard can hear the steady thump of the diesels. Even the men who sit in the crow's nest for hours, with the wind whistling right through them.
Relief for the lookout. Lookout is relieved. I sure don't envy you, Lawson. My watch is behind me, and I'm headed for a cup of jamoke. You see anything? Not even a fish. Now, if you don't mind, I'll leave you to your thoughts. I'm freezing.
And down in the recreation room, a recreation room when it isn't a mess room, that's where you go to stretch out and shoot the breeze when the other guys are knocking themselves out.
Hey, Hedeman.
What now?
How do you spell retaliate?
Retaliate? Why?
I'm writing to my girl.
How do you want to use the word?
Well, I'm just saying, like, Dear Dolly, I have received your letter, and now I retaliate.
And down in the galley, there's the everlasting symphony of pots and pans banging against the bulkhead. And there's the thump of the engines. and a steady ping of the sound detector on the bridge. But if you happen to be on a gun crew, you get plenty of fresh air while you're giving that 3-incher a beauty treatment. Hey, hand me that hunk of waste, will you, kid?
Hey, a nice-looking gun.
We wouldn't know. All we've been shooting at is pop bottles and floating whales.
He's kind of touchy about that, kid. You see, every time he leaves the ship, she sinks a sub. And the ship he joins goes dry. It's sort of a game in the Coast Guard. You know, button, who gets stuck with skip?
Listen, Sergeant York, I never heard about you bringing in any Germans.
Well, that's only because I've... Say, what are you wearing?
A sweater. My girl made it for me.
Looks more like a bathrobe.
The ocean is starting to turn green and black.
The ocean isn't the only thing that's turning green.
I'm all right.
Looks like we're in for a blow. Look at those clouds.
You know, Skip, I remember once when we were in a storm for 10 days.
Is that so?
Yeah, and all we had to eat was some cold lamb gravy.
It's getting worse, isn't it?
Oh, this is practically calm. Why, I can remember when...
Tell him all about it. He'll enjoy it. I got a wheel watch coming up. See you, Chow.
I'll be there.
So do I.
Relief for the watch, sir.
Relieve the wheel.
Course is 185.
Wheel has been relieved, sir. Steering 185.
Very well, lay below.
Bearing is 228. Nothing there.
You go along and you drill. And if there's one thing you do want, it's a target. You'll settle for just one submarine. Lately, you've just been drilling, but you can never tell when you're liable to find one down Periscope Alley. So you practice, loading and firing, loading and firing. With all your griping, you keep the sound of the detector running through your mind. The ping, ping, ping. And after a while, you think you hear them in pairs, and you jerk up your head, look out to sea. Because maybe... Yeah, but there's nothing but sea and sky.
Pick up anything, Casey?
No, sir, not yet. Bearing is 204. Nothing there. Bearing is 206. Nothing there. Bearing is 208. Nothing there.
You are listening to Ray Milland in Submarine Astern on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. A moment ago, we heard the shrill whine of the sound detector, the single whine that means the Dewey is still searching for a submarine.
Bearing is 210. Nothing there.
It's the waiting that gets you. 3 days out in that ocean, and you haven't even picked up a sleeping whale. Nothing but drills and eating and sleeping and waiting. Always waiting for that whine to come in pairs. Your nerves get on edge, and you snap at the guy next to you. You gripe about everything, and you wait. Wait. Wait.
Steady on course.
Steady on course, sir.
Bearing 216. Nothing there. Bearing 218. Nothing there. Bearing 220. Contact.
What does it bear?
Contact bearing 220. Range is 200, sir.
Right, full rudder. Steer course 210.
Target changing, bearing rapidly to the right, sir. He's wise to us. Right full rudder, sir. Steer course 220, sir.
Yes, sir. Course is 220.
This looks like it.
That might be just a whale or some fish.
Yeah, you're a great help.
Hey, I wonder where it is.
Change your mind?
Yeah, we're doing too much dodging and weaving to be playing tag with a whale. I wonder where he's hiding.
Why don't you go up and ask the old man? We're only too glad to point it out to you.
I was only wondering.
You know what's going to happen if one of those tin fish...
Torpedo to port!
There it is, Skip. Torpedo, 2 points to port. Torpedo!
Look at that thing come.
If anybody wants to pray, now is the time to do it.
Boy, it's getting awful near.
Too near. Why doesn't the skipper get us out of this?
Right full rudder. Steer course 240.
Rudder is full right, sir. Steady on course 240.
Are we turning off? Maybe.
Wow, it's a good thing we ain't where we were.
You can say that again, brother.
Set all depth charges 100 feet.
Set all depth charges 100 feet.
All depth charges are set, sir. And Heining won't miss on the next one.
Bearing 224, range is 165.
Steer course 224.
Steady on course, 224, sir.
We'll keep bearing right down on him. Our only chance is to throw those ash cans before he has a chance to send another torpedo.
Bearing is 230. Range is 150. Target bearing changing rapidly to the right, sir.
Steer course 240.
Steady on course, 240, sir.
You think they'll let go with another one?
They will if they get a chance. Now stop talking about it and look.
I'm looking, but a guy can wonder, can't he?
Maybe he'd like me to swim over and ask him. Keep looking.
Bearing is 230. Range is 90.
Steady on course.
Steady on course it is, sir.
Stand by to drop pattern number 4.
Standing by to drop pattern number 4, sir.
Range is 65.
I bet that water is cold.
You sure picked a swell time to talk about swimming.
Why don't we drop those charges already?
Look, Mac, will you stop bothering me with questions? I got things on my mind.
Range is 400. Bearing is 290.
Right 15 degrees rudder. Steer course 290.
Rudder is 15 degrees right, sir. Steady on course, 290.
Range is 4... Lost contact, sir.
Well, find it.
Yes, sir. Got it back, sir. Range is 450. Bearing is 242.
Stand by to drop charges.
Standing by to drop charges, sir.
Stand by to drop charges.
Does that answer your question?
Boy, I'm still sweating.
Yeah, you got good reason to.
Range is 400, sir. Range is 350, sir.
Drop charges.
Our chances, Danny.
Well, pretty good if the depth charges find it. Not so hot if she services, and we have to fight it out with deck guns.
I never knew these boats were so small.
They can hold their own.
Boy, the way that water shoots up, it looks like a picture I saw once of a thing called Old Faithful.
Never mind that scenery, Rembrandt. Look for oil and wreckage.
Well, the way this ship is weaving around it...
There she is.
Well, this is where I find out why we practice.
You ain't kidding.
All guns target. 2 points on port quarter. Range is 550. Scale 496. Commence firing.
Well, you heard him. Come on, let's go.
Ready, 1.
Fire!
Ready, 2.
Fire! Come on, keep that ammunition coming.
Stop complaining. You're getting it faster than you can fire it.
Keep that machine gun firing.
It's jammed.
Well, fix it.
Look at those Germans make for that gun.
Yeah, sure picked a fine time to jam up. One good shot of that waterline and we can sink her.
They don't get us first.
Why don't... Those dirty... They're shooting at us.
What do you think they were going to do?
You okay, Dan?
Yeah. I'm okay. How's the gun?
We caught a real one that time.
Hold the engine room.
Yes, sir. Engine room. Report on damage. Engine room.
Engine room to bridge. All the engines are okay. We're shipping a little water. We won't be able to take many more like that.
That was a lucky hit. Well, what are we waiting for? Another one?
Now I see what they mean by a moving target.
Just worry about hitting that waterline.
They tore away some of the rigging with that one.
I can see it.
It's really getting hot.
It's them or us. Come on, baby. Push those shells home. We're counting on you.
They've really got their range.
Don't be so happy. They got ours, too.
Hey, Hopper, sink that thing already. I'm getting tired.
Anything for you, Skip.
He did it.
She's going down.
Say, if I'd have known that's what you were waiting for, I'd have asked you sooner.
Cease firing. Stand by to pick up survivors.
Now for a close look at some of those Nazis. There's one now. Grab a hold of this.
Hey, but that water's freezing.
That's their worry.
Come on, get up here.
Over there with your buddies, chum.
Hey, there's another one.
Say, the fishing's pretty good.
Looks like you caught some gold braid on this one.
So I did.
Thank you.
Hey, this one speaks American.
I'm Captain Schweitzer. Would you please take me to your captain?
Yeah, you walk in front. I'll tell you where to go.
I'd like to tell him, too.
Hopper reporting, sir. Is the captain of that sub.
So I see. Good shooting, Hopper.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Captain, if you would step into my quarters. These are pretty dangerous waters, Captain. What were you doing around here?
I have been waiting on the bottom for 3 days for a convoy to pass. I thought you were the first ship. That's why I picked up my sound.
I see.
It's embarrassing to be sunk by such a small ship.
Fortunes of war, Captain.
Well, that's the way it happened. And next time I get a shore leave, I'm going to catch up with that aviator. I'm going to tell him the Coast Guard motto. Semper Paratus. Always ready.
Thank you, Ray Milland. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Milland will return to the microphone to introduce our special guest of this evening, Chief Gunner's Mate George H. Corsten of the United States Coast Guard. Meanwhile, we have a story of a new chemical development saving thousands of pounds of rubber in the war effort. Bomber noses of lucite and other transparent sections for fighter planes, while they are being manufactured, are covered with protective sheets of tough brown paper that usually stay on them until the plane finally rolls off the assembly line and takes to the air. But just to say they're covered with paper isn't enough. The paper must be fastened to the lucite so firmly with a special adhesive that particles of sawdust or dirt cannot accumulate under the covering when the lucite is cut with a high-speed saw or, say, drilled. And though it must cling very tightly, the adhesive must allow the paper to be peeled off, leaving very few smudges and spots. The problem that came up was that the best-known adhesive, which would do all of these things, required scarce rubber latex. Well, America needs bombers, but America also needs rubber. So DuPont chemists and technicians set out to compound an adhesive which would be the equal of the one used, or better if possible, but which wouldn't call for any rubber latex. They experimented with more than 150 formulas. And to make a long story short, they finally created a new adhesive. DuPont and other manufacturers of acrylic resins would have used this year hundreds of thousands of pounds of rubber latex cement. Now that rubber will be saved. This new DuPont adhesive for acrylic resin, so new that it doesn't even have a name, is actually better than the old latex adhesive. Wright Field and the Navy quickly approved it. It can be manufactured in already existing equipment. It withstands high and low temperatures, high and low humidities. So lucite replacement parts may be shipped to North Africa or Russia with safety. It has no chemical effect that might swell or discolor the lucite. It doesn't age as rapidly as rubber. It stands sunlight better than rubber, an important factor in protecting a plastic so vital to aircraft. It is much more uniform than rubber. In fact, it has everything rubber has for this purpose, plus other advantages. The new adhesive, replacing a more critical material, was developed by DuPont at the request of the Army, the Navy, and the War Production Board. It is under allocation by the War Production Board for this particular use, but there is little doubt that it will find other uses after the war. Another wartime problem has been solved. Another wartime conservation measure has succeeded, thanks to the DuPont know-how, which brings you better things for better living through chemistry. And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Ray Milland.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our fictional story tonight partially parallels a true story that was in the news a few weeks ago about the Coast Guard cutter Campbell. We are fortunate tonight to add realism to the broadcast by having with us George H. Corsten, Chief Gunner's Mate of the Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Milland. I really enjoyed your show. For a while there, I thought I was back on the Campbell.
Well, Chief, truth is stranger than fiction. I read that you men contacted 6 subs in 12 hours. That must have been quite an experience.
It was, but that's what we've been trained for, and we were ready.
I also read that you rammed the last one. Did you get any of the others?
Well, I can't say definitely. Personally, we on the Campbell feel that more than one of the subs will never get back to Germany.
Well, good for you. I judge by those ribbons you're wearing that you've gotten around quite a lot.
Well, during the past 8 years I've been in the Coast Guard, I've done quite a bit of traveling. In fact, during wartime, wherever the Navy goes, we go. And that included landing Marines on Guadalcanal and Casablanca.
Well, thank you, Chief Costin, and the best of luck and good hunting.
Be with us again next Monday when Cavalcade presents, a week from tomorrow, April 13th, and throughout the United States and in every country in the world where the democratic way of life prevails, the birthday of Thomas Jefferson will be celebrated. In special observance of the occasion, Cavalcade will present a new radio play, The Lengthening Shadow, in tribute to Jefferson. Our star will be Frederick March. Be with us next Monday when Cavalcade presents Frederick March as Thomas Jefferson in a new radio play, The Lengthening Shadow. The orchestra and musical score on tonight's program were under the direction of Don Voorhees. Cavalcade is pleased to inform its listeners that tonight's star, Ray Milland, will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Lady in the Dark. You've done your bit. Now do your best. If you're not investing 10% of your wages or salary in war bonds, now is the time to start. America's second war loan starts in 1 week. Our government asks that every one of us do our share. 10% every payday as a loan to Uncle Sam. A loan that will pay dividends in liberty as well as money. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Journey for Margaret. The starring players, Robert Young, Anita Louise, Margaret O'Brien, and Billy Severn. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Journey for Margaret. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of W.L. White's deeply moving story of England's war-orphaned children. It stars Robert Young as John Davis, Anita Louise as his wife Nora Davis, 6-year-old Margaret O'Brien as Margaret, and 4-year-old Billy Severn as Peter.
Writing, Daddy? Daddy!
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret. I guess I'm still not used to your calling me Daddy.
What are you writing, Daddy?
I'm writing a story.
About what?
Oh, about you and me and a couple of other people. Now, suppose you run along and play so Daddy can work.
All right, Daddy. You work hard.
Margaret just came in and talked to me. Gentle, serious, wonderful little Margaret. She's our girl now. Margaret Davis, daughter of John Davis, foreign correspondent. That's me. And Mrs. Davis. That's Nora. This really started the first day we got back to London. Nora and I'd been through a lot those last few months. Poland, Norway, Holland. All the hopeless horror of the fall of France. Now back in London again, sitting in the third-floor room of our hotel, we were having a drink. Nora was drinking milk, of course.
John, I know it's sacrilege. With milk, I mean. But we ought to drink to something.
Nora, I want you to go home.
I'm sorry. Motion denied.
Oh, please go. For me. For us. Go back to New York. And have our baby there.
No, John.
Please, Nora. You saw what they did to Rotterdam. You were in France. They'll do it here, too.
I imagine they will. But they're still having babies in London, even in Rotterdam. I can't run away from life, John. Neither can you.
I might have known you'd just make a speech.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to get maudlin. You know, I'd better have a drink of your whiskey. I've got to sober up.
That was Nora. Brave, gallant Nora who never once complained. Not even when I had to leave her in the hotel room alone. It was about a week later, I think, my first London raid. I was out in the street with Herbert Allison, head of our London office. I guess it must have been pretty bad. The Hankels roaring up there in the dark and the ack-ack making an awful clatter.
That was close, John. Pretty rough on you to drag you out tonight.
Oh, forget it. If I didn't come out tonight, what would I write about tomorrow?
Oh, what will you write about anyway?
Meaning what?
Now, let's face it, old boy. That stuff you've been turning out is terrible. Straight out of the icebox.
Don't forget I've got to keep a weather eye on the censor.
The censor wouldn't cut the stuff I want. The sort of copy you sent from Madrid. I'll wager those stories even made the telegraph girls cry.
Well, that was before Munich. Before Czechoslovakia and before France.
I can't blame it on that, John. It's you. You've changed. You don't get mad anymore. Now, if you could get mad the way you used to...
A man can't go on feeling forever. There's a limit. By and by, he finds himself dead. That's why I can't get mad. I'm dead.
Perhaps. Oh, look, there's something across the way. Direct hit, I think. Come on.
Yes, somebody found a telephone. Call it in. Gas and water lines broke. Up to it now and stand by with the ambulance.
What was it, Warden? A direct hit?
Oh, yes, sir. Direct hit it was, sir. Family the name of Humphreys. Mother and son. Bringing the lipper out here now. Here they are.
Hold the boy.
I'll hold him, nurse.
Thank you. Now, if we could get him to give up that little wool lamb.
I'll get it. Look, son, let me hold the lamb for you, will you? I'll give it back. Honest, I promise. That's a good fellow. Now go ahead, nurse.
I don't think anything's broken. Shot, perhaps. Anything hurt you, son? Your arms?
No, don't hurt.
Oh, good. I'll take him along. Oh, come along, soldier. You're going to be fine.
Cowards. The filthy, rotten cowards to hit a kid like that.
What's the matter, John? Getting mad?
Oh, cut it out, Alice.
I'm sorry. What are you going to do with that lamb?
Lamb? Say, I forgot to give it back.
I'd keep it if I were you. Prop it up on your typewriter when you get back to the office.
Thanks, but I'm not going back to the office right now. I think I'll go home and look in on Nora. May I have my key, please? Room 319.
Yes, sir. I know, sir. Room 319.
What's the matter? Anything wrong?
I'm afraid so, sir. Demolition bomb at a sharp angle. Hit about the 5th floor.
My wife.
Well, you see, sir.
My wife?
St. Medland's Hospital, Bayswater Road. I think you'd better hurry, sir.
I think you can see her now, Mr. Davis. Just a few minutes, though. I gave her a hypodermic.
Thank you, Doctor.
Before you go in, one thing you ought to know. I had to operate.
Operate? Well, why?
There was a lesion from bomb percussion. She'll be all right.
She's got to be all right.
She will be. Of course, she won't be having another baby.
You mean for a long time?
Ever.
Ever?
You mustn't let her know that yet. The full truth right now would make it worse. Do you understand?
Yes, yeah, I understand. Oh, can I go in now?
I think so.
Nora.
Hello, Cookie.
Nora. Nora, darling.
Lean down, John. I want to touch your face.
Like this? Will this do?
Mm-hmm. For now. They gave me something to make me sleep, they said. Only it doesn't feel like sleeping. It feels like dying.
Oh, dope always does that to you.
It doesn't matter. They've killed my baby. All our babies. Tomorrow's babies. The day after tomorrow's. All our babies. Forever dead.
Who told you such nonsense?
No one told me. It's true, isn't it?
Darling, please, go to sleep now.
What did I want babies for? It was just a dream. Everything's a dream.
That's the hypo working. You're very drunk, my darling.
I don't want to be a dream. I don't want to be a dream.
Nora, let go. Try to get some rest.
I want to be real. Flesh and blood. I don't want to be a ghost.
Nora, honey.
A ghost. Beautiful ghost. I'll be a ghost. And you'll be a ghost. The whole world crawling with ghosts.
Nora. She's sleeping now. You can come back tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I'd suggest you leave that little wool lamb at home. It might make her think of things she'd rather forget.
As soon as Nora could travel, I sent her back to the States. She was so quiet and so bitter, I thought the change might help. I had to stay, of course. I had my work. Maybe Allison was smarter than I knew. He asked for some articles on the Rizzick Children's Home. It was there I found an old young friend that kept a promise I had made.
Mr. Davis, you're sure it's the same boy?
I was sure of it when I saw him yesterday. That's why I brought his lamb. It's a bit ragged, a little on the depressing side.
That doesn't matter. It will make a link with his past. It might get him to talk. He scarcely said a word since he came to us.
Here he is, Miss Strauss.
Oh, thank you, Penny. Come in, Peter. I want you to meet John Davis. Well, Peter, have you lost your tongue?
Well, that's all right, Miss Strauss. Peter, I'm glad to see you again. I brought you something that belongs to you. A nice woolly lamb.
No.
But I promised I'd give it back. He's an old friend of yours.
My lamb?
The same one. Here.
Lamb. You ran away, lamb. Oh, lamb.
Thank heaven.
He's an awful lamb. Awful. He spoils your soup and throws his spoon down the pipe and wets his knickers. He's awful. Oh, lamb.
And we'll never take him away from you again, Peter. Never. Now, take him upstairs and get ready for tea.
Yes, we goes.
Goodbye, Peter.
Oh, no, you come too.
Well, some other time. I'll be seeing you.
You sure? You promise?
Of course I promise.
All right. Come along, lamb. We goes tea.
Poor little devil.
He likes you. It appears you've become something of a link yourself. Yes?
I was told to ask for Miss Strauss.
I'm Miss Strauss.
I'm Mrs. Harris, and this is Margaret. I'm her foster mother. Her latest foster mother, that is. There were two others before me, but I'm afraid none of us could handle the child.
I'd rather we discussed it alone.
Oh, little Margaret and I have no secrets. It's just that she won't Talk or eat her FOOD. And nobody's been able to pry her loose from that incendiary BOMB.
I'm sure if you'll just leave her with us.
Oh, she does that curious thing all day long, always rubbing her hands into her eyes like that.
Yes, I see. I believe I know how to.
Not that we don't think it was a privilege, you understand. My husband and I both felt it was...
Good day, Mrs. Harris.
Oh, well, goodbye.
That woman is worse than a raid.
And much more dangerous. Well, Margaret, we're glad to have you here.
Just stand there and rub your eyes.
Yes. Margaret, would you like to cry? Would you like to cry, dear? You can, you know. You can cry if you want.
You won't smack me?
Smack
you won't smack me if I bell her?
Why, of course not. Of course not. We never spank little girls. If you feel like crying, go on and cry. That's it. That's it, Margaret. Go ahead and cry.
I really ought to be getting along, Miss Strauss. I'm way overdue at the office.
You've been wonderful with the children, Mr. Davis.
Well, having tea was fun, but giving them a bath, that's a little out of my line.
They like you. I told them you'd come in to say good night. Right in there.
Well, children, you still up?
Bye, Mr. David.
Peter, why aren't you asleep?
You're not asleep.
Well, 6:30 isn't my usual bedtime. Now go to sleep. You too, Margaret.
I want my imagesium bomb.
Well, there it is, right by your cot.
The plane's coming. A bomber.
No, it isn't. It's just our guns chasing the bombers away.
Sounds like a bomber to me. Oh, God, take my love away. Oh, love.
He's going to sleep, Margaret. You go to sleep, too.
Is it a German plane?
No, it's one of ours.
Is it dropping bombs now?
No, it's going away.
No.
Yes, now. You hear? See, it's going away.
Good. I don't like German planes.
They won't hurt you if I can help it.
You sound awfully mad.
I am awful mad. But not at you. Now, go to sleep.
Will you sleep here, too?
Well, if you want me to.
I want you to. You didn't say your prayers.
Well, I'll say them later.
I want you to say them now. I want you to say your prayers now.
Dear God. Dear God, take care of Nora and Margaret and Peter and all the others. And me. Please keep me mad, God. Please keep me mad.
So the curtain falls on the first act of Journey for Margaret, starring Robert Young, Anita Louise, Margaret O'Brien, and Billy Severn. Before the curtain rises on the second act, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I have always said there are no truly unattractive women. There are only women who don't know how to make themselves look interesting and exciting. Let me tell you about a little incident that proves my point. A woman came into a room full of people one day, and no one even noticed her. She looked so drab and so plain. We got to know each other rather well during the evening, and I offered to prove to her that the right makeup could transform her appearance. So we went into the dressing room, and I removed all the heavy powder that made her skin seem dry and hard. Then I took a nice clean puff and carefully powdered her face and neck with Lady Esther powder. She could hardly believe her eyes as she saw her skin take on a look of radiant new life and freshness. "Why, my skin looks so much younger," she said. "And this powder even makes my eyes look brighter. Or do I just imagine it?" I told her no, it wasn't her imagination. I told her that Lady Esther face powder is deliberately planned to be flattering to the skin, the hair, the eyes. I told her I used hurricanes, twin hurricanes, to blow the powder and color together instead of just mixing them in the usual way. And I explained that it was this hurricane blending that made Lady Esther face powder new in texture and new in shade. A face powder that has made millions of women look more youthful and more attractive. Well, this time when she entered the room full of people, many eyes turned in her direction, admiring her. And I knew I had proved beyond the question of a doubt that Lady Esther face powder had transformed her appearance.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Journey for Margaret, starring Robert Young as John Davis, Anita Louise as his wife Nora, Margaret O'Brien as Margaret, and Billy Severn as Peter.
As the days passed, I saw a lot of Margaret and Peter. And when Allison decided to send me to the States for a vacation, I cabled Nora asking her if I could bring the children home with me. When she didn't answer my cable, I phoned. Allison and I waited hours for the call to get through, and then... Hello? Yes, I'm ready. Hello, Nora? Nora?
Yes, John. It's me.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad. You didn't answer my cable.
Well, I just got it, John. I've been away in the country. I haven't been feeling so well.
Nora, I know you. You're not trying to get better.
Well, maybe I wasn't, but I am now. Oh, John, it's a wonderful idea. I'm so excited.
I know, but which one, the boy or the girl?
Oh, darling, you can't ask me to decide.
Well, you can't ask me either. If you knew them, Nora...
Oh, then, darling, bring them both.
Both? Are you sure?
Of course.
I mean, really sure?
Oh, John, dear, come home and find out.
Oh, Cookie, you're wonderful. I'll cable you tomorrow. Allison, she said yes, she wants them both.
So I surmised. Now all you have to do is to get them passage.
You see, if I can get them on my plane to Lisbon, we can take a boat to New York.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I'm afraid it's hopeless.
Hopeless?
Your plane is booked to the teeth. So is every plane for weeks.
We're just two little kids. We could squeeze them in. We'd sit in the aisle, the washroom, the... Look, Miss Fleming, why can't I take them as my luggage?
It's certainly irregular, but I might...
You could?
I think so. But then you're allowed only 40 pounds.
Well, that's not enough for two kids. Maybe not enough for one. But suppose they're both under 40 pounds. I could take one and get another passenger to take the other.
If you can persuade them, you're a genius. I'll give you the names.
Miss Fleming, I've never seen you before. Perhaps I'll never see you again. But I love you. I'll love you all my life. I know it's a strange request, Mrs. Bailey, but I've tried all the other passengers and been turned down. I'll make it up to you for everything you have to leave behind. If you take this child...
Mr. Davis, I'm going to live with my daughter in Canada. I have no one else left. My husband and my son.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It isn't easy to choose one 40-pound package that will represent 50 years of living. Those few things I can't give up.
Well, you've been very patient, Mrs. Bailey. Thank you, and I do understand. If one of them was just over 40 pounds, Miss Strauss, if I just didn't have to choose.
But they're both under 40 pounds, and you do have to choose.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. This one stay, this one go. I can't.
And I must make your decision for you.
You?
Yes, I'm used to it. Here we must make decisions every day. You wait here. You will know which one in a minute.
Fine spot to be in. I didn't like them both. They weren't so sweet. One of them didn't like me.
Mr. Davis,
Yes, Margaret?
Judy says to tell you it's a girl.
A girl. Margaret, darling. Oh, Margaret, darling.
I hope it's the right one, Mr. Davis.
Could there be a wrong one?
Margaret! Margaret!
Does he know?
I tried to explain. He's so attached to her.
Margaret goes away. I goes too.
I wish it were that easy, son.
But I want to go too with my Mr. Davis.
Well, look, Peter, you'll be having a lot of fun. You'll go to live somewhere in the country, maybe. There'll be horses and cows and sheep, and real live lambs.
Don't walk.
I'll send you some presents, too. A nice new teddy and maybe an elephant.
Don't walk.
Of course you do. I'll send them to Trudy for you.
Don't walk.
All he wants is that little ragged lamb of his. Look at the way he holds on to it.
I know. Peter, I'm leaving you, but it isn't because I want to. I like you, Peter, and someday I'll come back. Someday soon.
Oh,
Oh, gosh.
It's getting late, Mr. Davis. You don't want to miss that plane?
Yes. Peter, will you say goodbye? Please, Peter. No, wait, don't leave like that. Peter, wait.
Forgive me. I think it's better so.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Besides, well, you said yourself it's getting late. Well, you better be going. Goodbye, Trudy.
Goodbye. I only wish you could be taking both of them.
plane. There's the plane, Daddy.
What did you call me?
Daddy, won't you be my daddy when we get to America?
America and everywhere else.
I want to go to America right now.
Well, then we better get aboard, unless you've got a secret pair of wings.
No, Daddy, I haven't got no wings. Margaret! Margaret! Look, Daddy, look! It's Peter.
Peter?
Now I goes through with my Mr. Davis.
Peter, how did you get here? Who brought you?
I did, Mr. Davis. I found I could do without that 40-pound package after all.
Mrs. Bailey, I don't know what to say.
Well, then don't say it. Somehow after you left, I never felt more lonesome in my life. Up to the last moment, I was resolved. But then I made the mistake of calling your office, and almost instantly there was a lady at my house with a child, a Miss Strauss.
Mrs. Bailey, this is a wonderful thing that you're doing.
My son was in the RAF. Now, shall we go aboard?
I guess this is almost the end of the story. By plane to Lisbon and by boat to New York. We're coming up the harbor now, and I ought to take the youngsters out on deck. New York at night is something they'll remember all their lives. Something I'd rather like to see again myself.
Daddy, look at all the stars in America. It's Christmas. It's Christmas.
No, those are the lights of New York City. The biggest city you ever saw.
What's it got lights on for?
To light up the city, just like... Didn't you children ever see a city with its lights on?
No. What's it got its lights on for?
Well, because that's the way all cities look when they're not afraid of being bombed, when they're not right in the war.
Isn't America right in the war?
Well, only a few days now.
Daddy, we've stopped. There's a lot of people getting on from that little boat.
Newspaper men like Daddy.
What's it got its lights on for?
Well, Peter, you see...
John H. Davis.
Nora!
I chiseled my way under the press box.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Mr. Davis. And Mr. Davis, Jr. And Margaret, oh, golly.
We saw the lights. All the lights are on. No, they're not. They're going out.
Out? Nora, what's that, a blackout?
Yes, John. New York's blacking out.
The lights are going out.
Are you frightened, Margaret?
No, Margaret's not frightened. But what's it putting the lights out for?
They're putting them out. They're putting them out because all the lights of all the cities of the world must go out before any of them can go on again.
Will they go on again?
Yes, dear. Just as soon as the war is over.
And when they do, not anything, not anyone will ever put them out again.
Will I see?
Yes, Margaret. You'll see.
Thank you, Billy Severn, Margaret O'Brien, Robert Young, and Anita Louise for your grand performances in Journey for Margaret.
Well, Mr. Bradley, it's always a pleasure to appear on these programs for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. But tonight, the pleasure was doubled for me by having had the opportunity to work with two such talented children as Margaret O'Brien and Billy Severn. Most of us could learn a lot about acting from them. In just a moment, we'll be back to tell you about next week's exciting show. But first, a word from one of our foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Louise. These are very busy days for most of us. And you know that's one of the reasons so many women are changing to Lady Esther face powder. It stays on so long and stays so fresh and so flattering that busy women don't need to keep stopping and retouching their makeup. But that's only one of the reasons. I just wish you could read the many letters I get. Some women say they never saw such exciting powder shades. Others are thrilled by the way Lady Esther face powder hides little lines and blemishes. And so many women write and tell me my powder makes their skin look softer, more youthful. Now, if you could see how Lady Esther face powder is made, you'd know why it's so much more flattering than ordinary powder. First, it's just mixed in the usual way. But then you would see something happen to Lady Esther face powder which happens to no other powder. You would see it blown by hurricanes, color and powder blown together at terrific speed. And you would see it come from this patented twin hurricane blending, a miracle of smoothness. The colors so perfectly merged that the shades are a lot more interesting and exciting on your skin. Just try Lady Esther face powder and see why more lovely women now use it than any other kind.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present Pittsburgh. It will star Marlena Dietrich, Randolph Scott, and John Wayne. Be sure to listen. Robert Young will soon be seen in Slightly Dangerous. Billy Severn can soon be seen in Man Down Under. Margaret O'Brien is soon to be seen in Dr. Gillespie's Criminal Case. All Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer productions. Anita Louise recently appeared in the play Mr. and Mrs. North. Music on tonight's program arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther Face Cream. Thank you. Good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service. Of a Hungarian doctor, Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis, who back before the days of the miracles of modern medicine waged a lifelong battle for cleanliness and sterility in hospitals. Our story begins in Vienna in 1837, where young Semmelweis has just come to study law. Free of parental restraint, the young man entered into the gay life of the city. One day, just for a lark, he joined a medical student, a friend, Felix, in witnessing an anatomy demonstration.
My, how high this place is. What do you call it?
You mustn't talk here. It's forbidden. This is our surgical theater.
Ah, so this is the torture chamber where you fellas do your butchery.
Oh, Ignaz, please, I beg you, don't talk.
Well, the show, when does it begin?
Presently. Just sit here quietly in the back and observe.
That fellow down there under the light with the frock coat and red beard, who is he?
That is Dr. Krakauer, a very famous surgeon. Oh, see, what did I tell you? He's looking up here.
And who's that lying on the table?
The patient for the demonstration.
Felix, isn't that a woman?
Was, you mean?
But I don't understand. She's so young. So young. How did it happen?
Childbed fever. Shh. Krakauer is ready to begin. Semmelweis, where are you going? Aren't you staying for the demonstration?
Semmelweis had seen enough. In 1837, childbed fever was killing 1 out of 5 married women between the ages of 15 and 44. The young law student was so impressed by what he had seen that the very next day he wrote to his family in Budapest.
I must confess to you, my dear parents, that I have no sincere interest in the study of law. My mind and heart, I fear, are unsuited for law courts and the haggling over legal contracts.
Papa, does Ignaz mean he no longer wishes to become a lawyer?
It looks that way, Mama.
Oh, such a boy. Well, what does he want to do?
If you will let me finish reading his letter, maybe I will find out. So, with your permission, my beloved parents, I should like to take up the study of medicine, particularly in the field of obstetrics, to which I should like to devote my life.
Papa, is our Ignaz out of his mind? Obstetrics?
Yeah, it's not good. I told you, Mama, not to send him to Vienna. All that music and what... It will go.
In April 1844, young Dr. Semmelweis, serious and devoted to his new profession, joined the notorious 1st Maternity Division of the Vienna General Hospital. Notorious? Yes, because during his first month there, he saw 36 out of 208 mothers die of the dreaded childbed fever. He walked among these women, helpless, not knowing what to do.
Doctor. Herr Doctor.
Yeah, my good woman. What can I do for you?
Water. I'm burning with fever. Water.
Here. Drink.
More.
No, that's enough for now. Try to rest. The fever will go away soon. Don't worry. It will go away.
But it didn't go away. During the next 2 years, 1844 to 1846, Dr. Semmelweis watched his female patients die, one by one, row after row in the hospital. He spent days, nights, in the autopsy laboratory, searching for a clue to the dreaded fever. And then, one day, while walking through the halls of the hospital, he accidentally bumped into an old friend.
Felix, my old friend Felix, it's good to see you.
Semmelweis, how are you? And how do you like being a doctor?
Well, frankly, not much. Sometimes I feel that I should have continued with law. That is easier. No heartaches, no sleepless nights. But what brings you here?
Oh, bad news. I have just received word that my best friend, the pathologist Kolechka...
A very brilliant fellow. What about him?
He died this morning.
How?
Blood poisoning. Some careless student was assisting him at an autopsy. The knife slipped and he cut Kolechka.
Wait, Felix. You say a poison was transferred from a patient by a knife directly into Kolechka's blood.
Exactly.
Blood poison at an autopsy?
Yes. What are you driving at, Semmelweis?
This is most interesting, if this is true. But wait. I must see the report of Kolechka's post-mortem. And if this is true, if it is true...
Semmelweis's fingers trembled as he read the report. Yes, the death of Kolechka was due to blood poisoning. In black and white, there it was. Blood poisoning.
Yeah, the wound of the student's knife slip carried the invisible poison of the autopsy into Kolechka. So death is not generated always inside our bodies, but can sneak into us from outside. Perhaps the same is true of these dying mothers. The doctors come straight from autopsy rooms to the examining rooms. Perhaps we bring blood poison with us on our hands. Our dirty hands. They are the real murderers of these women.
Long before Pasteur, long before Koch and Lister, Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis had stumbled on the cold fact that microbes, poisons from outside the body, can kill patients. Overnight, he became a fanatic about cleanliness, about washing the hands of all who had contact with sick patients.
Doctor, please, let me go home. Let me have my child at home. I will die here. I know it. Please, Dr. Semmelweis.
Just have courage and rest.
Oh, rest? How can I rest when I know I shall die like all the others? How can I rest, Herr Doctor, when I'm all day reminded of death? That bell, the priest's bell.
Dr. Schultz.
Yeah, Dr. Semmelweis?
Do me a favor. Ask the priest not to march through these wards with his death bell.
Yeah, Dr. Semmelweis.
And, Dr. Schultz, do these women a favor. Wash your hands before you come into the wards.
My hands? Why, they're clean.
Dr. Schultz, where were you before you made your rounds in number 1 clinic?
Not in my laboratory.
So?
We were performing an autopsy on the patient who died of fever.
And from there, you came directly to this ward to examine these women. Isn't that so? Dr. Semmelweis, I object to your constant questions. You are not an attorney, nor am I a criminal.
That remains to be seen. Did you wash your hands after you left that unfortunate woman in the autopsy?
My hands are clean. See for yourself.
On the surface, yes. But did it ever occur to you, Doctor, that even your hands may carry disease? The
next day found Dr. Semmelweis with the chief of the obstetrical staff, Dr. Klein.
Semmelweis, you are making a fetish of this cleanliness.
Since when is death a fetish?
But the causes of the fever are well known. Even the great Virchow will tell you that the fever is due to an invisible miasma, bad air, atmospheric cosmic telluric influences. That's what's killing these mothers.
Fancy words to hide ignorance. I tell you the fever is caused by dirty hands, contaminated hands. If your interns would take the trouble of washing their hands with chlorine water, fewer women would die in your hospital.
And how do you know, Herr Dr. Semmelweis?
Because I have been gathering facts. Here in the hospital, we have 2 obstetrical clinics. In clinic number 1, the mortality rate is 11.3%. And in clinic number 2, the mortality rate is only 2.7%. Now listen to this. In clinic number 1, the patients are examined by interns whose hands are contaminated in the autopsy laboratory. But in clinic number 2, only midwives examine the patients. And midwives, as you well know, never go near the autopsy room. Therefore, I conclude, less contamination, fewer deaths.
A very pretty hypothesis proving nothing.
And I reply, if you had eyes, you would find proof right under your very nose.
Semmelweis, for a long time I've been thinking of discharging you for your attitude and insults.
Yes, that would eliminate Semmelweis, but not the fever. Dr. Klein, my appointment here ends a year from now. Let me prove to you in that year that my hypothesis is correct. Whatever our personal differences, you are a scientist. Let me try my experiment. Let me wash the hands of your staff in clinic number 1.
The next morning, there was an unusual announcement in the hospital. All interns, nurses, orderlies, students, and yes, even the dignified doctors were ordered to assemble in clinic number 1.
These are the orders. I want the delivery room spotless. Clean sheets, sterile clothing, sterile sponges, antiseptic instruments. Do not come near a patient with dirty hands. I beseech you, implore you, wash your hands. Soap and water alone will not suffice. Soak your hands in a solution of chloride of lime. I will give you a demonstration.
And so Semmelweis began. First he lathered his hands with soap excessively, then washing them in water over and over again. Then he plunged his hands into a basin of chlorine water. Here he washed and rinsed his hands so long that they turned red. The board group looked on. At last, Semmelweis's hands became slippery. He holds them up to his nose. He sniffs, and then he nods.
Now, my hands are clean.
As simple as all that, Semmelweis washed the doctor's hands clean of death. In 3 weeks, after he insisted that everyone wash his hands, he reported to Dr. Klein.
The mortality rate in clinic number 1 has dropped from 11.3 to only 3%.
And at the end of the year, he reported,
mortality rate dropped from 3% to the all-time low in the Vienna Lying-in Hospital of only a little over 1%.
And in that same year, Dr. Klein reported,
Semmelweis, you are discharged.
I have been expecting that, Dr. Klein, but I've proven my point. We know how to wipe out childbed fever. We have saved the lives of thousands of women.
You are impetuous. You quarrel. You cannot take orders.
Wrong again, Dr. Klein. I can take orders. Goodbye.
But that wasn't the last the world heard of Dr. Semmelweis. There came a day when he was proved correct, when his ideas were accepted and expanded to make possible the antiseptically clean, spotless hospital of today. But Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis saw little progress in this direction, for he became a victim of the very sickness he was trying to eradicate. While working on childbed fever,
he died of the same septic infection. Later, Sir William J. Sinclair of the University of Manchester wrote these words.
We deplore the martyrdom of Semmelweis, but we can find some comfort in the reflection that he did not struggle in vain. The whole civilized world was soon to enjoy the fruits of his discovery. He shed the light of scientific progress on a region hitherto shrouded in the darkness of night.
And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
There's more good news from North Africa. Allied armies are threatening both Sousse and Kairouan as Rommel pulls his Axis forces into the northern tip of Tunisia. American bombers have again raided Naples. RAF planes were over southwest Germany last night. And Berlin says the Red Air Force has joined the Allied offensive against the German homeland. In Russia, the Nazis are reported moving up supplies and men for a new summer drive. But for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood, Allied Forces. By now, most of the Axis forces in North Africa have been squeezed into the northeast corner of Tunisia. If there are any German or Italian troops south of Sousse, they are probably in our hands. This battle is moving so fast right now that all our information is miles out of date. But the last we heard, our forces from Fondou were near Kairouan, and the 8th Army was well on the road between Sfax and Sousse. The Germans are moving into the hills of northern Tunisia very fast. They are pausing only to fight isolated rearguard actions and delay minefields. One of the most spectacular sides of this North African war right now is the campaign of the American C-38 fighter boys that they're waging against the German transport planes. You know that yesterday they got 40, and a few days ago they got 18. Well, today they got 21 more. The Germans always use their transport planes in a crisis, and this is certainly a crisis now. They are using them to bring over gas and oil and ammunition. But we are taking a terrible toll. With today's 21, we have shot down 79 in the last 6 days. Rommel probably made his decision to pull up his stakes and head to the north as soon as the 8th Army breached the Wadi Akarit. At that time, the big threat to retreat was the possibility of a successful Allied thrust to the sea, like the one that is now moving from Fondou to Kairouan to Sousse. It's up in the mountainous northeast corner of Tunisia, where something like 200,000 Axis troops must be concentrated now as the final battle for Tunisia will be fought. The British offensive up there around Medjid el-Bab, which was designed to secure better battle positions for the final drive to Tunis, has made an advance of 10 miles between Medjid el-Bab and Manshar, and between 1,000 and 2,000 prisoners were taken. The concentration of both forces on both sides up in northern Tunisia will be something terrific. All the forces that were stretched out from Tunis to the Maris line have been drawn up into that corner. There is no doubt that the German will be beaten up there. but it's going to take some of the hardest fighting that this war has seen to do it. They are entrenched in those mountains like oysters in their shells, and it's going to be a grim, bloody job to get them out. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Will your radio be capable of tip-top performance 1 year from today? Admiral servicemen all over the country say yes, providing it receives proper care. The words proper care needn't frighten you. Your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you or your family. All you need do is make one phone call, nothing else. Phone your Admiral dealer, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. He'll then give it the thorough Admiral step-by-step examination by which Admiral dealers anticipate and prevent trouble. One of these steps is a checkup of all tubular and filter condensers, especially if the wax used in their construction. Should this wax melt, as sometimes happens when a set is used continuously, the result may be a defective circuit and a radio out of action. An Admiral dealer, in making regular checkups, will discover such trouble spots early, take measures to correct them. He'll render many other services which will prolong the life of your radio. If he sees some, he'll order a new one immediately, and despite shortages, probably have it in time to keep your radio in continuous action. Yes, your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you. Call your Admiral dealer first thing tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. There's only a nominal charge for this service. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
The vast Russian front remains comparatively quiet again today, but Moscow observers seem to believe that behind that curtain of inactivity, the Germans are preparing for another summer offensive. Reports from the front say the Nazis are wheeling up fresh material in reserves. Red Army planes are said to have destroyed or damaged at least 36 trucks in the last 24 hours. Otherwise, the lull is broken only by occasional artillery exchanges and light patrol activity. The Russians say they've repulsed several minor charges against their Donetsk River bridgeheads. On the Central Front, Soviet forces have consolidated positions 32 to 50 miles from Smolensk. The latest Moscow War Bulletin reports that no important changes took place at any point on the 1,500-mile battle line. However, German planes are also striking at Russian communications. 80 bombers raided a railway station, but dispatches say Red planes broke up their formation. The newspaper Pravda reports a great increase in aviation transport traffic, with heavily loaded trains and planes on both sides shuttling supplies and men to the front and carrying away wounded. That's the latest on the fighting in Russia. Admiral Radio had hoped to bring you a report direct from Moscow by Quentin Reynolds, war correspondent for Collier's Magazine. But atmospheric conditions have made the broadcast unintelligible. However, Reynolds has cabled us this report. He says, Moscow is the city where Hitler's dream ended. Someday, historians will immortalize the small suburb of Moscow called Kimka. You can get on a streetcar in front of the Kremlin and be in Kimka within half an hour. It's just another suburb. But Kimka will live forever, because it was here in October of 1941 that Hitler's dream ended. His army was battering at the gates of Moscow then, and one day a German tank penetrated as far as obscure Kimka. That tank and the German soldiers in the tank died, and the Nazi dream of Russian conquest died too. Hitler never was able to get that close to the Kremlin again. I was in Moscow then, and the city was unafraid but grim, and no smiles were seen on the men and women who walked on the streets of Moscow. Moscow was fighting with her back to the wall, and she knew it. But she fought back just as London once fought back, and faith and courage of her sons and daughters were rewarded. Now I've returned to this city of courage. The nearest German is 200 miles away, and Moscow is confident that soon that distance will be increased. Moscow is not overconfident or falsely optimistic, but Moscow is no longer the grim place it was in 1941. Today the streets are thronged with soldiers on leave. Each night, the opera is crowded with men in uniform and with factory hands. The people of Moscow have been at war now for nearly 2 years, but they are neither weary nor have they weakened. Quentin Reynolds continues, when you come here directly from New York, as I did, it is impossible not to notice the great contrast. A month ago, I was annoyed because sometimes in New York I had to walk a few blocks before getting a taxi cab. Here in Moscow, there are no taxi cabs, no private cars, and no transportation except streetcars and subway. Mostly we walk. Gasoline, oil, and rubber are too precious to use for anything except war purposes. The dim out in New York annoyed us all a bit. Here in Moscow, there's a complete blackout, and you don't go out at night unless it's absolutely necessary. When I left New York, some people were grumbling because of food rationing. Here in Moscow, you can get 1 slice of butter per day, 1 lump of sugar per meal, and of course steaks, roast beef, and chops, as we know them at home, do not exist. When I left home, people were worrying because whiskey and gin were scarce, and it was difficult to obtain vintage wine. Here in Moscow, one is very lucky to get an occasional glass of vodka. There's nothing else. Moscow is making teetotalers out of even American correspondents. We have a midnight curfew in Moscow. The streets must be kept clear in the event German bombers come. Each of us has 1 electric light bulb in his room, no more. Electric power is needed for war purposes. We seldom have water in Moscow. Power and fuel are needed to run the factories. New York is really not so badly off after all. But no matter what privations, no one here grumbles. Even now, the people at home have a tendency to let the army fight the war. Moscow knows that armies alone can't win wars. Here, every civilian knows that this is his war, and he's doing something about it. Yesterday, I stood on an embankment of the river. Spring has come to Moscow and opened the veins of the river, and the ice has been swept away by the swift current. Here on the embankment was a group of school children, about 50 of them. None was older than 12, and 1/3 of them were girls. They were drilling with wooden guns. A Red Army man marched them up and down the embankment, giving crisp orders, and the youngsters marched smartly and skillfully. These children of Mars drilled for an hour, and when they went hurrying back, not to baseball diamonds or playgrounds. Moscow is at war. Each child has his war job. The report from Quentin Reynolds goes on. I've heard people in New York grumble about the servant problem. Here in Moscow, only the very young and very old can be released for domestic service. Housewives with husbands and sons at the front have to do their own marketing, cooking, and housework, and take care of the babies besides. When school is dismissed and drilling is over, these school kids help. They mind babies. They help with dishes. They run errands. They scrub floors. They're organized into what they call the pioneers, much like our Boy Scouts. They work hard, these children who have no time to play, but they are happy. Each child has heard his mother and father say 100 times, "This is your war, too." And each child makes it his war. Every civilian in Moscow has made it his war. Perhaps New York can learn something about the City of Courage. And that's the report from Moscow, cabled to us by Quentin Reynolds. In Britain, Allied bombers and fighters are reported to have been over the enemy-occupied continent today following a heavy attack on Germany last night. For these details and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
The RAF was out last night attacking targets in southwest Germany. Details so far are scanty. The communique reported heavy clouds, which made it impossible to see results. 2 German fighters were destroyed. 18 RAF bombers are missing. It's thought that the RAF force was a large one. Coastal residents heard planes roaring over the coast from midnight to dawn. A climax is near in the French problem. General de Gaulle presided over a 3-hour meeting of the French National Committee today, which was convened to hear General Couture's report. Yesterday, Couture, de Gaulle's representative returned from North Africa, was closeted with de Gaulle in a private conference on the formula for French unity which Couture and Giraud had agreed on. The committee has had nothing official to say about the conference, although a spokesman reported that Catrou told the committee that all Frenchmen in North and West Africa were eager to see the establishment of a central and provisional authority as soon as possible. Catrou appears to have held the floor for most of the meeting. Evidently, he was impressing on de Gaulle and the committee the urgent necessity of accepting the formula he arrived at with Giraud. The Giraud-Catrou plan is the essence of fairness and has the complete backing of the British and American governments. A high-fighting French official has told me that the meeting went well today. But in authoritative quarters here, there is still no disposition to be too optimistic about de Gaulle's reception of the plan. It's hoped that Catrou may be able to convince de Gaulle that a refusal to accept the plan will be considered capricious by the British and American governments, and that it cannot but result in the loss of the sympathy of many who have consistently supported the fighting French. It's worth noting that today's London Observer, an independent, middle-of-the-road paper, is very critical of the fighting French attitude. It flatly states that the task of overcoming the obstacles to French unity has not been lessened by the attitude adopted by the fighting French in recent events. It is the first time that an influential London paper has used such strong language in criticizing the fighting French, and it reflects a growing impatience in British circles with de Gaulle's intractability. With all the problems that face the United Nations before the war can be won, it might be well for all of us to pay attention to a notice that was put up on the bulletin board of the Services Club in London's West End last night by an enterprising soldier poet. It said, "The Lord gave us two ends to use, one to think with, one to sit with. The war depends on which we choose. Heads we win, tails we lose." Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Next, for news on the home front, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The President had until last midnight to veto the debt limit extension bill, which carries a rider repealing his order limiting salaries to $25,000 a year. Since he failed to do so, the bill is now presumably a law, and the ceiling on salaries is lifted. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, however, the President will issue a statement on the subject and will doubtless explain his reasons for giving in to Congress. Speaking of price ceilings, economic stabilizer Burns told us at the White House on Friday that we might expect an OPA announcement yesterday fixing prices on many food items at levels somewhat lower than those prevailing today. No such announcement was forthcoming yesterday, and it will not be made today either. But an officer of the OPA has just assured me that ceiling prices will be announced sometime in the next few days. The fact that the announcement is being held up, however, may have something to do with the squabble now going on over grade labeling. This, of course, is designed to protect the consumer, to assure him that quality is standard. Since price control went into effect, however, many food processors have found it either necessary or convenient to lower quality in order to make a profit at the prices fixed by the OPA. So far, OPA in some instances has tended to wink at the practice in the belief that it would be powerless to prevent it in any case. But labor has been making an issue of the matter, and OPA has been paying lip service to the proposition that lowering of quality is in violation of the Price Control Act. Here in Washington, it's understood that the President intended to demand grade labeling in his Hold the Line message last Thursday night, but that he struck out all reference to the matter at the insistence of Mr. Brown. This has angered the representatives of labor, and they're now demanding the removal from OPA of certain former advertising men whom they accuse of representing the interests of clients rather than the public. In the last analysis, however, what OPA will do about grade labeling will probably be decided by economic stabilizer Burns, and he's believed to be strongly in favor of enforcement. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British pursuit of Marshal Rommel's beaten Africa Corps continues on a broadening front as the full power of the British Eighth Army deploys in the Tunisian Central Plain. Meanwhile, American, French, and British troops on the German flank are making some progress in the direction of Kairouan, when the British First Army is advancing east of Medjez el Bab. Thus, the Axis forces are caught in a narrowing semicircle. The fall of both Kairouan and the port of Sousse seems imminent, and the great question at this moment is whether the Africa Corps can stop its withdrawal and stand firm on the Enfeiteville ridges between Sousse and Tunis, or whether it has gotten altogether out of hand under relentless punishment and is about to be herded to destruction against the sea in the vicinity of Tunis itself. Weighing every known factor, the chances appear about even for this as against Rummel's chance to make a new stand. Montgomery is a master of pursuit, one of the most difficult operations of war, as he has already amply demonstrated. Short of Enfeiteville, there are no terrain features favorable for defense, and nothing offering any shelter from the Allied air attacks. The 8th Army has shown incredible endurance both as to men and machines. The Africa Corps must be suffering not only heavy losses, but severe deterioration of morale. Thus, all the ingredients of rout and dissolution are present. If Rommel can stem this tide, if he can make another stand, he will have well earned the gratitude of his Führer. In that case, the Tunisian battle will become a great siege, with the Allies holding every sort of advantage, but the Germans will have gained more time. If, on the other hand, as is possible but by no means certain, Rommel has lost control of his forces, then it seems likely that within a very few days we shall see a great German disaster in Tunisia, and only the great fortress of Bizerte will be left for systematic reduction by the methodical methods of siege warfare.
General MacArthur reports from Australia that our bombers have made 3 trips over the Jap base at Wewak and its harbor area, shore installation, seaplane base, and airdrome. A 1,000-ton cargo ship was destroyed and 2 others damaged. Wewak is on New Guinea's northeastern coast, about 470 airline miles from our base at Port Moresby and 330 miles northwest of Lae. That's the latest news direct from Australia. For an analysis of the growing air power of the Japanese in that area, here in our New York studio is Columbia's correspondent William J. Dunn, who recently returned from the Southwest Pacific. Mr. Dunn.
You've heard a lot of talk in the past few weeks concerning Japanese concentrations in the chain of islands which front Australia to the north. Increased shipping activity, movement of ground troops, and particularly increased air strength throughout this whole area. The news of the past few days from General McCarthy's headquarters and from Admiral Halsey's South Pacific area seemed to leave little doubt that our Pacific enemies are making progress in the mechanical strengthening of those positions from which any further southward moves must be launched or which must bear the brunt of any Allied attempt to move northward. Japanese planes in ever-increasing numbers have been reported in the Guadalcanal area, in New Britain, New Ireland, and in the Kandari section of the Dutch East Indies. George Morad, reporting to CBS World News from Australia, says the Japanese have succeeded in establishing a major air base at Wewak on the northern coast of New Guinea, a base which should prove a potent factor in Japan's defense of Lae Salamaua or even Rabaul. Still, there is one point which should not be overlooked in considering the South Pacific picture. There has been nothing in the news of the past week to indicate that the quality of the Japanese air concentration is in any way proportionate to the numerical increase in planes. The 98-plane raid on our shipping in the Guadalcanal area last week can be said to have failed. The news from General MacArthur's area indicates that attempts to divert our repeated attacks on such enemy bases as Wewak, Kaviong, Rabaul, and Madang have been consistently ineffective, and there seems to be every reason to believe that the Japanese pilot operating in the South Pacific today is not the skilled, clever combat flyer we were meeting 6 or 8 months ago. You have often heard that time is the number one requirement of the Japanese in the Pacific today. Time to consolidate far-flung gains, time to replace heavy shipping losses, time to exploit and develop the vast wealth of raw material the Nipponese have won in the past 16 months. It is equally true that the Japanese are sorely in need of time to train Air Corps personnel, pilots, navigators, bombardiers, gunners, to replace the heavy losses suffered during their first 6 months of consistent success. American airmen in the Pacific never made the mistake of underestimating the ability of the Japanese flyers they first encountered out there. But they are equally certain that Japan is finding it difficult to train first-class replacements in this all-important arm. Our own pilots out there are asking only that we do not allow Japan the time she wants and requires for the development of an adequate pilot training program.
That was William J. Dunn. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Salt water plays an important part at Admiral Radio's two great plants these days. Much of the radio and electronic equipment now pouring from Admiral assembly lines goes directly into action with the United States Navy. Every device Admiral builds for the Navy must withstand a special saltwater test, undergo a flood of salt water for 200 consecutive hours, 8 days and nights plus 8 hours more. Not only small, delicate parts, but the complete, highly complicated instrument must function perfectly after being subjected to this grueling test. Admiral's peacetime policy, that of producing only the finest in radio, gave Admiral the experience to build such equipment and build it well enough to meet the high standards established by both the Army and Navy. Admiral's peacetime policy also won public confidence, with the result that Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is using this capacity and experience to serve America's fighting men, to build the radio and electronic equipment they need in coordinating their forces, directing their battles, and winning freedom for the world. The United States this week gives special recognition to the Boys Clubs of America. The Boys Club movement is taking an active part in the biggest job we have today, the winning of the war. More than 500,000 former members are serving in the Army and Navy. Another 250,000, all Boys Club members, are undergoing pre-military training and working as victory volunteers. Our hats are off to the Boys Clubs of America. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with Jimmy Cash, Paul Whiteman and his music, and George and Gracie. Here they are. Well, while George is reading his morning paper in the front room, we find Gracie in the library. She's engaged in writing a letter when the library door opens and a man enters. He is tall, good-looking, and obviously very intelligent despite his youth. Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill. Come on in.
Well, I won't bother you, Gracie. I see you're writing a letter.
Oh, I'll be through with it in a minute. Listen, how does this sound? I'm mad about you, sweetheart. I can't live without you. I must have you for my own. Does that get over the idea that I like 'em?
Like him? For goodness sakes, who are you writing that to?
Big Jake.
Big Jake? Big Jake who?
I don't know. I never met him.
Well, then, Gracie, how do you know you can't live without him?
Well, it says so in this letter I'm writing.
I'm beginning to see why George always looks like he was just slugged by a commando.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Tootsie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hello, Tootsie.
Gracie, did Big Jake write? Is there a letter for my sweetheart?
Your sweetheart? I thought he was Gracie's.
Oh, Bill, how could you think such a thing? Big Jake is going to marry Tootsie.
Well, then how come Gracie was writing to him?
Well, it's like this. You see, I joined this Lonely Hearts Club.
Oh, a Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes, and they told her about a man in Peoria who was crazy to get married.
Uh-huh. And they advised me to send in my picture, so I did.
Uh-huh. And what did the man do after he got the picture?
He dropped out of the club.
I see.
Well, I was about to give up in despair when a letter came addressed to Miss 23. That's my Lonely Hearts number.
I didn't think it was your age, Tootsie.
Oh, no, my age is 22.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, anyway, this letter was from Big Jake. He asked for my picture, too, but this time I didn't take any chances.
No, she sent him a picture of the Dharma girl.
Oh, really? Which one? Rita Hayworth?
No.
Hedy Lamarr?
No.
Betty Grable?
No, but it's getting warmer.
Well, I give up, Gracie. Who?
Me.
Oh.
Yes. It was a picture she'd given me, autographed with all my love, Gracie. So now he thinks my name is Gracie, and she has to write my love letter so the handwriting will match.
Oh, well, now I get it. Well, Tootsie, did he send you his picture?
No, but I'm sure he's just my type. He's somewhere between 18 and 70, and he's single.
And Bill, he writes that he's a lonely rancher in Wyoming, and he has over 10,000 head of cattle.
Oh, I'm so thrilled!
Well, you should be. Imagine getting married and surrounded with beef at the same time.
Yes. Beef and married are awfully hard to get this year.
Well, Tootsie, if you're planning to get married soon, there are certain things which every young girl should know.
Oh, really, Bill? What are they?
Oh, Gracie, you're married. What about George?
Well, I'll explain them to him later.
Well, I'll tell you, girls, to be happily married... Now, don't blush. I'm going to be very frank. To be happily married, you must make sure of one thing.
What, Bill?
That there's plenty of Swan soap in the house. That's Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. A regular suds and whiz.
Well, Bill, tell us about, life.
Well, okay, Gracie. Have you ever noticed how the bees fly from flower to flower?
Yes.
Have you ever noticed how the birds fly from tree to tree?
Yes.
Well, that's how people fly from the dining room table to the kitchen to wash the dishes with Swan. Swan gives heaps of suds even in hard water, and it's so mild it helps keep your hands soft and lovely. That's why you should use Swan for every soap and water job around the house.
Bill, I don't think you're interested in seeing me happily married at all.
Oh, sure I am, Tootsie, and you'll be happily married if you remember this. Marriage is give and take, Tootsie. Share and share alike. So always break your bar of Swan in two and give half to Big Jake. Swan breaks in two with an easy twist of the wrist. So you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and half in the bathroom for your hands and face, tub or shower. Well, goodbye, Tootsie, and I hope you'll be very happy as Mrs. Say, you don't even know that fellow's last name.
Oh, that's all right. To me, he's just Big Jake.
Uh-huh. Well, Tootsie, if he marries you, he's one of the biggest Jakes I ever heard of.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mr. Burns. You're quite a stranger.
Yeah, we don't see each other very often. Any mail this morning?
Your wife usually greets me at the door. She's a wonderful woman. You lucky dog.
Yeah, that she is. Any mail for me?
She and I are kindred spirits. We have the same jolly devil-may-care outlook on life.
Did you bring any mail?
She's very thoughtful, too. She always inquires about my health.
Look, Mr. Postman, is there any mail?
Most people just ignore it, but I find my health very interesting.
Okay. How's your health?
Oh, nice of you to ask.
Yes.
My health is always superb, Mr. Burns.
Superb, yes.
I'll wager that a few men can equal me for sheer animal virility.
Fine. Now, what kind of mail did you bring us?
Just a letter for your wife. Here you are.
Say, this must be a mistake. It's addressed to Gracie Allen, Lonely Hearts, number 23.
It's no mistake, Mr. Burns. She gets lots of those Lonely Heart letters, and sends them, too.
She does?
Yes, a form of innocent amusement, I suppose.
Innocent amusement? Women don't join those clubs unless they're looking for romance.
Gosh, I never thought of that. But now that I look at you more closely...
Never mind. Gee, this is terrible. What about this letter? Should I open it?
I think you've got a right to open it. You're the one who made her lonesome.
Yeah, I'll open it. My darling angel dream girl, I just can't stand it no longer. When I look at the picture you sent me, I tremble so bad that I spill my victuals all over myself. So, honey, I'm coming to take you away. Big Jake, the Lonesome Ranger. Oh, no. I can't believe it. Gracie wouldn't leave me. She's used to me.
Well, I'll be going. Goodbye, Mr. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Keep smiling, he says.
Well, George was pretty upset by Big Jake's letter, so now he's on his way to the office of the Lonely Hearts Club to find out if Gracie is really a member.
Good afternoon, Lonely Hearts. Oh, hello, number 39. What, another one? We just got your husband last week. Oh, I see. All right, goodbye.
Is 39 getting rid of her husband already?
Yeah, she used up all his ration points.
Oh, gee, this racing is so confusing. Red stamps, blue stamps. What's it all about?
You're such a dope, Delorme. The blue stamps are for canned goods, and the red stamps are for butter, cheese, cooking fats, and meat.
Meat, huh? You mean with these stamps, I don't have to let the butcher kiss me anymore?
No. Now the government gives you the right to slap his face.
Oh, well, what about all these letters on the stamps?
Well, you see...
I beg your pardon, miss. Is this the Lonely Hearts Club?
Yeah, sit right down, Pop. We'll try to get you a wife. It won't be easy, but we'll try.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't...
We got a new customer, Delorme.
Yeah, ain't he a pip?
I'll say. You better fill out a practically impossible card.
Oh, see here, miss.
Randall, you didn't finish explaining to me about the letters on those red stamps.
Look, miss.
Look, Delorme, each letter stands for a different week. The first week, A's were good. This week, B's are good. Plus any A's you have left over.
Look,
well,
miss.
I get it. And next week, C's are good.
Sure, and whatever A's and B's you got left over.
Look, miss.
Oh, well, that's simple. And then the fourth week, the D's are good, plus any of the others I've still got, huh?
Yeah, but you better use them up by the end of the fourth week, because after that they're canceled. The fifth week you start with the E stamps.
Oh, well, I give up.
Don't give up, Pop. We'll get your wife. Say, how would you like a nice fat Indian squaw named Princess Moose Jaw?
Look, I don't want any Indians.
Look who's being choosy.
Girls, all I'm interested in is one woman.
Well, at your age, that ought to be plenty.
Do me a favor. Just look up number 23 in your file and tell me who she is.
Okay, Pop. Number 23. Oh, here we are. Say, you really picked one. This is the man craziest female in the whole club.
She is?
Yeah. Her number ought to be P38. What a pursuit job.
Is her name Gracie?
No, it's Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, so that's it. Oh, boy. Then my wife does love me. So long, girls.
Gee, Ethel, did you hear that? He's got a wife.
Well, she wasn't our client. She can't sue us.
Gracie, suppose Big Jake doesn't like me when he finds out I'm not you.
Well, you've got to make him like you. On the day you meet him, why don't you wear a very short skirt?
Oh, Gracie.
Well, I mean a Tootsie. Most Western men are bow-legged, and he'll see right away that you and he have something in common. Oh, I'll answer it, Tootsie.
Oh, number 23, my little prairie flower.
My goodness, you must be number 97, Big Jake.
Yeah, I'm Big Jake, all right. Miss Gracie, may I call you Miss Gracie?
Why, certainly, Mr. Big.
Oh, I'm a man of action, Miss Gracie. Come to my big, strong arms.
Oh, please,
stop that, Big Jake. You let go of her.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I didn't see you. Gosh, I sure didn't mean to hug your daughter right in front of you.
My daughter?
Oh, Tootsie isn't my mother. She's single. She's extremely single.
Yes, and I'm crazy about Westerners.
That's right. Of course, she likes Easterners and Northerners and Southerners, too, but her favorite is a man with wide open spaces.
Well, that's fine, but it's you I came to get, Gracie, honey, and I can't wait no longer. The Dogie of Desire is a frisking around in the corral of my heart.
Oh, really? I'll bet it tickles.
Come on, honey. Come on, get your duds packed and let's hit the trail.
Well, Big Jake, you see, I'm not, oh, my goodness, Tootsie, look.
What, Gracie?
Oh, coming up the walk, my HUSDAND.
I know what that was.
You do?
Yep. That was spelling.
Big Jake, you better step in the next room.
Oh, what for, honey?
Well, there's a brush salesman coming up the walk, and, well, we're not married yet, and I like to try the brushes on before I buy them.
Yeah, come on, Big Jake.
Oh, thank goodness. Hello, George.
Gracie, I have a confession to make. This morning, I thought you were in love with another man. In fact, I got so upset, I went right out to buy a box of candy.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Then I discovered it was Tootsie, not you, so naturally I didn't buy the candy.
Oh, naturally, yeah. That's the trouble with you husbands. You never buy candy for your wives unless you're jealous.
Well, that's right.
Oh, Big Jake, come on in, Big Jake. Your little prairie flower is waiting.
Oh, I know you couldn't wait no longer, honey. Come to my big strong arms. Hey, what is this? Let go of her.
George, make it assorted chocolate with plenty of nuts.
Oh. Now, look, Jake, I'm telling you for the last time, you can't marry Gracie. She's my wife. But doggone it, I gotta take a gal back home with me. Them there hills are mighty lonely. Well, Tootsie's the girl you've been writing to. Take her. Them there hills ain't that lonely.
But, Jake, beauty is only skin deep, and Tootsie will lose most of hers the first time she rides a horse.
Yes, it's bound to be an improvement. I ain't interested.
Oh, Jake, don't you get tired of looking at the faces of those same old cows every day?
I sure do.
Well, then, Tootsie's just what you need, a new face.
Yes, please marry me, Jake.
Yes, please marry her, Jake.
For Pete's sake, marry her, Jake. No, sir, I ain't going to do it. Jake, if you don't marry Tootsie, you can go to jail. What are you talking about? Breach of promise. We have it in writing that you promised to marry Lonely Heart number 23. Well, that's Tootsie.
Why, George, that's wonderful. Why, you're the smartest man I ever met and married.
Yes, I get an idea every 4 or 5 years.
Well, which will it be, Jake? Either you marry Tootsie or you spend the rest of your life in prison.
Doggone it, that's a mighty tough choice to make.
Well, you won't like prison, Jake. I've seen what it's like in the movies, and it's awful. The only nice thing about it is that Humphrey Bogart is always in the next cell.
You better think it over, Jake.
Yep. Every day they come in and shine lights in your eyes and say, "Where were you on the night of July 6th?" And then they hit you over the head with a blue jacket.
You better think it over, Jake. I ain't going to marry that gal. Keep trying, sweetheart. I'll answer the door. Oh, come on in, Bill.
Oh, what's doing, George?
Well, we're trying to sell a guy on the idea of marrying Tootsie Sagwell.
Oh, well, brother, if you can do that, you can sell soda pop to W.C. Fields.
Say, Bill, maybe you can help.
Yeah?
Tell this fella that you're crazy about Tootsie, and he won't think she's such a mess.
Oh, George, only a heel could do that.
But you'd get rid of Tootsie.
And I'm just the heel who can do it. Come on.
Well, come on.
Tootsie. Tootsie, my darling. They tell me you're leaving me to marry another man. Is this true, my beloved?
Huh?
And this must be the lucky guy. Big Jake. Congratulations, partner.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't planning to marry
now, Jake, you're a Westerner, a rancher, so I'm going to talk your language. Tootsie Sagwell is pure stock.
She is?
Pure stock.
A thoroughbred, huh?
Pure stock.
Yes, sir, a thoroughbred. Why, Jake, I'll put Tootsie up against any horse in your corral. For looks, speed, stamina, appetite.
Bill, please. I feel like I ought to neigh for him.
Big Jake, I can truthfully say that if you marry Tootsie Sagwell, you'll be getting the prettiest, the fairest flower in all the land.
Really?
Absolutely. Because as a wedding present, I'm giving you the Swan Rainbow assortment of gladiolus bulbs. Here's a swan wrapper and a dime. That's all you need. You see, the Swan people will send this wonderful assortment of 8 gladiolus bulbs, including a special feature bulb called the Swan White, to anyone who sends in a wrapper from any size bar of Swan soap, along with 10 cents, to Gracie Allen, Box 7, New York City.
My, what a pretty name. Say it again, Bill.
Gracie Allen, Box 7, New York City.
Bill, the man wants a wife.
Of course he wants a wife. And that's not all you want, Big Jake. By and by, you'll want some little, growing up around the house, right?
Oh, sure.
Well, plant those bulbs, and soon they'll be growing up. Yes, sir, these gladiolus bulbs are the kind florists use for their choicest cut flowers. And they'll grow into big, satiny blooms of many colors, with as many as 16 flowers to each stem, some of them as large as 4 inches across. That's the kind of flowers you'll have if you marry Tootsie.
Well, Bill, you confuse Jake. He won't know whether to marry Tootsie or Planter.
Oh, marry her, Jake. Marry her, and... Well, don't mind these tears in my eyes. The best man won. I loved her, yes, but you loved her more.
Why, Bill, I didn't know you felt that way.
Yes. Oh, well, that's life. Partner, I want to thank you. If you hadn't spoke your piece, I might have walked out on this little gal.
No.
Yep. But if she meant that much to a good-looking feller like you, she must have hidden charms. Tootsie, let's get hitched. What do you say?
Hallelujah!
You can say that again. You know where we can find a parson, honey?
Do I? I've got a map of the city with everyone marked in case of emergency. Come on.
Yes, take her, Big Jake. And know that with her you take a piece of my heart. Bless you both. I wish you happiness. The happiness I can never know without Tootsie.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Oh, wait, stop.
What's wrong, Gracie?
Well, you can't do it, Tootsie. You can't marry Big Jake. You're breaking Bill's heart. Bill, you've got to marry her. He loves you, Tootsie.
Gracie, Bill just said that.
I know, I heard him, and it was beautiful.
Oh.
Gracie, I think I'd better go ahead and marry Big Jake. You know what they say about a bird in the hand.
Well, I don't care how much moss it gathers.
Moss? Look, Gracie.
Oh, Tootsie, you just have to marry Bill right away.
Now, wait a minute, Gracie. I'm not in love with Tootsie. I just said that to get Big Jake steamed up.
You did?
Yes.
Well, then I'm a-calling this deal off. And what's more, I'm a-leaving.
And I'm a-going with you.
And I'm a-going, too.
There he goes, and now I'll never be a prairie flower.
Oh, poor Tootsie. Do you want a handkerchief?
No, I want a man.
Tootsie, if I can think of a way to get you a man, will you stop crying?
Yeah.
Well, let me see now. We could... No. Well, why don't we... No, we try that. Well, Tootsie, you know something?
What?
You better stop crying again.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnson Wax program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. thing they certainly teach a boy in the Army, to be neat and tidy. There's nothing like a stretch of kitchen police for giving a man respect for little things like keeping shoes shined, buttons sewed on, guns spotless and gleaming. Which reminds me that S.C. Johnson & Son are making for the armed forces millions of cans of a product for keeping those rifles clean called Rifle Bore Cleaner. I forget just how many, but it's an impressive figure. And it's just one of a number of war products made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Special finishes of all kinds that go directly or indirectly into war production. Many of these are for the protection of metal or rubber or wood surfaces in the same way that millions of homes use regular Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for the protection of floors, furniture, woodwork, and linoleum. They say that in the spring, a young man's fancy. But while this is spring, the squire of 79 Wistful Vista is not as young as he was and consequently doesn't feel so fancy. In fact, he feels awful. So hold your diagnoses for the next half hour and get a load of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, what's the matter with you today? You've been grumping around here like a centipede with bunions.
I don't know. I just don't feel good. I think I'm coming down with something.
Yes, and I know what you're coming down with, too.
You do?
Yes, you're coming down with the rug out of the upstairs hall and beat it out in the backyard.
No, I'm not. I'm too sick for that stuff. No kidding. I got no pep today. I'm not good for anything.
Ah, go on. You've just got an acute attack of honesty, dearie.
Huh?
What are your symptoms, if any?
I'll give them to you alphabetically. A, I'm all wore out. B, I'm bushed. C, I got chills. D, I'm dead. E, I got no energy. And F, I need a physician.
Have you got a headache?
No, I haven't. The worst thing I got is no pep. I got no energy. I just want to sit down and rest all the time. What's the matter with me anyway?
Oh, I think it's just temporary. You've only felt that way for 25 years. It'll go away.
I think I ought to have a doctor.
Nonsense. Go out and take a walk or take a nap in the porch swing or maybe mow the lawn.
Well, mow the lawn, she says. You trying to kill me? Anyway, I ain't got enough energy to do any work. No sleep, for one thing. Uncle Dennis woke me up last night when he come home from that bakery at 4 a.m.
How do you know he was at the bakery?
Well, he was pie-eyed again.
Now, listen, don't pick on Uncle Dennis. He had a great sorrow once in 1924, and he can't forget it.
You mean the time his wife ran away with a sewing machine salesman?
Yes.
I thought she came back.
That's his sorrow.
I got my own troubles. My legs are so much like rubber, I feel unpatriotic every time I take an extra step. Look, Molly, call Doc Gamble for me.
No, I won't, McGee. Doctors are too busy these days to make unnecessary calls.
It don't have to be a business call. Ask him over for dinner. We're having chicken anyway.
Fibber, McGee, if you think I'm going to ask Dr. Gamble over for dinner just so you can wheedle a little free medical advice out of him, what's his number?
Give me the phone. I'll call him myself.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Dr. Gamble in the medical and loans on your signature alone building. I think the number is 8654. Goodness sakes, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your mother. She beat the wrap, eh?
Heavenly days, McGee. What happened?
Her mother bought an evening wrap and had to hurry home before it was delivered. What's say, Mert? Well, I'll call him later. Thanks, Mert. Doctor's out, I guess.
Good. Now, why don't you go out and lie on the porch swing until dinner time, or just take a good rest for yourself, dear?
Oh, I tried that. Those doggone robins make so much noise I couldn't sleep a wink. I'm just a bundle of nerves, I guess. You suppose I got what...
Come in. Well, Abigail Luffington. Hello, darling.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Abby. Don't get too close to me. I think I'm coming down with some topical disease.
You mean tropical, dearie?
Yes. Topical means talked about.
Well, then he's right, Abigail. He's talked about nothing else.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Deride. But when I'm laying there in bed with specialists from all over the world conferring in whispers outside my door, don't think you can square yourself with me by bringing over a jello jar made homie. I mean a home of Joe made jar. A jet of jet. You know what I mean.
He does seem a bit upset, my dear. What do you suppose is the matter with him?
Oh, just spring, I think, Abigail. Everybody gets it. I went around all day yesterday with a dull headache.
Oh, where did you and Mr. McGee go?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Abigail.
Let me tell you my symptoms, Uppy. I got no pep. I got no energy. I want to sleep all the time. Can't hardly keep my eyes open. No ambition. All the time drowsy. My shoes keep falling off.
Ooh, they're not laced up?
Oh. And then, too, my eyes keep watering.
I told you not to smoke those cigars so short.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is, Uppy? Malaria?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. I don't think so. I think you will always be immune to malaria.
Why will he, Abigail?
Malaria is carried by mosquitoes, my dear. And Mr. McGee is too thick-skinned to tempt a mosquito.
Gee, thanks, Uppy. You're not just saying that because you admire me.
No, Mr. McGee. But I think I know exactly the treatment for you.
Well, what should he do, Abigail? Take sulfur and molasses?
No, but when he gets up in the morning, he should take 20 aspirin tablets.
My gosh, 20 aspirin tablets? How do I take them?
Take them out in the backyard, throw them one by one over the roof, and then run around the house and try to catch them.
Oh, you think the exercise will do him good?
My dear, he'll be a different man. And what a civic improvement that will be. So goodbye.
Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
Well, try and get Doc Gamble again, will you? I feel awful.
Oh, all right. What's his number?
8654. I'd call him myself, but I haven't got the strength to hold the receiver.
I know. Mm-hmm. You've worn yourself to a frazzle holding up that Christmas number of Esquire all afternoon.
Well, there's some very interesting stories in it, they say.
Wait a minute. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 8654. What? Oh, how do you do, Myrtle?
Ask her how's every little thing, Myrtle.
How's every little thing, Myrtle? It's here? What's that, Myrtle? Your cousin Myra had the hiccups for 7 weeks.
My gosh, why didn't they do something about it?
Well, they didn't know she had them. She's a riveter. Yes. What, Myrtle? Oh, thank you. She's ringing Dr. Gamble's office now, McGee.
Tell him we're having fried chicken.
The poor lad. I guess he could use a good home cook. Hello? Is Dr. Gamble there? Well, this is Mrs. McGee. Will you tell Doctor that we want him for dinner tonight?
Yeah, he'll look good on a platter with an apple in his mouth.
Yes. You tell him to get here whenever it's convenient. Yes, he knows where it is. Thank you. Well, his office nurse said she thought he'd love it, McGee.
Why, sure he'll love it, particularly fried chicken. Doctors get so they think the only bird in the world is a stork. Gee, I wish I had some pep. I feel like I'd been drugged through a knothole. I never thought I'd ever feel. I wonder if that's the doctor already. come in.
Say, he couldn't hear that if he had his stethoscope at the keyhole. Come in.
Hello there, kid.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi.
Understand from Mrs. Uppington that Johnny here's got the pip, daughter. That's why I come over.
Oh, I think it's just a touch of spring, Mr. Oldtimer. He just has a feeling of lassitude.
Yeah, and my longitude ain't so hot either.
Well, I just thought I'd drop over and give you Grandma's recipe for a spring fever, kid.
Doggone it, I haven't got spring... I don't think that's it, Oldtimer. I'm just sick. I got no pep. I got no energy.
What is your grandmother's recipe, Mr. Oldtimer?
Well, sir, daughter, it's been in our family for generations. Handed down from mother to daughter, daughter to daughter, daughter to son, son to uncle, uncle to sister, sister to brother, brother to cousin, cousin to aunt, aunt to nephew, and nephew gave it back to Grandma, who was so sick of hearing about the darn thing she tore it up.
Well, I don't want any of your corny old homemade remedies anyway.
Put you back on your feet again, Johnny.
I don't want to get back on my feet.
No, that looks bad, daughter.
What does?
Well, it's kind of a case when the patient don't want to be helped. And he just lets himself go to pot, which I can see that Johnny's doing even with that double-breasted coat on. Why, Johnny, you've got no cause to give up. You're young. Why, I'm twice your age.
Twice my age? You're 9 times my age. Is it true that Captain John Smith beat your time with Pocahontas?
That's a nasty falsehood, Johnny. Just because a fella gives a gal some chewing tobacco now and then don't mean he's serious. Them Indians talk too much. What I was going to say is I'm twice your age. I'm in better shape than you are.
Well, neither one of you has any shape to brag about.
I can still jump up in the air and crack my heels together 3 times. Look it.
Oh, heavenly days, what a fall. Are you all right, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yes, I guess so, daughter. And, Johnny...
Huh?
You keep lying down and take it easy, Johnny. We ain't as young as we were, you know. So long, kid.
Well, you feel any better, dearie?
No, I feel worse. I'd smoke a cigar, but I haven't got the strength to puff on it. You know what I bet? I bet I got the colic.
Oh, no, you don't mean the collie. You mean the colic.
I do not. A colic is when your hair won't stay down.
No, that's a colic.
I thought a colic was a big hunk of rock salt they put in the pasture.
Well, maybe it is, but you don't mean collie. A collie is a dog.
That's what I says. I'm dog tired. I got no pep. I got no energy. Yeah,
Hello, folks. How's everything?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Well, McGee doesn't feel very good today.
Why, what's the matter, pal?
I don't know, Junior. I got no pep. I got no energy. My muscles are as flabby as ravioli.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. I was going on a little trip, and I was hoping you could go with me.
Oh, where are you going, Mr. Wilcox? Your annual pilgrimage to Racine, Wisconsin to lay a wreath of forget-me-nots on the loading platform of the Johnson Wax Company?
No, I'm going back to my old hometown, Omaha, Nebraska.
Ah, good old Omaha.
Yes, sir.
I played there in vaudeville once. Brandeis Theater. Yeah. That was years ago, of course, when I was in good health.
Oh, you and your health. You're a hypochondriac.
So what? You go to your church and I'll go to mine.
What kind of a vaudeville act did you have then, dearie?
Lousy. Used to throw a 40-pound cannonball up in the air and catch it on the back of my neck.
Gee, didn't you ever get hurt?
No, but every time I caught the cannonball, it took a quarter of an inch off my height. Would you believe it that I used to be 6 foot 2 inches tall? I had to quit before it made a midget out of me. What you going to do in Omaha, Junior?
Well, I've been asked to sing at a birthday party.
You sing?
Wow. How did you know?
How do you know what?
About WOW.
What are you talking about?
Well, that's whose birthday party it is. Station WOW in Omaha. 20 years old this month.
Wow.
Meaning no disrespect, Mr. Wilcox. I've heard you sing, and that's a long way to go to do it.
Yeah. Ain't far enough.
Well, I know. But that isn't the only reason. There's a Better Homes show there, too, and I'm giving a talk on Johnson's Wax.
Oh.
How it protects and preserves furniture and woodwork and floors and seals the surfaces of so many things against dust and dirt and dampness.
Oh.
How it saves hours of housework because it makes cleaning such an easy job, and how Johnson's Wax is so valuable right now when conservation is the watchword.
Well, I can listen to that stuff all day, Junior, if you'll promise not to sing Smiling Through.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm writing a song about how a Johnson's Waxed home is a clean home on account of how it protects against germ-laden dust and dirt.
Oh.
I'm calling the song, Beat Me Daddy 8 to the Bar, if you don't think my housework is up to par. How do you like it?
Well, confidentially, Junior.
McGee, it does not.
Look, Harlow, there's something fishy about this. Admitting that you're a local boy that made good, Omaha's got better singers than you, and Omaha's got a Johnson Wax representative there that can give a lecture just as good as you can give. Now, come clean, kid. What you really going back to Omaha for?
Well, if you must know, I'm going to the Omaha stockyards and see if I can get me a good steak. I'll be thinking of you, pal. See you next week.
Notice the sympathy he gives me on my illness? That guy's got all the tender compassion of a pile driver. Gosh, I'm tired.
Yes, I know, dearie. I've heard you mention it. And I'll have to admit you don't look sick, though.
I don't really?
No, you don't. You merely look like a fellow... Oh, heavenly days, there's the doctor now, and me in a house dress. You entertain him, dearie, while I put my face on.
Okay. Ah, there's a good kid. Pretty worried about me, too. Kidding me to keep up her spirits. Come in, Doctor.
Hi, mister.
Oh, So it's you, is it, sis?
Sure it is, I betcha. Who'd you think?
I was expecting the doctor.
Who's sick, mister?
I am.
Oh, yeah?
Look, sis, if I wasn't a sick man, I'd leap up off of this Davenport and give you a burst of applause with one hand. I'm in no mood to fiddle the paddle with you today.
Gee, mister, don't you like little children?
Yes, I like little children. But there's a time and a place for everything. And it's time you got out of this place.
Okay, mister. But, gee, I was awful lonesome on account of Willie Toops has got the mumps, and I thought maybe you'd tell me a story or something.
Okay. Cut it out. You know I can't stand to see a woman weep. If I tell you a story, will you paddle your little pumps out of here?
Sure I will, I betcha. Cross my heart and kiss the milkman.
What does that mean, cross your heart and kiss the milkman?
I don't know, mister. My mama's been saying that ever since we ran out of butter a couple weeks ago.
Well, now, let me see. Oh, look, sis, did I ever tell you how the tiger got his stripes?
No, mister.
Well, it's a very, very snappy hunk of folklore, sis. Once upon a time, thousands of years ago, in India, there was a tiger named Joe. A very, very smart tiger, too.
A Princeton tiger, huh?
Well, sir, one day as Joe was walking through the jungle looking for his mate...
And potatoes.
No, not mate and potatoes. Just his mate, Lady Tiger. As Joe was walking along, he passed the village and saw a barber standing outside of a barber shop. A nice, fat barber.
Oh.
So Joe says to himself, he says, ha, breakfast. So he sneaks along on his stomach. All of a sudden, he leaps at the barber.
Oh, boy.
But the barber sees him just in time, and he ducks behind the barber pole. And Joe was going too fast to stop, and gulp, he swallowed the barber pole by mistake. And ever since then, all tigers have wore stripes. They all wear stripes now to remind them not to act so hasty. Wasn't that a good story?
No.
Huh?
In the first place, mister, everybody knows that by natural mutation, the tiger develops stripes for protective coloration to blend imperceptibly with the surroundings of their natural habitat. So don't give me that barber pole malarkey. No. As a frank buck, you're spent. So long, mister.
Oceana rolls.
Back in 1911, vaudeville was in its heaven. Everyone was doing it, doing it, doing it. Everyone was frivolous and gay. Comedians in baggy pants were followed by precision dancers. Then up on the stage at a slightly smaller wage appeared the old quartet, and in a style you can't forget, they open up and sing this way. Billy McCoy was a musical boy on the cruiser Alabama. He was there on that piano like a fish down in the sea. When he rattled off the melody, every sailor boy began to holler, ship ahoy, when Billy cuts loose at sea. You ought to see it. Every worm begins to twist and squirm. The ship begins to dip and does the corkscrew turn. The smoke is rolling black from out the smoky stack. It's floating up to heaven and it won't come back. Here and there you'll see a stool and chair, a slipping round the cabin shouting, I don't care. And then the bell begins a ringing and the hammock starts a swinging. A sitting at that piano there on the Alabama playing the Oceana roll. Now when the bell begins to ring, when the hammock begins to swing, you better man the dilly, there goes Billy. Sailor Billy boy is a real McCoy. His ship goes whoop, whoop, whoop with joy. There upon the Alabama, sitting at the old piano, knocking out a raggy rhythm. Everybody's dancing with him, rolling on the mighty ocean with the gay and easy motion. He plays that Oceana roll, the Oceana roll.
Hey, Molly, Doc Gamble is here. Open the door, will you? I'm too weak to get up.
All right, McGee, you just lie still and be good to your arteries. Well, hello, Dr. Gamble. I'm so glad you could come.
Good evening, Mrs. McGee. Mighty nice of you to invite me. Gave me an excuse to avoid a lecture tonight on the evolution of bone structure in the lesser mammals by a man I went to medical school with.
Ah.
All he knows about bones your fox terrier could bury in a flower pot. You're looking very well, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'm fine. You know, I haven't had a cold since you painted my throat 2 months ago.
Oh, I'm a wonderful throat painter. In the medical world, I'm known as the Rembrandt of the epiglottis.
Hi, Doc.
Well, I didn't see you there, McGee. You're looking very well, too, my boy.
I am?
He is?
Yes, indeed, the picture of health.
Oh.
And I'm glad to see you relaxing there on the Davenport, McGee.
Huh?
Keep that up and you'll live to be 120.
Huh?
You can't burn the candle at both ends without making a double drip of yourself.
Is there much sickness around now, Doc? Like malaria and stuff?
Oh, nothing extraordinary, McGee. Oh, that reminds me, Mrs. McGee, I might have to leave right after dinner.
Really?
Yes, I'm expecting a baby.
Oh, your first time?
Well, hardly my first. This will be my 1,211th. Enough to populate a small village, a small, noisy village. Well, where's this fried chicken, Mrs.
I'll
McGee?
go out and see how it's coming along, Doctor. McGee, you entertain Dr. Gamble. Excuse me a minute, boys.
Well, Doc, I guess you didn't expect to find me in this condition, did you?
No, sir, I certainly didn't, McGee. Healthiest looking man in town. How do you do it? Just learn to take things easy, huh? Well, that's marvelous. Yes, sir?
Matter of fact, Doc, I've been kind of off my feet.
Good for you, good for you. More people die of overeating than traffic accidents anyway. You're very wise, McGee. Been a lot of graves dug with a knife and fork. I always say...
Would you mind answering the door, Doc? I got no pep. I got no energy.
Well, who wants energy? Just wears you out before your time. Besides, no use leaping around answering doorbells when you can holler. Forget your legs and use your lungs. Come in, come in, come in!
Thanks, Doc.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. Oh, excuse me.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Wimp, this is Dr. Gamble. Doc, shake hands with Wallace Wimple.
How do you do, Doctor?
Delighted, Mr. Wimple. Very interesting contusion you have on your lower maxillary. Wife take a poke at you?
Yeah.
McGee, did I hear the doorbell ring? Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
No, Mrs. McGee. I won't bother you but just a minute. I only wanted to know if I could borrow your stepladder.
Why, certainly, Mr. Wimple. Get it for him, McGee.
I ain't got the strength, Molly. You can get it, Wimp. It's right on the back porch.
That's the spirit, McGee. Conserve your strength. All muscles are good for anyway is to keep your bones from scratching your skin. Hanging some wallpaper, Mr. Simple?
Simple, Doctor.
Oh, excuse me.
I just wanted the ladder on account of Sweetie Face.
Sweetie Face? Your dog?
Sweetie Face is his wife, Doc.
Oh, excuse me.
What about Sweetie Face, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, we got into a little argument this morning, Mrs. McGee, up in the attic. She was practicing some jiu-jitsu holds on me, and my foot slipped out from under my arm and hit her in the nose.
And then what happened, Wimp, if you can bear the memory of it?
Oh, she made a lunge at me, Mr. McGee. Only I dodged, and she went right through the window. She just caught hold of the windowsill in time, and she'd have fallen 3 floors.
Well, how could a frail little man like you haul her back in, Mr. Waffle?
Wimple.
Oh, excuse me.
And I didn't haul her in. She's still hanging there.
Since this morning?
Why, how could she hang on that long, Wimp?
Oh, I fixed that, Mr. McGee. I slammed the window down and pinned her hands to the windowsill.
That's very interesting. Going to use the ladder to get her down, huh?
No, I'm going to climb up on the roof and pull the ladder up after me. Sooner or later, Sweetie Face is going to work loose, and then... Oh, my. Thank you, Mr. Good night, folks.
Brutal little family, isn't it? Well, is that fried chicken nearly ready, Mrs. McGee?
In just a few minutes, Doctor. I just took the biscuits out of the oven. Better go comb your hair, McGee.
Oh, I don't want any dinner, Molly. I got no pep. I got no energy. Maybe you can bring me some stuff on a tray.
Oh, no, I'll do no such a thing, McGee. Come on, get up.
Oh, don't talk like that, my dear. He's very intelligent. He's relaxing.
No, I'm not, Doc.
You're not?
Now, McGee, you...
Well, Doc's interested, aren't you, Doc?
In what?
My case. You see, Doc, I got no pep. I got no energy. Ever since I got up this morning, I've been feeling dopey.
McGee, you're wonderful.
Huh?
You've just diagnosed your own case better than a staff of specialists.
You mean I'm just naturally a doctor?
No, I mean you're just naturally dopey. Well, is that chicken...
April being the month of showers, it's also the month when wet feet come tracking across that kitchen floor of yours. The question is, have you protected the linoleum against that dirt and moisture with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat? If you have, then you can relax when those soggy shoes and wet, muddy rubbers come tramping in. The linoleum is safe, and it won't be much work to make your floor spotless again. Soiled spots are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Johnson's glow coat is the easy-to-use floor polish, needs no rubbing or buffing. And in times like these, it renders extra assistance because self-polishing glow coat makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer than an unprotected surface.
Well, do you feel any better since you had your dinner, McGee?
No, I can't say I do. I should have stayed lying down on the Davenport.
I thought that's where you were. What were you doing?
I've been upstairs. I was reading in What to Do Till the Doctor Comes about my case, but it didn't work.
What didn't work?
Well, it says to take a hot foot bath, but every time I stepped in the tub, the match went out.
Oh, dear.
That's what I say. Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here in my spring suit. I swam down, and I'm very happy. Well, what a trick that weather played on me. Look at that. I looked outside and said, "Today's the day." A rash. Well, I do want to thank you very much for that applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. I just finished doing one show for Lux. Well, I got two Lux, believe me. I finished doing a show with Crosby, the singer jockey. We just finished. It's called Road to Morocco. Got out of the concentration camp at Paramount Time. Time to knock it off. And I want to, hey, your first number was very warm, Skinny. This boy's really getting hot for the Army, isn't he? That's going to be one of the best bands the Army has ever had, right there. Skinny's on his way to Santa Anita. It's going to be the big band at the Santa Anita Army base. Let's give him a big hand. It's very Can you imagine they got him? Look at that. Well, they're really getting down to the odds and ends, aren't they? He went down for his examination the other day, and the doctor says, take off your clothes and camphor bag. And he says, Doc, I don't think I'll make it. I got bad eyes. Doctor says, look, we don't examine eyes anymore. We just count them now. If you got bad eyes, we'll put you up way up front where you can see everything. Now anyway, we have kind of a long show, and we'll get right into it. We're loaded here tonight. Oh, my God. Should have a sling in my arm for this thing. And as I want to tell you, this is the regular preview show that we're doing tomorrow night at the San Diego Naval Hospital base for about 800 Red Cross nurses and waves and what else? What other kind of workers are down there? Waves and nurses and what else? No, the Red Cross. That's the Red Cross. Anyway, there's 800 girls. It's going to be another whack show, I hope. They can't be that good anyway, but they'll be great, I know. Anyway, I want you to understand that because the script is all about the San Diego Hospital base, so when we get through it, just imagine them. We're all in the hospital. No, that's not good. We won't.
Do it again, will you? For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, playing for the women of the Navy at San Diego, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Herbert Marshall.
So much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting for the Girls in Service Hope, telling you ladies whether you're called Miss or Mrs., if you use Pepsodent, all you waves will have plenty of white caps in your kisses. Or, this is Bob broadcasting for the Naval Bay Hospital in San Diego, Hope, telling you girls to use Pepsodent, and whether you're a wave or a nurse, you won't have to keep your uppers in a purse. Well, they told me I was going to play before an all-girl audience, so I flew down here. I don't know whether I was excited or not, but I'm the only guy that ever flew to San Diego and got here 10 minutes before the plane. They told me these were the girls that take care of our boys, so I rushed right down here, but I found out you got to be sick first. I got a wonderful reception when I arrived here. The girls made a dash for me and crowded all around me. That was a good idea walking in with that nylon stocking hanging from my nose. But these girls, these waves and Red Cross nurses are wonderful. I never thought I'd see the day when 500 women are happy about wearing the same kind of hat. I may take you to San Diego with me. You want to go? I got a tandem bicycle. You want to go? You all know what waves are. Those are sailors who go down to the sea and slip. I've been in a lot of naval bases before, but this is the first time I ever felt like whistling at an ensign. My cousin Eleanor is a wave, and she volunteered to become a pharmacist mate. She thought it meant the Navy was going to get her a husband with a drugstore. You should see these Navy nurses here. You know what a Navy nurse is? That's a girl who holds a sailor's hand and strokes his forehead and expects the temperature to go down. All these Navy nurses are very serious about their work. I saw one nurse busy testing thermometer after thermometer. Luckily, I got the skinny anesthesia. He was shaking it for the third time. And some of the nurses are a little green. One of them treated a sailor for a fractured skull for 3 months before she found out it was a Navy haircut. nurses down here are so pretty. One guy down here tried to develop a fever by sitting on an electric heating pad all day. And I don't know whether the fad was on full force or not, but I'm now wearing a zoot suit with a hot squat. The most interesting kind of assignment for these girls is to be stationed on a hospital ship. A hospital ship is 12 nurses aboard. Aboard. Really Esquire with a rudder. And the nurses on a hospital ship have their own quarters just aft of the bridge, and the sailors respect their neutrality. Of course, sometimes they have their telescopes pointed in the wrong direction. Are these hospitalized sailors lucky to have a pretty Red Cross worker to play cards with and read to them? I sneaked into a hospital bed and held one's hand for 4 hours, making her explain to me why Mickey Mouse and Dick Tracy could never get married. And you know how these nurses hold your wrist to take your temperature? Well, I was out with one last night, and she broke mine. Skinny Ennis is very popular with the nurses in training here. He attended their anatomy class yesterday. He was guest skeleton. The hotels are awfully crowded, and Skinny Ennis had to sleep in a bed at the hospital last night. A nurse saw him, and it took us 4 hours today to dig him up again. But we had a nice trip down here today. We came down by bus, and I mean by bus. We ran alongside of it and pushed. I was going to drive Vera Vague and Francis Langford down here in my car, but I decided my tires were too thin, so I gave them their money back. We came down in the Greyhound. Every time we stopped for a red light, it sat down and scratched itself. But they gave me a nice cool seat up front, and after a while I got used to the fan belt slapping me in the teeth. You sure you're laughing at this show? Don't leave, for God's sake. I wish I felt that way about this script. Anyway, we had a nice bus ride. The driver of the bus made a lot of money on the side, smuggling civilians into San Diego. And that bus really bounced around. The back 5 sailors shot craps for 25 miles without touching the dice. Every once in a while, we heard a loud thump on the roof. We couldn't understand what it was. Then we found out the Jeeps were using it for a landing field. The trombone player leaned out of the window just as we entered a tunnel, and he didn't pull his head in quick enough. He's the only guy I know who breathes through his shoulders now. And we ran out of gas, so the musicians poured a quart of 4 roses in the tank. I don't know if that affected the bus very much, but 10 minutes later we shot down over Albuquerque for picking a fight with a flying fortress. And we stopped by the roadside for a little picnic lunch. Picnic, that's a commando raid with mayonnaise. And we wanted a nice secluded spot for our picnic. We wanted a nice secluded... We wanted. We. We wanted a nice secluded spot for our picnic this year, so we went to a gas station. And we had a wonderful picnic, and gee, everything was really modern. The ants crawled into our ham sandwiches carrying meat ration cards. And when they spread that lunch, you should have seen the way those guys grabbed for sandwiches. They almost tore my pockets off. They almost tore my pockets off. Were those, Did you leave me on that joke? And were those musicians hungry? Francis Langford put the sandwiches on a tablecloth, and she yelled, "Come and get it." I reached out my hand, and now I haven't got it. The trombone player got very excited when he saw some real fresh meat. In fact, he got so excited it took 4 of us to pull him back out of the gopher hole. You should have seen those musicians eat. They ate cheese sandwiches till the cows came home, then they had roast beef. We had paper plates so we didn't have to wash them afterwards. We didn't have to wash them because the musicians ate them. Those musicians really made the food disappear. A vulture flew by, took a look at him, and said, "How do you get into that union?" Maybe Skinny's musicians aren't big eaters, but when the picnic was over, the place where the tablecloth had been spread looked like a bomb crater. Hey, down in the woods. They had a softball game between the fellas and the girls. I played, but I had to quit when I slid in the home and tore my bloomers. We had a lot of fun. We spied 2 rabbits in the woods, so the musicians, the entire cast, crept up on them and surrounded them. 10 minutes later, they surrounded us. There was a cow in the next pasture, so we all got 10 cups and formed in a single file behind her. Cow turned around, took one look at us, and said, "Egad, an assembly line here, too." We didn't have a pail, so we milked the cow into the tuba. And we poured it out in the glasses, but we must have left some of it inside the tuba when the band rehearsed. It was the first time anyone ever played black magic and made cottage cheese at the same time. And here's Francis Langford, ladies and gentlemen. Hollywood's suavest and most romantic stars, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks loads for the introduction, old chap.
Well, get a good look at him, girls. Here he is, the English Bob Hope.
Bob, please, don't compare us with each other.
Why not? We're both suave, we're both favorites with the ladies, and we're both handsome, aren't we? I said we're both handsome, aren't we? Well, aren't we?
Yes, we certainly are. Forgive me, girls, I need the $64 badly.
Wait a minute, Marshall. Being handsome isn't everything. Some people got lots of good looks, and some people got lots of brains. It's a shame I didn't have a ration card for either of them. Now let's stop being petty and talk about intellectual things. Have you seen any of my pictures lately?
Sorry, Bob, I've been quite busy lately. I don't get down to those penny arcades anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. I've insulted you again, Bob. Let's not quarrel. Let's be friends.
Okay, let's be friends. You know, old pal, I saw your latest picture, The Moon and the Sixpence.
Well, old pal, I saw your latest picture. They got me covered.
I thought The Moon and Sixpence was a very excellent picture, old pal.
And I thought They Got Me Covered was a very excellent picture, old pal.
What I enjoyed most about your picture was your most magnificent performance. You're a great actor, old pal.
That was a short friendship, wasn't it? No, but seriously, Bob, I think you're a great guy, a grand comedian, a romantic star, a handsome he-man, and a wonderful actor.
Oh, please, Bart, old man, no compliments. What are compliments but empty phrases?
You're right, Bob. They're hardly worth the paper you wrote them on. But kidding aside, that's me, Herbert. Yeah. I really did see your last picture, The Moon and the Sixpence. Yes, that title applies to guest stars on this program.
What do you mean?
You promise them the moon, and they wind up with sixpence.
Sixpence nothing. You're an Englishman, so I'm paying you off in pounds.
Pounds?
Yes.
Bob, I don't want you to go to all the trouble of weighing that Pepsodent.
But tell me, how do you feel about appearing in this program, Herbert?
Like everyone else, Bob. I'm just wondering.
Wondering?
Yes. Can they convict you for shooting your agent?
No, I think they give you a bounty. By the way, Herbert, you're not the only English star that's appeared on this show. A couple of weeks ago, Merle Oberon was on our program, too.
Yes, Bob. And when she heard I was coming on your show, Merle telephoned me and gave me some advice.
She did?
Yes, but after all, I'm a man. I don't need a policeman along to protect me.
How can you say that, Herbert? I acted like a perfect gentleman with Merle Oberon. Why, I took her home, and when we got out of the taxi cab, I didn't even try to kiss her.
You didn't? Why not?
She was too busy paying the fare.
Now, Bob, I think that was unfair of you, telling Merle Oberon that she had to kiss you because she was English and you were American.
Yeah, and you know, I had a tough time convincing her that that was a new Lend-Lease deal. But you know, Bart, I was born in England. Oh, England, what tender memories. It was there I met my first sweetheart. I met her when I walked over to a group of girls standing on a famous street corner in London.
Piccadilly?
I'll say I did. I put that joke in for my kiddie listeners. Why shouldn't they suffer as much as the grown-ups?
Bob, you mean grown-ups listen to this program, too?
Listen, this program is very well liked. Why, when they heard I was coming to San Diego, they gave me a police escort all the way down.
Yes, Bob, I know you had a police escort on the trip. It was clever of you to tell them you were carrying a pound of steak. Gosh, the meat situation is really serious, isn't it?
Yeah, people will eat anything they can get. In fact, the canary at my house keeps pacing up and down in his cage with one eye on the cook, muttering, "This may be the day, this may be the day." Say, how do you like broadcasting here before the Navy nurses and the Waves and the Red Cross workers?
Wonderful. They're all very lovely girls, Bob. Tell me, where do you find such pretty girls?
That's what I keep asking them down at the recruiting office.
And what do they say?
They just shake their heads and say, "Go set your own traps." Silly, as though I've used traps to get girls, not as long as I got my trusted lasso.
You know, Bob, you aren't at all suave in your romantic techniques. But in the way I envy you, I'm tired of the old methods of making love to a girl. Tipping your hat on the street, introducing yourself, bringing presents and all that rot. All you do is go like this. Can't do it. And the blondes fall in your arms.
Yes, that's right.
It'll be there tomorrow. Yeah, I tell you, Bob, you're becoming known as the Henry Kaiser of Hollywood Boulevard.
Gosh, Marsh, I wish you could help me with the women, though.
Well, the girls like good-looking men, and there are lots of ways for men to appear handsome. Some men look handsome if they wear the right clothes. Some men seem good-looking if they're nice and tan. And some men can become handsome through plastic surgery.
Well, how can I get the girls to think I'm handsome?
Have you tried that old black magic?
Well, gee, I wish you'd give me more romantic advice, Herbert. Say, wait a minute, just how should I address you?
Oh, it doesn't really matter. You can call me Herb or Bert or Marsh or Bart or Herbert.
Gosh, that's quite an assortment. Well, I also have lots of names that you can call me, but you better wait till we're off the air before we use them. Now, suppose you continue with the romantic advice, Mr. Fairfax.
Well, you must be very smooth and suave, Bob.
I'm not smooth and suave.
No, you're not. You're much too rough. For example, in They Got Me Covered, when you made those love scenes with Dorothy L'Amour, you crushed her so hard you broke 6 of her ribs.
I did not break 6 of her ribs. That's a lie. I saw the x-rays myself, and I only broke 5.
That's what I mean, Bob. That's too many. Pa is 3. You don't take women seriously, do you, Bob?
Women are just playthings, that's all. Playthings.
And the trouble with you is you don't know where life begins and the yo-yo ends.
Gosh, I'm pretty much of a social failure.
Yes, Bob. There's one more thing I think you should know, though. When you're invited to dinner, you're supposed to come in, bid the host good evening, and then chat politely until dinner is announced.
I should bid the host good evening, then chat politely until dinner is announced?
Yes. Don't wave a mess kit in his face and yell, "Shoot the grub to me, Bob."
Look, Herbert, don't change the subject of food. We were talking about romantic techniques, and frankly, I don't think mine are so bad. Listen, let's see whose technique is really better. Suppose you imitate me calling on a girl, and I'll show my impression of you calling on a girl.
Okay, you start, Bob. Show the folks your impression of me calling on a girl.
All right, Skinny, some mood music. Oh, that's it all. Another day, another beautiful woman to call on. These social obligations weary me so. I can't understand why they're so boring. Life is never like this in Esquire. Ah, this is the domicile of my inamorata. Inamorata? Inamorata? That's Latin for she cooks on all burners. Well, I'll ring the bell. Must have new batteries. Yours? Oh, my good man, pray announce me to Miss Francine.
Very good, sir.
Child, if that's my guest, I'll be down directly.
Very good, miss. But if I may say so, miss.
Yes, child?
You'll be sorry. Oh, there you are, Francine.
Herbert, how are you?
Oh, pip, pip, cheerio, and all that sort of rot.
How is your family, your brothers, and all that sort of rot?
Oh, they're ripping cap holes, simply jolly, don't you know? Simply bloody jolly rotters, every one of them, don't you know?
I expected them to ham it up, but this is ridiculous.
Well, do come inside, Herbert.
I shall, my sweet. Good to see you, my dear. First decent thing that has happened to me in this deucedly wretched day.
Well, cheer up. Don't take things so hard, stout fellow. And I do mean stout fellow. Just be happy and keep a stiff upper lip.
I can't. My nose keeps stabbing it.
Herbert, is that a walking stick?
No, we have to carry it. We have to carry it. Beastly clever, no?
Yes, beastly. How do you like the way I'm dressed, Herbert?
Marvelous, Francine, marvelous. That's a lovely corsage you're wearing. What is it?
The T-bone from the steak we had for dinner last night. But I'm so happy to have you with me, Herbert. Come, I shall kiss you.
Come, come, my dear. You know how I hate such vulgar exhibitions. You may hold my hand, but do not kiss me. Such vulgarity nauseates me.
Kissing nauseates you? Well, then you've spent 2/3 of your life trying to get seasick.
Francis, stay in character. Remember, I'm supposed to be Herbert Marshall. Stretch your imagination a little, will you? What was that?
My imagination. Stretch it too far. What was that?
My girdle just joined your imagination. I say, Francine, what shall we do this evening?
Shall we go to the opera?
Horrors, no. Tonight it's the Barber of Seville, and you know the odor of bay rum always makes me sick. Besides, I went to the opera only last night with Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, you're always pretending you go out with Hedy Lamarr.
What do you mean pretending? My dear, in real life, I talk to Hedy Lamarr on the phone every single day. Oh, she's such a monotonous bore. She always says the same thing. No. But never mind, Hetty. It is you I want. Ah, my dear, you are the apotheosis of beauty. You... Apiola, the thing. Apotheosis we like, don't we, Sam? Apotheosis we decided on. Your figure is of that classic mold that inspired the Parthenon in the Acropolis of ancient Athens. You are the quintessence of Pocatrude.
Oh, Herbert, kiss me. Where are you going?
Get a dictionary. I want to find out what I said.
Oh, Herbert, come back here.
All right, dearest. You know you're so alluring, so inviting. Please let me kiss you as you should be kissed, please.
Yes, you may. Darling! How thrilling!
Yes, I know. Now may I kiss your other hand?
Yes, Herbert. You may kiss my hand.
Come, let's not give way to our baser emotions. I tell you what, my dear, you may kiss me, but just my fingertips.
All right. Ah, Herbert, all the girls love to kiss you, even though it's just your fingertips.
No wonder before I leave home I run my hand through the meat gravy.
How do you like this gown, Herbert?
Oh, it's a little daring.
You're being silly.
I ought to know. It's me. It's daring.
Have you been doing anything exciting, Herbert?
Oh, I took up a new hobby. I've been collecting stamps.
Oh, that makes you a philatelist.
Hmm?
That makes you a philatelist.
It does?
Yes.
Really? Think I should notify my draft lord? Now, really, old thing, I must be leaving, but before I go, I shall give you one of our famous English kisses, suave, reserved, typically English. Come here. How was that?
You know, there must be English dead in kids, too.
Bob, is that your idea of me calling on my girl?
That's right, Herbert. Now, suppose you show the folks how I call on my girlfriend.
Okay, Bob, I'll call for her. Which laundry is she working at?
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next scene, Herbert Marshall will give his impression of Bob Hope calling on a girl.
Well, here I am, the one and only Bob Hope, ready to call on my girl. What a break for her. Gee, I got to get all prepared. There, I got my wallet all loaded with san-san. Now I got everything for a perfect romantic evening. My Esquire, my yo-yo, and my ukulele. And I got on my patent purple oilcloth bow tie. I'll just pull it out to see if the elastic has any snap left. Well, maybe my Adam's apple will look better in the back of my neck. Now let me see how I look in the mirror. Oh, gee. I've had it for 45 years and I still can't get used to this nose.
Wait a minute. Stop ad-libbing. And anyway, what's wrong with my nose?
Nothing. But if you could take it to a butcher shop and you could start a black market. And so, back into character. Oh, there's my girlfriend now. I wonder if she recognizes me. I'll speak to her.
Well, if it isn't Bob Hope. I couldn't place your face, but your howl is familiar.
You, Francis, what are you doing upstairs?
I'll be right down. I'm getting dressed.
Don't hurry, I'll wait.
I'm coming right down.
High transom, isn't it?
Hello, Bob.
Hiya, babe. This is Bob, you want a neck, Hope, telling you to use Pepsodent or your teeth will never loop the loop when they troop from your coop in a group and droop as they troop in the soup. Oh, you want to have that one, Raymond?
If I sound like that, no wonder they tune in Raymond Graham Swing.
Francis, it's very good to see you again. You're looking very pretty tonight.
Why, what's the matter with you, Bob Hope? You're talking as though your mouth were all puckered up.
Listen, sir, your mouth would be puckered up if you were siphoning gas all day. Say, I heard a funny joke today. Did you hear about the wave that married Old Man River?
I know. What about the wave that married Old Man River?
The wedding made a big splash, and now they got 3 little drips. Hey, look what I got for you.
Oh, why, Bob, you brought me a present.
Yeah, kid, look. A whole stick of bubble gum for the two of us. Two of us.
Only one stick of chewing gum for the two of us?
Yep, but I'm going to be fair about it. I'll chew it, and you can bust the bubble.
You think I can sue him for libel?
Come on, babe, let's go in the parlor and sit on the sofa.
Well, before we go in the parlor, I'll have to tell my father you're here. Oh, Father, Bob Hope is here.
Yeah, didn't hear you.
Bob Hope is here.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm going in the parlor with Bob Hope. He heard me.
Come on, now, let's get into the parlor. I'll open the door with my left hand. Now, Fanny, do you mind if I put my left hand around you?
What about the right hand?
I got to keep my yo-yo going, don't I? Hey, look, Francis, I brought you another present.
Why, this is lovely, Bob. This candy box must have cost at least $5 when it had candy in it.
What do you say? Let's neck, huh? Come on, kid, let's neck.
Okay.
Huh. Say, you do get better results this way. Go on. How about another? Come on, let's neck. Let's neck.
Hey, Marshall, who are you imitating, me or a commando?
Come on, Francis, I want you to kiss me again.
No, I won't.
What a cat he is.
Listen, Francis, my proud beauty. Before you refuse me that kiss, I want to remind you that I'm the boss of the Pepsodent show, and I can fire you if I want to.
Gee, what a cat. Why didn't I think of that?
Say, tell me, how are you getting along with the glamour girl?
Oh, you know, the same as usual. First, Hilda Lamar wants to kiss me, then Madeline Carroll wants to kiss me, then Ann Sheridan wants to kiss me. Then the dawn alarm clock goes off and wakes me up.
Bob, let's go out for a good time tonight. Let's go to the Rum Boogie, then the Palladium, then to Macombo's, then to Ciro's.
Gee, Francis, isn't that a little silly, spending a whole allowance in one night? Just stay here. Oh, gee, you're wonderful. You're beautiful. You're gorgeous.
Bob, put that copy of Esquire down.
Okay. How about playing Spin the Bottle?
But they're just the two of us. We'd only be able to kiss each other.
Delightful rot, isn't it? Come on, Francie. Let's smooch. Let's wrestle.
Can't tell me he just picked up that line tonight.
You know, Fran, you're a wonderful kid.
You think so?
Yeah, you send me.
Well, why don't you go?
I tell you what. I tell you what. How about you and me doing something exciting tonight? Something romantic, something daring, something thrilling. Let's go down to the butcher's and watch some grime hamburgers. Come on, chicken, let's get chicken. I got jive dust on my jangled... Oh, no. I got jive dust on my jangled selling. And I'm breaking through with a mooly moo. Dig me, kid, dig me.
Wait a minute. What's cooking?
Chicken. You want a neck?
Oh, Robert, you're as sharp as a tack.
Yeah, I'm as sharp as a tack, but I got a good head on me, if you get the point. Hey, kid, how about getting hitched up?
Hitched up? You mean married?
Well, you don't think I want you to pull a dog sled? Come on, let's get married.
But I haven't got a trousseau.
Trousseau, schmousseau. Just press your Las Vegas slant.
But how do I know I love you?
They all love Bob. I got something.
What?
A pound of butter.
Hello, daughter. What's that with you?
I'm Bob Hope.
He really isn't Bob Hope, Father. He's Herbert Marshall. He's just pretending to be Bob Hope.
What you want to do that for, Mr. Marshall?
Well, I'm pretending I'm Bob Hope instead of Herbert Marshall because I think I'll be able to get the girls easier that way.
Oh, Father, you killed him. You killed him.
Don't cry, daughter. He's better off this way.
He's a very clever chap who makes the roses bloom, sprinkles them with such a rare perfume. He's a very happy boy who passes out the joy. Oh man, romance is his name. He's the man behind the bar who always gets the girl. Got the other fellows in a whirl. He puts rainbows in the sky and moonbeams in your eyes. Oh man, romance is his name. He's a merry old guy with a twinkle in his eye who's near everything in the park. He's a very gay blade with a fellow and a maid. He does his best work after dark. He's a very handy gent at hanging out the moon, writing lyrics to a lover's tune. He makes stardust out of rain, a fair and lover's lane. Old man romance is his name. The merry old guy with a twinkle in his eye who's near everything in the park. He's a very gay blade with a fella and a maid. He does his best work after dark. He's a very handy gent at hanging out the moon and writing lyrics to a lover's tune. He makes stardust out of rain, a fair and lover's lane. Old man romance is his name. Old man romance is his name.
How about getting Jerry Colon out here to sing a song right here, huh?
Fine. And how are you?
I'm fine.
That's fine. Fine.
How's the folks, all right?
That's fine. Fine. How are your folks?
Fine.
That's fine.
How's your
Crazy,
folks?
isn't he? No, but stop sledding.
Stop sledding. How come?
No snow.
Don't you?
At last I found you. Thank you, music lovers. Now for my next number. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita. He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl, neath the stars. I can tell it in the thick city for his Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh, for me there's but one girl, he says. Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, O'Toole. Yes, he won her heart one night with the serenade beneath the moonlight. Like my friend, Bella passione, bella passione. Pure si che sa che tu brutto like my friend, tu mi fai imburi. Bella passione, tu mi fai mandarins began to play, as they danced, they heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Landita, hip 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 Rita, Juanita,
You want to do your trombone? I'd like to have you hear Jerry's slide, Slizzer trombone.
Nice. Surprise? Me too. Mustache drags. Wheaties.
gentlemen, Bob Hope is again in San Diego, where he has often broadcast for our forces before. In fact, Bob has visited San Diego so often, the town has run out of tar and feathers. When the word gets around... Wait. When the word gets around that a great celebrity has arrived, thousands of enthusiastic people gather in front of the City Hall and cheer wildly as Bob addresses them.
Hello, everybody. Me very happy to be here. Hey, Bob, you better take off that kimono. These people are going to be awful mad when they find out you're not Madame Shankat-Check.
When the news leaks out that Bob Hope is going to put on his radio show for the Waves and Navy nurses of San Diego, it causes great excitement at their camp. Here we find two of the nurses excitedly discussing the event.
Sadie, did you hear? Bob Hope's coming to camp to entertain us.
Yes, Sophie, I heard. Ain't war terrible?
San Diego is crowded with servicemen and war workers. In fact, the city is so congested, even Skinny Ennis had trouble. The other day he played with the dog, and the dog had to carry Skinny to Tijuana before he could find a place to bury him. Bob finds San Diego so crowded that the only way to get a room in a hotel is to open one of your own. So he opens the beautiful Hotel del San Diego del Vista del Coronado de la Española, which is Spanish for don't wash your laundry in the lobby. And now we find Bob Hope behind the desk on his first day as a hotel manager.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, Bob Hope's Hotel, the hotel that is absolutely everything, but we're getting a can of flip tomorrow. Hello, you say you've got two complaints? The first one is you can't sleep because the woman in the next room is always singing. What's your other complaint?
Give me a room quick.
Sign here and take room 408.
Okay. I had a nice rest. Here's my rent. Here's my key. Goodbye.
You know, it's a pleasure doing business with that Henry J. Kaiser. We got the whole thing from the inside the room. See, people are checking in so fast, the luggage is piling up in the lobby. I wonder where bellhop Kelowna is. Kelowna! Hello?
What do you want? See, I'll be a little late for work, Hope. I'm down here at the burlesque show.
Well, that's fine. You're supposed to be working. You're down at the burlesque show. I'm surprised you even took time out to phone me.
Oh, I'm not missing anything, Hope. Booth has a glass door.
Kelowna, you're a monkey's uncle.
What's the idea of calling me a monkey's uncle? Have you ever seen my nephew?
Yes, I've seen your nephew.
Isn't it amazing how he swings through the trees with his tail?
There goes that guy in 311. Oh, Mr. Gelp!
Yes, what is it?
I'll thank you to get that girl out of your room.
That girl happens to be my wife, and I'll thank you if you can get her out.
Hello, Hope's Hotel. You sleep while we peep.
Hey, Bob, there's a mouse in my room.
Skinny, I'm busy. Just throw the mouse out the door and don't bother me.
Okay, I'll throw him out. Come on, you. Out you go. Well, sleep out here in the hall.
I wonder if bellhop Kelowna got here yet. Front? Well, Kelowna, what are you waiting for?
Second front.
Come here at once, Kelowna.
Here with you in a second, Hope. I have to try to carry 10 pieces of luggage through this revolving door. It's going to be a tight squeeze. Here I go. Oh. Oh, well, the lobby needed ventilation. Say, Hope, somebody just stole all the money out of the safe.
They stole all the money out of the safe? Well, don't worry about it, Kelowna. I marked down the serial numbers, and nobody can spend that money.
They can't?
No.
I didn't really want to go to Mexico anyway.
And a little while ago, there were $14 worth of nickels in this drawer.
You seem to suspect me. Well, I'll show you where I haven't got the nickels. I'll empty my pockets. I've been framed. I had them in my other pants. I tell you you I'm innocent, Hope.
Well, if you're innocent, suppose you jump up and down to prove that you have none of the missing change on you.
Very practical suggestion. Here I go. Loose fittings in my teeth. Okay, I'll admit it. Okay, I'll admit it. I am the thief.
Kelowna, why do you steal the money and then squeal on yourself?
Manpower shortage. No stool pigeons around. But I'm sorry if I do such things, Hope. You see, it's just because of conditions at home. I've got a wife, 10 children, an invalid aunt. My uncle has a broken leg. My niece is having a baby. My brother may go to jail. They're going to foreclose the mortgage in the old homestead.
Oh, gee, Kelowna, that's a very sad story.
I know. I cried and cried when I heard it on One Man's Family.
Well, it's very vague.
What a lovely hotel you have here, Mr. Hope. I'd like a room.
Oh, that's fine, Miss Vague. Did you bring any luggage besides yourself?
Oh, you dear boy. You know, this is really an ideal place for you down here in the dim-out zone. It gives your body a chance to join your brain.
What are you doing in San Diego? Was that Norman? What are you doing in San Diego, Miss Vague?
Me? I got a new job in a defense plant. I'm working as welder at Consolidated Aviation. That is, I'm an assistant welder. A man does the heavy work, and I carry the torch for him.
Well, how do you like welding?
Oh, wonderful. But carrying a blowtorch has its bad points, too. Yesterday, my boyfriend tried to kiss me, and he forgot I was carrying my blowtorch.
Did it hurt him much?
Oh, no, he seemed to be all right when the 4th Interceptor Command brought him down over Long Beach. But it's wonderful working in an airplane factory, but yesterday, a horrible thing happened. Me and the handsome foreman were welded up inside of a fuselage of an airplane.
You and the handsome foreman were welded up inside an airplane? Gee, that must have been terrible.
Oh, yes, it was awful. Isn't it a silly program? But anyway, this is a lovely hotel. Can I get some accommodations?
Well, here you are, Miss Vague. Just sign the register.
Oh, very well. Oh, my, I see Hetty Lamar's name in here, and Madeline Carroll, and Lana Turner. Are they all staying at this hotel?
No, that's camouflage. You'd be surprised how many sailors I get in here this way. Let's see if you signed the register properly. Miss Vervague, Granite 1586. Gosh, Miss Vague, why did you put your telephone number in here? Sailors and soldiers and Marines are always signing this register, and they'll see it and keep calling you up for Jason.
Takes him a little time, but he finally catches up to us, doesn't he? I tell you, I think I'll stay at your hotel several days, Mr. Hope. I'd like the bridal suite, please.
The bridal suite? But, Miss Vague, you're not married.
Well, goodness, a girl can dream, can't she? I'll tell you a little secret, Mr. Hope. I'm looking around for a husband.
No. I'll tell you a little secret, Miss Vague. The Russians are fighting the Germans.
Clever boy. San Diego has so much trouble, doesn't it? No sooner does the fog go out than you come in.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Vague.
Yes.
Hello, Hope's Hotel. You'll stop at our hotel if you're wise or crafty. All our rooms are 4F, so they can't be drafty.
Mr. Hope, this is Mrs. Smith Whippen in room 409. I'm taking a bubble bath, and I think there's a man peeking in the transom.
A man peeking in the transom would just throw a handful of suds over the top.
All right, I'll try that.
Wet day, isn't it?
Kelowna, you haven't got the brains you were born with. Do you hear me? You haven't got the brains you were born with.
Daddy, suppose someone's been siphoning?
Kelowna, come here and get Miss Vague's baggage.
I'll be with you in a minute, Hope. I'm upstairs.
You're upstairs. What's going on up there?
I don't know. All the keyholes have keys in them.
You know, you're nothing but a peeping Tom.
Look who's calling me a peeping Tom. Ransom Harry. I'll be right there in a minute, Hope. I'm up here in the Smith's room. Mrs. Smith is sitting on my lap.
Kelowna, Mrs. Smith is sitting on your lap?
Yes. Oops, I think I hear Mrs. Smith coming. Wouldn't believe I was Edgar Bergen.
Kelowna, come down here once. I want you to carry Miss Vague's luggage in.
I'll be right down, Hope. I'm carrying this piano upstairs to the ballroom.
Be careful with that piano, Kelowna. It's a very valuable instrument.
Nothing to worry about, Hope. I'm almost to the top of the stairs now. Well... Care for a toothpick by Steinway?
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Vane.
Yes, come now, Mr. Hope. I want a room.
Single?
Oh, you darling. Is this a proposal?
Why should I break a 50-year record?
You know, I'd walk out of here, but it's so difficult to find a nice room in San Diego. The city's so crowded. You know, in the last year, the population has tripled.
They must have put Crosby Stork in the swing shift. Well, here's your key. You know, this is a nice room with a bath.
Oh, I would like a bath. There's nothing like a bath to make you feel fresh and clean. Don't you think so?
Yeah, especially if you soap under... Yeah, that's right.
Nothing like a bath to make you feel fresh and clean.
It's so nice to give you another chance. You down, you. Bless your straight line. Bless you.
What is this?
Can we try the whole thing? Yeah, let's try it again.
I really would like a bath. There's nothing like a bath to make you feel fresh and clean. Don't you think so?
This has got to lay a big egg
Oh.
now. You know what? It's Norman's baseball hat. I know it, isn't it? I love that sneak out the side. Nothing like a bath. What'd you say?
Especially if you...
Let's try it again.
I almost need a bath. Now. There's nothing like a bath to make you feel fresh and clean. Don't you think so?
Yes, especially if you soap yourself under the bathing suit, too.
You know, if I like this hotel, I'll recommend it to my girlfriend. She's going on her honeymoon next week. We do have accommodations for 5.
Wait a minute. Is she gonna have 5 people on her honeymoon?
Oh, yes, her boyfriend's in 1A and his draft board follows him everywhere. Oh, say, that reminds me. I want you to mail this letter to my soldier boyfriend. Oh, I'm afraid he won't get it, though. They transfer him around so much.
Oh, well, he'll get it. I'll just write the word forward on the envelope.
Oh, don't bother. He'll find that out when he reads the letter.
Well, I'll have your bags taken right up, Miss Big. Here comes Kelowna now.
Hey, Hope. Somebody just kissed all the chambermaids on the 1st floor and all the chambermaids on the 3rd floor and the 5th floor.
Somebody kissed all the chambers on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th floors. What about the floors in between?
Now, Hope, I'm no Superman.
Kelowna, I'm ashamed of you. Is this the boy your mother brought up with such tender care in a good home?
No, this is the boy she left on the steps of the reform school in an old basket.
Well, listen, Professor, I've been checking up on you. I found out that for the past 3 months, you've been carrying on a romance with the downstairs maid and the upstairs maid. Have you got anything to say?
Yes. My feet are killing me.
Would you bring my trunk in, please? It's very heavy. You'll need help.
Don't worry, madam. I'm very strong. I've got the strength of 6 men. Watch me lift it. No. 5 of them got drafted.
Well, get busy. Take Miss Vague's trunk upstairs, will you?
All right, I'll shove it in the elevator. Silly bee. The elevator's up on the 4th floor.
Hello there, Bob. Nice hotel you got here. I'd like to check in.
Oh, well, tell me, Mr. Marshall, which would you prefer, a tub or a shower?
The tub.
Good. We'll give you a tub now, and maybe next week we'll find a room to put you in.
Goodness, it's Herbert Marshall. Please go away, Mr. Hope, so I can be alone with him.
Oh, women are all the same. Right after I gave my girl a bottle of Chanel No. 5, she told me she never wanted me around her again.
Guess the contrast was too much for her. Please, Mr. Hope, introduce me to Herbert Marshall.
Okay, Herbert, this is Vera Vague.
Hello, Mr. Marshall.
Why, Miss Vague, you're absolutely stunning. You're gorgeous. You're beautiful.
Are you talking to me?
Of course I am. Miss Vague, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Well, I can't understand why you nurses are sitting there. This poor man's delirious.
I'm not kidding, Miss Vane. I really like you.
Well, I think you're nice too, my little buddy boy.
What about me, Miss Vague?
Oh, quiet, Olio Marjorie.
I don't see why you like him so much, Miss Vague. What has Herbert Marshall got that I haven't got?
Goodness, what a beautiful opportunity to talk myself right out of my job. You know, Mr. Marshall, I'm looking for a husband.
Wouldn't it be nice living in a vine-covered cottage, just you and I?
You might make an attractive wife at that. There's no denying you do have certain charms.
Say, stop dangling your food ration book in his face.
Mr. Marshall, don't pay any attention to Bazooka Beach. You know, you're really my secret passion. Would you like to kiss me?
Please, madam, not so fast. What's your hurry?
Well, Mr. Marshall, you see, I'm not as young as I used to be, and now that I've suddenly found a man who looks like $1 million, I want to get to it before the bank closes. I just want to be near you. I just want to be with you. I don't want to be alone.
Mr. Hope, who is this impetuous creature?
Why, that's Vera Vague. Who did you think it was?
Greta Garber with vitamins.
Mr. Marshall, you've always been my dream man. I think you're wonderful.
I think you're wonderful, too. Can't we go someplace where you can be alone?
Oh, pardon me. Hello?
Hello now. Listen, Hope, I'm up here in my...
What, have you got a date? Where the hell are you trying to get to, brother?
Listen, Hope, I'm up here in my room. I need some help. A girl is pounding at my door something terrible. She's trying to break it down.
I'll stop that clone. I promise you she won't get in.
Who said she was trying to get in? Say, Hope, great news. That peeping Tom was bothering the guests in cart. He climbed up on a chair to look into a transom, and one of the bellhops saw him and pulled the chair away, and now he's trapped, hanging in midair.
Oh, that's swell, Kelowna. Shall I bring the police?
Please, nothing. Bring me a ladder so I can get down.
Kelowna, why must you be as stupid as a jackass?
Well, it's your program. I can't be smarter than my boss.
Kelowna, Mr. Marshall's waiting to go to his room. Bring down the elevator.
Be right down, boss. This is a fine elevator, even if it hasn't got any cable.
Kelowna, how can you run the elevator up and down the shaft without cables?
Inside, a jeep.
Look, what's the difference between you and an idiot?
Well, for one thing, you don't have a mustache.
Kelowna, bring down the elevator and be sure you don't go past this floor to the basement.
Okay, I'll show you what a good elevator operator I am. I'll stop it when it's just exactly even with the floor. Just exactly even. Here I come. Step down, please.
That's a fine... Think we got enough men over there? That's a fine way to run an elevator, Kelowna. Are you sure you're a member of the Elevator Operators Union?
Am I a member of the Elevator Operators Union? What's the matter? You crazy or something? Why, I'm the vice president in charge of raising and lowering John L. Lewis's eyebrows. Going up, going up.
Come on, Mr. Marshall, get the elevator.
After you, Miss Page.
Going up. Step right in, girls. Room for 2 more. Come on, room for 3 more. Come on, girls. Room for 4 more.
Kelowna, this elevator only has a capacity for 8 people, and with 16 girls squeezed in this way, who knows if the elevator will work?
Frankly, old man, who cares? We're going up. Next stop, 14th floor. Next stop, 14th floor. Ah, silly me. This building only has 12 floors.
All thanks to the memory of what you ladies do to help see victory through. Yes, nurses, waves, and Red Cross workers, we owe much to you. And thank you so much. And thanks for the memories. You've heard your country's call. No task too great or small can stop you or can stop you, for you're out to give your all. And thank you so much. Folks to back up our boys at their station. The Red Cross can use your donation. They ask everyone in our great nation to give and give. Let freedom live. Many thanks to our commanding officer here for this memorable visit with another great branch of Uncle Sam's fighting machine, the Navy nurses and waves. If a certain paper hanger and a gang of international murderers hadn't come along, the young woman here tonight might be fixing a spray of lilacs on the dining room table. and making arrangements to help her husband off to work and kids off to school. Instead, she's making arrangements to help the actress off to the feet. She used to be the blonde nurse in the county hospital, the cashier at your favorite restaurant, the secretary to your banker, vice president of the junior league, the model in the cigarette ads, the long-distance operator in New York. But she also happens to be the kind of woman who suffered the birth pains of the newborn nation along a rocky shore of New England. She's the kind of woman who suffered through the agonies of baton. And so here she is tonight, ready to pick up where those other women left off. Very humbly, we'd like to place our deepest respect at the feet of this woman. A woman strong enough to give a son to her country, or to take the place of another woman's son should he fall. Thanks, and good night. People for being so sweet tonight. It was a long show, just about exactly 1 hour, wasn't it, Wendell? And you were so grand, you didn't come up here once. And as you know, we have to go right now and cut this little show. Oh boy, you looking for your movie? You're going the wrong way, probably. We have to cut this show tonight and get it all tightened up, and I feel that this show is going to be all right because there's some good yak, and we have to cut it in half.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. Later than Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Arch Overlord. Someone asked me what's the most frightening thing in the world. My answer was the familiar. A common everyday thing which suddenly is no longer commonplace. A shutter banging on a windy night when you're all alone. Or your house cat suddenly walking up to you and looking at you with eyes full of nameless cruelty. Yes, the most frightening thing in the world is the familiar suddenly unfamiliar. And that's what our story tonight is about. After a few words from Mr. Martin. I want you folks to know why ironized yeast has been so amazingly helpful to people who, simply from lack of enough vitamin B1 and iron, have been weak, underweight, and jittery. You see, ironized yeast helps two ways. It gives you both vitamin B1 and iron. So, if more of these two vital substances is what you need to help you look and feel your old-time, happy, peppy self, to do your work with ease and really enjoy your fun, then get pleasant little ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. Remember the name, Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out. Everybody.
So, that's going faster. I got my foot all the way down, boss. This here roller just got me no time. Shut your mouth. Trouble with you is you got an answer for everything. Come on, there, shut up and keep driving. Son of a gun, you talk too much. You'll get me there late and I'll break your neck. Oh, that old tire blew out. The tire blew out. What do those guys care if the tire blew out? All full of guys waiting to see my moving pictures. And if I don't show up in the moving pictures, they're going to give the dough back and me, I don't get nothing. I'll get you there, boss. Bet your life you'll get me there. Boss, you're going to give me some cash money this time, boss. Are you talking about money again? Don't get sore, boss. Don't get sore. But I got to send some money back to my wife in New Orleans. I got it for her. She's feeling mighty poorly, and I thought if I could send her a couple of dollars. Your mouth. Boss, you said that I shut your mouth. I
said. You don't shut it, I'll shut it for you.
Well, it ain't nothing to get sore about.
Oh, now you tell me what to get sore about, huh? Well, listen to me, my friend. You bother me for dough once more, and you know what I'm going to do.
You wouldn't do that, boss.
Yeah. Maybe I should have done it a long time ago. Wouldn't that sheriff be surprised?
Don't do it, boss.
Yes, sir. I bet you that sheriff, he wouldn't even bother to put you in jail.
No.
You're right about that.
Boss, don't talk like that. I can't talk like that.
Scared you good, huh?
Mom wouldn't do it. That's what I've always been saying. I dream about it at night.
Yeah.
I dreamt about it last night. They were chasing me. And then there was noise in my ears, blood in my mouth.
You don't say.
It ain't like dreams like that. It was you that killed that man, not me, boss. They ain't got a right to blame me.
Shut your mouth. If I turn you in, it's you they'll drag out.
Oh,
You're
no.
for a rope around.
No, boss, don't say it.
All right, then. Shut your mouth and keep doing what I tell you.
I'll do it, boss. I'll do it. I'll do anything, boss. Just don't turn me over.
All right. Forget it. But remember this. This town I want you to clean out, see? A lot of these oil workers, you know, plenty of dough. We'll clean them out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, is right. Me, I'm going to keep those fat heads busy watching my moving pictures, and you get what they got out of their rooms. Okay, my pal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just don't tell anybody, boss.
Got you good and scared, huh? That's the way I like it when they work for me. Scared. Plenty scared. Take much longer to get those moving pictures started, Mr. Gibson. Just a minute. Boy, sure getting impatient out there. All right. I gotta get the film ready, don't I? Yeah. Hope you ain't gonna disappoint the boys, Mr. Gibson. Huh? What do you mean? Well, the boys around here ain't had a real show for a long time. They sure be mighty mad if your movies didn't kind of add up to what they want. Don't you worry, they're gonna get their dose worth. Oh, how about it, Slow?
Yes, sir.
You must make quite a bit of money, don't you, Mr. Gibson? Driving this outfit around from tank town to tank town, giving your... It's no good. Me, I'm a poor man. I don't make hardly enough to pay Slew here. Do I, Slew?
No, sir.
Well, you're certainly making enough tonight. But if the picture's real good, maybe the boys will shift in and... Oh, here they go again. Hey, what's the matter with those guys out there? All right. Tell them to turn out the lights. I'm ready now. Oh, that's fine. All right, boys. The show's ready to begin. Turn out the lights. All right, so turn on the machine.
Yes, sir.
Well, I better go up front and join myself. I hope it's good. You betcha. Slew, get on. Every man in easy time, see? I want you to get every dollar in cash that's lying around this town. You hear me? Every dollar. If you don't, maybe those dreams you've been having, they're going to come true. Now get going. Mr. Gibson, I must say your little show was quite up to expectations. Yes, sir, quite up to expectations. Okay, everybody's getting what you want. Now, why don't you go back and see the rest of the picture, huh? Well, as a committee of one, the boys asked me to sort of find out whether after this picture's over, you got something else you can do. Sort of hate to go home there. Sure, okay. I'm a good guy. How's this one about? Something good? You bet. One of these here, boogie pictures. Huh? Oh, you know, one of those monster pictures. Pretty girl, big movie monsters. You know what I mean? See, that sounds pretty good. Boys like that. Sure. Hey, I'm a great guy. I can give the boys what they want. Yes, sir. The longer the boys stay here tonight, the better I like it. Yes. Come on in, Slew. Come on in. Well, what'd you get? Come on, let's have it. Boss, I'll cop talk up. What's the matter with you? Got the last reel on. Talk fast. What did you get?
I didn't get nothing.
Say that again.
I tried once. I swear I did.
What are you trying to get?
I couldn't get nothing.
Okay, a smart guy. What are you trying to do? Make sure. Come on, empty out your pocket. Are you going to empty out your pocket?
I said I ain't got nothing. See nothing at all.
All right, start talking.
I just couldn't get in anywhere.
Yeah. Every guy in town's here watching those pictures. You couldn't get in no place, huh? So what's the angle, smart guy? What are you trying to put over on me?
Boss, I'm telling you, I couldn't get in no place because he was following me.
Hey, what are you talking about?
The sheriff. Yes, sir, after me all the way.
Don't give me that. The sheriff is sitting right out there.
No, sir, he kept watching me, following me. He talked to me and said for me to get the heck off the street, so that's what I did.
Son of a gun, I'll give him a free ticket.
Oh, you ain't blaming me, are you, boss?
Okay. So that wise guy, he ain't so smart. We stick around overnight. We do another show tomorrow. Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going to see to it personally that the sheriff, he's going to be right down in front there watching that picture.
As long as you don't blame me, boss.
Me? No, I don't blame you. Come here, my friend.
What do you want, boss?
Come here. Look through the hole in the wall and watch the moving pictures.
What picture are you showing, boss?
The one you like so much. The one all about the monster.
No, sir, I can't watch that.
Get over there.
Boss,
Go on.
Boss, you're hurting my neck.
And look, enjoy yourself.
Oh, I'm scared to watch that picture. You know that.
Sure. That's just why you're going to watch it.
Oh, no.
Your friend, the monster. Look at him. He's crawling around all over that screen. Sure scares you, don't he?
Oh, I can't look.
Open your eyes or I'll break your neck. Okay, you keep your eyes open. That monster, he always scares you. Just a moving picture and you scared like that. Okay, that's the end of the picture. Now, let you go, my friend. All right, shut the machine off. Go ahead, you ain't scared to do that, are you? No.
Well, Mr. Gibson, that was a fine show you gave us. Yes, sir.
Okay. Everybody's happy, and I'm happy, too.
Yeah. The funny thing, I guess the boys liked that last one, the monster picture, better than they liked the other one. Now, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
Well, Slow here, he don't like it. Scares him, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I can't exactly blame him. Sure beats all how them Hollywood folks fix up critters like that. Oh, gosh, awful critter I never did see. But I guess the boys like being scared. They told me to tell you if you want to give another show tomorrow, they're all for it.
Yeah?
Yep.
Sure, I'll stay overnight.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if you'd like me to find a place for you, I got a couple of rooms.
No, that's all right. Maybe I can bunk right here. Slow can sleep in the truck.
Well, all right. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
You want me to do something, boss?
What do you think? Go on, disconnect the projector. I'm going to take a look out in the hall, make sure everybody's gone.
Yes.
So, want me to stick around, huh? Yeah. Everybody went home all right? Hey, Slow.
Yes, boss?
Come on out here and help me take the screen down.
Yes, sir.
No way. Shut that projector off first.
What'd you say, boss?
I said shut the projector off. What's the idea of starting running that film again?
What'd you say, boss?
I said stop running that film.
Film?
Yeah, film. Stop it now. Come in here and break the neck. Shut it off. Hear me? Shut it off.
Boss, I ain't running that machine.
What?
The machine ain't running, boss.
Ain't running?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll fix you, smart guy, huh? I'll fix you. I'll show you to make you with me.
What's the matter? I ain't done nothing.
Tell me you ain't running that projector. I'll break your neck.
Look for yourself. It ain't running.
Keep running.
What's the matter, boss?
It is running. It's got to be running.
But it ain't, boss. You can see it ain't. Boss, what's the matter with you? What's the matter?
Look out there.
Where?
Out there on the screen.
Oh.
You see it too?
That's the monster from the picture.
The machine ain't running.
No.
Not even filming.
Boss, what's throwing that picture on the screen? Look.
It's moving. It ain't on the screen, but it's coming off. It's coming down the aisle. Ladies and gentlemen, when motion picture characters detach themselves from the screen and come down the aisle of the theater, that's an excellent moment for mere mortals like you and me to turn up the lights, get up out of our chairs and take a deep breath or a deep drink of water and reassure ourselves that 2 and 2 are 4. And speaking of such facts, it's a sad fact that today's thousands of Americans are short on 2 vitally needed substances, vitamin B1 and iron. And what frequently happens? Listen.
Do eat your dinner, dear. There's everything you like.
Eat. Oh, gosh, I just don't feel like eating.
Oh, dear, you worry me so. You're getting so thin and on edge. I wish I knew how to help you.
Oh, I'm just worn out. I just don't know what to do. Listen. Perhaps the only help you need is more vitamin B1 and iron. Ironized yeast tablets give you both these. Remember, when you don't get... When you don't get enough iron out of your food, you may be weak, pale, always tired. If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you that way, take a tip from many who used to suffer from these deficiencies. Start taking ironized yeast tablets at once. See if they don't help you as it helps so many, many others. See if pretty soon you too aren't saying, "Dinner ready, dear? That's all right, so we can make the early movie." Sure, I had a big day at the office, but you can't tire me out, not since I've been taking ironized yeast. And now back to Lights Out. The thing has come off the screen and Mike persistent moans in his fight. Stop it. I can't get it. It'll come back here. No. I swear it don't come. It can't be alive. There it is. Shut your face and don't move. Look at it. Just like me. Come a moving picture and it's alive. Over on the side. Green. Most cheesy. My eyes don't seem right. Something was on the film being alive. Maybe I'm going nuts. Let's go out that door. The moon is shining so bright on it. That's me. Here's the one. Come on, we gotta get out of here quick. I'll be back after the things. I can't. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to break your neck. I'll turn you over to the sheriff and the mob. Oh, no, you wouldn't do that. I'd have to get that projector in the box. Gotta get out of here quick. Yeah. Just look. You can see what I saw. It ain't going to come back. If it wasn't, he's going to come back. But I know. Don't know nothing, I tell you. Things don't make no sense no more. Come off the screen like it was alive. Crawled out of that door like it was alive, and it ain't nothing but a moving picture. No. Nothing don't make no sense no more. That kind of film, drop it. Oh, what? You don't think I want that anymore, do you? That monster film? No. All right. Stop it. Gotta get those things on the truck. I've never been so scared. Who cares what you are? Gotta get the stuff out of here. Scared to go out there. That truck and get so far away that they're... Everybody! Come on! What do you matter? Come on, then! It's the word. Gotta get out of here. They must have seen that monster. What's the matter with you guys? I ain't done nothing. Keep your hands off of me, see? Pull them down out of there. What are you guys doing? I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't done nothing. Wait a minute. I say, what's the matter with you guys? Mr. Gibson here, he's the guy who gave us the moving picture tonight. Sure, I ain't done nothing. What's the matter with you guys? I swear I ain't done nothing. Shut up, both of you. Listen, Herman, that's where that girl was killed just now. These two guys are the only strangers in town. No, I don't understand. I ain't done nothing. Yeah, Norman, you know that. Go on, tell him this one isn't all right. Gave us a good show tonight, but we didn't promise, didn't he? I won't bring up for the show. Take it easy, boys.
The boys have gone nuts. They think Mr. Gibson here. He ain't done nothing. I'm an honest, hard-working. All right, hold it. You may not have done anything, but how about that assistant of yours?
No, sir, boss. I ain't done nothing. I swear. I swear.
Shut up! Aren't you sneaking around the street while the show was going on? You don't have to say nothing. I saw you. I saw you myself. Now, take it easy, boys. Give me the chance here.
Boss, you tell him where I was. You know I wasn't killing anybody. You tell him where I was.
Well, Mr. Gibson, where was he? Don't ask me. I don't know where he was or what he was doing.
Boss, tell him. Tell him about that thing. I didn't do it, boss. Tell him.
Don't tell him nothing. I don't know nothing, see? Nothing.
Boss.
Maybe you did do it. How do I know?
No, boss, you know I didn't. You know that thing came off the screen. I was...
Don't let him get away. Now he's heading for the spot. After him. Play the ball.
Okay, thank you very much. You ran away, they ran after you and me. I got a whole town to clean out all by myself. I don't know what this is all about. That monster coming off the screen and all that stuff. Maybe it's all a lucky break from Mike Gibson. Yeah.
Don't kill me. I've never done nothing. I try to be a good man. Always try. Hiding the swamp. They won't get me. Oh, it's so dark. I can't see. They want to chase for a slow bore, 1-4. I gotta get away. Boss, why didn't you tell him that food and do nothing? I just helpful. So always done what you asked him to, didn't he? Sure. He did everything you asked him. But he didn't want to do it. Oh, he should have helped little boy. He should have helped him. I get away. Don't kill me. I ain't done nothing. I'm tired. I can't staring at me. I gotta rest. They'll find me here. It's dark. Oh, I'm scared. What did you tell him what was right about me? Why didn't you tell him? I didn't do it. Yeah, it was that thing. That thing out of the picture. You know that. Yeah, that thing. I saw it too. Go right onto the screen. Roll right along the aisle. Green. Sort of looking here and there. It's all the light shining. I saw it. And he saw it. I get it. It's it, killer. Oh, Lord Almighty, where is it now? Where is it now? Dogs. They got dogs after me. They're still after me. Them dogs are tracking me down. I didn't do it. What are they chasing me for? What are they chasing me for? Walk in the water. The dogs won't find me then. They won't find me then. Mud, this water. Oh, they can't find me now. The dogs can't get me now. Can't get me. I won't get me. I ain't never hurt nobody. If I stole it was because he made me do it. Oh, yeah, he made me do it. I had to do what he said. Oh, I've never been strong. You can't kill a man for not being strong. About it. Oh, but I won't die like that. No, not me. I want to live. I got a right to live. Closer. I gotta get away. Got to. Water deeper.
What is scaring you? I can't swim. What a night. Yeah, I think I did all right. Wise guys run off. I made a clean up. Those wise guys open their eyes when they come home and find out I cleaned them out. Yeah. You bastards, more you keep going. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, a long way out of here by morning. Hey, excuse me. I bet you let's get slow. Yeah. Nice going, Mike. Getting rid of slow and making yourself a nice piece of change. Yeah. Crazy night. Even got me talking to myself. Those funny things I see, that monster crawling off the screen. I didn't see it. Nobody saw it. Something I thought I saw. Yeah, just something I thought I saw. Sure, it's only in my head. The thing was on the film. It can't come off the film. You throw it on the screen. There's nothing but the light. Sure. That's it. What I saw was in my head. So, go ahead and miss. Now I'm going to get you a new truck. Yeah, that's right. Brand new truck. The smart guys running off after Slew. They got Slew and I got all their dough out of their banks. Monster. What's the matter with me? Yes, sure was funny. Yeah, but I saw it crawling down the aisle. Oh, no, I never saw it. Slew, Slew. Gotta get me a new assistant now. Oh, that oughtn't be too hard. Assistants. They take the rap and I take the cash. Hey, what the heck is that? Get out of the way, yo. What in the blasted headlights? I can't see a thing. Hey, you, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Dog. Big dog running ahead of the truck. Get out of the way, you blasted dog. No. The dog is that thing. That thing out of the moving picture running ahead of me. It can't be. It can't, but it is. The thing out of the film. All right, I'll show you. I'll run it down. Run it down. Faster the truck. Faster. Gotcha. They're covered. They're playing me everywhere I go. They're playing me. Where that monster come from? I don't know. But you mean to tell me that the monster was the one that was in the motion picture? It came to life out of the motion picture? I mean, the movie projector stopped and what was on the screen stayed on the screen and then came out of the screen? It's an interesting idea. Hitting Lamar's on the screen and you wait until the last show is over and she comes out of the screen and you say, how about a double chocolate malted, Hetty? And she said, oh, what's the use? That's exactly it. What's the use? If all the twos and twos of the world added up to a very dull four, how boring life would be. And if life is boring, at least we can let our imagination have fun. Now, for example, next week's play in it. But you speak first, Frank, and then I'll go on with some more of this imagination tangent.
Well, briefly, friends, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help build yourself up, get Iron Eyes yeast tablets.
Now, there are many cases where a rundown condition may be due to a serious organic disturbance, and if you're in doubt, see your doctor. But if, like so many men and women nowadays, you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel much stronger and peppier, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what about next weekend? Imagination.
Well, back in the days of Prohibition, Frank, I knew a gangster. Yes, one of those legendary beer runners. And over these years, I've been literally boiling the memory of this gangster in my imagination. The result, next week we have a story about Al, the professor, Duke, and the girl. And there isn't a machine gun in the lot, and the district attorney doesn't pound his desk. And yes, I promise you a rather amazing half hour next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, The Archer. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. White shoe season is just around the corner, and with shoe rationing in effect, you'll want to take extra good care of your white shoes this year. So keep them clean with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the whitest pigment obtainable, spreads over shoes easily, dries evenly, helps to keep your white shoes in good appearance, in good wearing condition all the time. For the best of care for the white shoes you wear, remember Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! Hi-yo, Silver! There was no moon, The night was pitch black, lighted only by the square that slanted from the small window in the office of the bank. But a shadow, darker than the night, crept toward that window. The silent figure paused, peered over the sill, and saw the banker bent over his books. He heard the man's voice mumbling.
6 and 4, 10. 5 is 15. 20. Carried so. 9. $500.
The stealthy figure bent closer. For a few minutes, he stood silently watching the banker. Then he slowly raised his hand. Later the same night, the sheriff of El Paso and 2 deputies rode along the path that led to the little farm of Mrs. Purdy, a lonely widow who lived with her only son, Joe.
Well, this is the place. I hate to think this of Joe Purdy. I hope we're wrong.
Me too. But there's evidence.
If Joe murdered a man, he'll hang. Oh, there. Hey, come along.
Who's that knocking at this time of night?
Open up, Mrs. Purdy. He's the sheriff.
Land's sake, Sheriff, what's wrong? What brings you out on a night like this?
It's your boy Joe, Mrs. Purdy. I'd like to speak to Joe.
Joe? Joe ain't done nothing. He's a good boy if ever there was one.
Do you mind calling him?
Not at all. Joe, come out here.
What do you want, Ma? Hey, who is it? Oh, it's the sheriff. Hello, Sheriff. How are you?
You ever see this pocket knife, Joe? Mighty pretty, ain't it?
Where'd you get it, Sheriff? That's my knife.
Of course that's Joe's knife. He lost it last week.
I'm talking to Joe, ma'am. You got a gun, Joe?
Sure I got a gun. I got it hanging out in the woodshed with my jacket.
Let's see it. Come along, Seth.
Joe wouldn't do nothing wrong. I don't see why you're asking all them questions, Sheriff.
See why you're so curious, Sheriff. What's happened? Come on in. There's a gun. It's a right good shooting iron.
Just as I thought, reeks of powder. One shot's been fired.
What are you talking about? I haven't had
Joe, where were you at 9 o'clock tonight?
9 o'clock? Why, just walking along the creek.
Walking along the creek, eh?
That's right, Sheriff. Joe went out for a walk along the creek. Likes to walk along the creek a bit at night. He often does it and thinks things out.
Did more than thinking tonight, didn't you, Joe? Let's look at that jacket. Did you wear it while you were doing your thinking?
Well, not this jacket.
Wish you'd tell straight out what's in your mind, Sheriff.
Well, ma'am, Joe, this ain't good. Look here. New folding money in his pocket. All of $500.
Money? Joe, where'd you get that?
Folding money? I haven't seen any real folding money in months. How did that get in my pocket?
Joe, Ned Jenkins, the banker, was murdered tonight in the bank. And $500 was took from his safe. Your pocket knife was found right alongside of him. Your gun shows one shot was fired. Now we found new folding money, $500 in your pocket.
No, Sheriff. Joe didn't do that thing. Joe's a good boy. Besides, he wasn't down to the bank at 9 o'clock. He was walking by the creek.
He says he was down by the creek.
I was. I didn't have that gun. I didn't wear that jacket. I didn't kill Ned Jenkins. What would I kill him for?
Sheriff, anyone could have borrowed that gun and put the cash in the pocket. Joe ain't been in the woodshed all evening. Someone's framed him.
You weren't very friendly with Ned Jenkins, were you, Joe? Weren't you one of them fellas that had a fight with Jenkins because he wouldn't let you fish in the stream on his property? I think I remember seeing you in that crowd when Jenkins called me in.
You're right, Sheriff. But Joe's not mean-minded like that. He wouldn't carry a grudge deep enough to kill. You're crazy to think that Joe did it. You're on the wrong track.
No, I ain't. This is hanging evidence. We're taking him right off to jail. From now on, the jury decides.
On a strip of land between the United States and Mexico and the Arizona Territory, an ancient Mayan temple had been made the headquarters of the most brilliant, most cunning crook. He called himself El Mundo. Science was his ally. Deep inside the labyrinth of passages inside the tunnel, El Mundo sits at a desk. At his side stands his sister Myra.
I see. So each time you send one of the cult into the outside world, you inject poison into their veins.
It is the only way. The poison is ineffectual for a certain time.
Then they do not live to tell what they know.
Precisely.
But what of this Lone Ranger?
I hesitate to move against him, Myra. I find he has a reputation among people.
Yes, he has.
If it's necessary to take heroic measures and kill him, I will do so, but I would prefer not to.
He hasn't interfered too much.
My plans have progressed in a manner that is satisfactory. I'm about to get possession of the Purdy Ranch.
Purdy? Oh, that's the widow.
Yes.
She refused to sell at the price your representative offered?
Yes. Isn't that too bad? Now extreme measures have been taken.
After the Purdy Ranch, then what?
Then there are several others, Myra. And then I will be king. They all ridiculed me as a boy. They thought me small and ineffectual. They said my hands were soft like those of a girl. They laughed. But I'll be more powerful than all of them.
A signal.
Carlo is expected. Come in.
Carlos, report.
I kill him.
Go on. Tell the rest.
Boy, he's in jail. He bank her dead. Now help me.
Myra, give me that medicine. Soon as Carlos signs the confession, he may have it.
Very well.
Confession?
You will sign here.
Anything you say. Just give me that medicine to counteract that other stuff.
Here you are. Drink it.
Thank you.
Now go.
Did you really give him an antidote?
No, he drank clear water. Why should I save the life of anyone who can testify against me?
I see.
Now, Myra, let me show you the map. Look here. Here is the disputed territory. It is owned by neither the United States nor Mexico.
I know.
The ranches we have acquired are marked off, as you see.
And these other are the ones you want to acquire.
Yes. With the acquisition of those, I will have my wedge between two nations.
Then what?
Oh, I will extract duty from all who want to cross my land to send goods into Mexico, and all who want to cross my land to send goods into the United States. I'll collect a tariff. Think of the riches, the power. And now see here. Let us look at the records on Mrs. Purdy. Here, Myra, I have the records prepared with the greatest detail.
I know, I have seen them.
Mrs. Purdy's son is now in jail. The jury will hang him. But the woman may save his life. She will relinquish her ranch. I will produce this confession that Carlos signed. Carlos, the one who really killed the banker. Otherwise...
But what if she won't sign?
Plans are made, my sister. Plans are most carefully made. And the Lone Ranger cannot block those plans.
It was later the same night. Sheriff and deputies sat together, each silent and thinking the same thing. The sheriff was the first to speak.
Hang it all, I hate it. Huh? Joe being in jail. I can't believe the lad's turned killer. He could have knocked me down with a feather when I found the gun had been fired and the cash in his pocket.
Think he was framed?
Well, the way things have been going around here with that El Mundo outfit, I don't know what to think. Great day in the morning.
Sheriff, I want to talk to you.
The masked man.
Lone Ranger, come on in.
Since the last time we talked about El Mundo, I've learned several things.
Yeah?
El Mundo must get at least 3 more ranches to carry out the program he seems to have started.
Go on.
One of these is the Purdy Ranch.
Purdy?
What's that about our ranch?
Who's in that cell?
Joe Purdy.
Joe?
Yes, it all happens at sundown. The banker was killed and Joe's knife was at the scene. I didn't think Joe would do it, but me and the deputy went to make a routine checkup.
Go ahead. What did you find?
Joe's gun fired and the stolen cash in his pocket.
It's a frame-up, I tell you, Sheriff. Let me tell the Lone Ranger the truth. I was walking the bank and...
What's that?
Who in the world?
Help me. Poison. It double-crossed me.
Take hold of him.
I got him.
What poison?
He's a mighty sick man. Look at his face.
El Mundo.
Steady. What did El Mundo do? Hurry, speak.
How about it?
He's dead, Sheriff. The same way the others went. Poison. And just as he was about to speak.
I wonder if this has any connection with the death of the banker. The murder was...
Sheriff, it's the hand of El Mundo again. Joe's mother would do anything to save him from hanging. I want your help. I'm going to tell you what I suspect and what I want to do about it. If El Mundo isn't stopped, he'll own the West. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. The rapid hoofbeats of the Lone Ranger thundered through the night as the masked man approached his camp where Tonto and Dan were waiting. Come on, Silver! Quickly, the Lone Ranger outlined his plan while Dan Reed, his 14-year-old nephew, and Tonto hung on every word. And Dan, Joe Purdy is just about your size, even though he is considerably older.
Folks used to say I was pretty tall for my age.
You are. Your father was a tall man. Now, here's what we must do. It's up to you, Dan. You're going to jail.
Jail?
The sheriff has agreed.
Oh, gee, I suppose you're having me put there to be sure I'm out of danger.
Dan, you're going to jail to play an important part in our plans. If Joe stays in jail, El Mundo can easily convince his mother that he'll hang. If she knows by seeing that he isn't there, and that he isn't likely to hang right away, she'll hold firm and refuse to deal with whomever El Mundo sends to see her.
Oh.
And what we do? We'll see Mrs. Purdy the first thing in the morning. Tell her what we're doing, then watch for El Mundo's representative.
Where'd Joe go?
Joe's coming here to our camp. Akimosabe, you'll stay with Joe. Watch him, guard him.
Me do it.
Now, where's Victor, Dan?
Right over here. I'll get him ready. Hi there, Victor. We're riding out, old boy, the 4 of us. You and Silver and the Lone Ranger and I. That's steady now when I sent you up.
There's a stable in El Pass where you can leave Victor, Dan. The sheriff will take good care of him.
Ah, great.
You want help, Dan?
Oh, Victor wouldn't let anyone else saddle him, Tonto.
No.
I'll have him ready to travel in no time.
Scout ready? Me go with you. Get Joe, huh?
All right, Tonto. Steady, big fella.
I'm ready.
Come on.
Get up, Victor.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
With Dan Reed in the prison cell in place of Joe Purdy, the Lone Ranger went early in the morning to the Purdy home. He rapped on the door. A woman with stooping shoulders and a shawl about her head responded.
Yes? Oh, masked.
Are you Mrs. Purdy?
Who else did you expect to see here?
May I speak to you inside?
I reckon so. Step in. Won't you have a chair?
Oh, no, thank you. Mrs. Purdy, your son was taken to jail last night.
Yes, I know.
The sheriff is willing to help on a plan. We also need your help.
Plan? What sort of a plan? What are you talking about?
Have you heard of El Mundo?
El Mundo? Well, that's Spanish for the universe.
A man who calls himself El Mundo.
A man?
Mrs. Purdy, there isn't time to go into detail. Please believe me. He's the most dangerous man the West has ever known.
Indeed.
He's already killed a score of people. He'll kill more.
But why?
He wants to get control of this entire region.
My sakes alive, what for? Why should he want to do that?
Because he is ambitious. He hopes to get a kingdom of his own.
How in the world did you learn that?
He framed your son for murder. He'll come here or send one of his emissaries here to see you. He needs this ranch.
Oh, so he framed my son. Have you proof that he did?
No, but we'll get proof. He wants to make a deal with you. Offer you the life of your son if you'll turn over your ranch to him.
But wouldn't that be worthwhile? Anything to save my boy.
Your boy is not in jail.
What? No, not in jail?
There's another lad there in his place. Joe is safe, and he'll not hang. You may be sure of that. And by keeping this ranch out of El Mundo's hands, we'll block his game. I think...
What is it?
You are Mrs. Purdy?
Of course I am.
Now, what's back of that door?
What door?
I'm going to look.
Stand where you are.
You're Myra.
All right, I am Myra. We have met before, Lone Ranger, several times.
What have you done with Mrs. Purdy?
What do you think we have done? She was a fool, a blind, stubborn fool. She thought that if her son was innocent, he would never hang. There was no use talking to her further.
I see.
Take a look. Well, what can you prove against me?
Now your plans will be changed.
You may be sure of that. With the woman dead, the boy inherits the ranch. We will deal with him. He will gladly sign away the ranch to save his life.
You'll never find Joe Purdy.
We will find others.
Others?
Your own young friend. The one you have placed in prison in place of Joe.
Dan, why, you... I don't want to draw a gun.
You'll get no chance to draw a gun. I have the drop on you. But it won't be necessary to shoot you. El Mundo's methods are not that crude. You were marked for death the instant you stepped inside this house.
I was?
I saw you approaching. I prepared things for you.
Myra,
All right, now you are feeling giddy. Your senses are reeling. Do you feel the effects of the poison that is seeping through your veins?
Poison?
A needle so fine that it can penetrate the flesh without sensation. There was one fixed on the latch of the bedroom door. You opened that door.
So, that's it.
Yes, my friend, that is it. It is a matter of but minutes and death comes. Quite painlessly, I assure you. The Lone Ranger. The fallen Lone Ranger. Now to remove that mask and see his face so I can tell El Mundo.
That's what I hope. I'll take that gun.
You!
Tell El Mundo his needle wasn't strong enough to penetrate these gloves.
Let me go!
Yet there are too many questions to be asked.
You are marked for death. Nothing can save you or your friends against the mighty power of El Mundo.
Juggling won't help you, Myra. You're just hurting yourself.
Hurting myself? There!
Hey, I got something important.
Sheriff, look out.
I'm not caught yet.
Hey, wait.
Look out, Sheriff. That girl is
But
getting
hold
away.
on, never mind her. What I got to say is more important.
That's Myra, El Mundo's aide. She's a killer. She murdered Mrs. Purdy.
Hey, she stole my horse.
I'll catch her. Silver will easily overtake her.
Never mind her. Keeping sagebrush is that boy.
Who?
Dan, your friend. They're after him. You got to ride to town.
Who's after him?
I don't know. They busted the jail and took the kid.
Which way'd they go?
I don't know. I came here as fast as I could.
They started from the jail.
Yeah.
Big fella.
Hey, hold on. Wait for me. I got no horse.
Come on, Silver.
Racing like the wind, the mighty stallion put every ounce of his great strength into the response to the Lone Ranger's urging for more and more speed. In El Paso, the masked man reined up before the jail. He leaped to the ground to study hoof marks that would show the direction taken by Dan's abductors.
We'll be underway in just a minute, Silver, as soon as I get... Dan!
Golly, I'm glad you got here. I've got a lot to tell you.
Dan, I'm glad you're safe, boy. The sheriff said that you'd been kidnapped.
That's what those crooks thought when they lugged a dummy from the bunk in the cell.
Now come inside. It's safer.
Well, where's the sheriff?
He came to Mrs. Purdy's while Myra was there. She killed the old lady. Then she got away on the sheriff's horse.
Well, didn't she have one of her own?
Probably hidden so I wouldn't see it when I went there. But, Dan, you have something to tell me.
You bet I have. In the first place, Joe isn't going to be charged with that murder.
No?
The man that came in here last night and fell dead from El Mundo's poison was the killer. The sheriff matched the boots he wore to the prints outside the bank window.
Oh?
He said that was all that was needed to clear Joe.
Well, what about yourself?
Well, I heard the horsemen come up before daybreak. They stopped right outside my window.
While I was riding toward the Purdy ranch.
Yeah. They were talking about kidnapping Joe. That would have meant me.
What did you do?
Well, I remembered some of the things Tonto told me about you. The tricks you'd pulled to save your neck. I just used one of them.
Dan, tell me.
I took my knife and cut up the mattress on the bunk. I rolled parts of it in a blanket and pinned it with blanket pins. It wasn't much of a dummy. And if those men hadn't been half loco, they'd have made sure they had something alive. But they walked and talked and acted like they were half asleep.
The drugs of El Mundo. He uses something that has a hypnotic effect on his slaves.
Well, they broke the lock, walked in, rolled up the dummy in a couple of heavy tarpaulins, and walked out. They never looked in the dark corner where I was sitting.
Dan, I wish your father knew about this. He'd be proud.
Maybe he does.
That's right. He probably does. He is proud.
Well, what about the girl? She got away?
Yes, and she knows Joe isn't here.
Oh.
Myra will get word to El Mundo as soon as she can.
I suppose so.
I told her enough while I thought she was Mrs. Purdy to make her sure we know El Mundo's plan. El Mundo will be out to get us, Dan.
Let him try.
He'll try to get you. We'll get to camp.
All right. Victor's in the stable.
Come on, we'll saddle him and look to the east.
Yeah, I see him. That's the pack of cutthroats that came after me. They must have found out their mistake.
This way, we can't...
Great guns, look.
Those riders are from El Mundo, too. They've come from both directions.
They're shooting at us.
Get back inside the place. Hurry.
Yeah, but you...
I'll join you.
Here, Silver. Come on. Right inside. Hurry. That's it, Silver.
Slam the door, Dan.
Right.
Dan, pay attention. They're coming from both sides. We can't get to the stable. We'll have to leave Victor.
Oh, no. If I go...
I'll come back for Victor. If those men get you, they can force me to do whatever they want. As long as you're safe, I can fight them.
Yeah, but Victor, what if they take him?
The whole West depends on those crooks not getting you or Joe. Dan, up those stairs and hurry.
Yeah, but what about you?
I'm coming with you. Go on.
They'll have us trapped up in this garret, won't they?
We'll see about that.
Steady, Silver. Wait there.
Well, those critters move and act like men that are half dead. They don't yell or talk or anything.
There's a window over here at the front, Dan. Stand by it.
Yes, sir.
Look at them. They're surrounding the building.
Yeah, they know we're trapped here. They'll shoot on sight. Let's open fire and shoot it out with them.
No, not yet.
Oh, but we can't go down without firing a shot.
We're not going to. Let me try to open this window without attracting attention. There, that does it.
Must be 20 of them altogether.
Just 2 down there now. The rest have gone around to the sides and back of the building.
And those 2 men are going to bust through the door.
We're going to beat them to it. Stand here, Dan, and be ready to jump.
Well, what are you going to do?
Jump.
You all right?
Right.
What the? Here's one from Joe Purdy.
Oh! You! Mundo! Mundo, help!
Mundo won't stop this one.
Here, Silver.
Dan, come on, jump. That's it, Dan. Steady, big fella.
There they come.
They're shooting wild. Now grab on. Here we go.
Right.
Hail, Silver!
The next amazing episode of The Lone Ranger, the masked man enters a burning barn in an effort to rescue Dan's horse, Victor.
Now, hold on to me.
The roof's fallen in. We're trapped.
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Mail call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, fighting men of the United Nations. Here's Mail Call, the biggest slice of America we can send you in one radio letter. It's one big package of words and music and laughter from home to you. And here to start writing this letter is one of America's greatest character actors, a man beloved on the stage, radio, and on the screen, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Hello around the world, servicemen. And especially hello to you fellows who are manning the guns and guarding the fjords of Iceland. This mail call is a letter from 132 million Americans to their brothers and sons and boyfriends fighting all over the globe. And Iceland, tonight's mail call has your name on it particularly. It's packed full of music and songs and laughter. It's for all you men overseas, and we hope you enjoy it. Our Metropolitan Finger Man reports there's been a great growth of cattle ranches recently in the far west. By far west, I mean the far west of Manhattan Island. And even occasionally spreading across the Henry Hudson Bridge into Jersey. The upshot is that $3.75 for a pair of chaps and one smooth nickel in the subway turnstile can start you smelling horsey and talking with a Texas drawl, partner. One of America's most famous quartets is here to sing out the whole story of these weekend rancheros. The King's Men, and I'm an old cowhand.
Step aside, you ornery tenderfeet. Let a big bad buckaroo pass.
Give him air.
I'm the toughest hombre you'll ever meet, though I may be the last.
Yes, sirree.
We're a vanishing race.
No, sirree.
I can't last long. Step aside, you ornery tenderfeet, whilst I sing my song.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but the legs ain't bold and my cheeks ain't tan.
I'm a cowboy who never saw a plow, never roped a steer, never milked a cow, and I sure ain't fixin' to start in now. Yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay.
Yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay. I punch cattle when they're fried in a pan. I can hardly tell beef from pork, except on Tuesday. The only leather I ever pulled was in a subway in New York. Oh, get along, little doggy, get along, old cowhand, Rio Grande. I learned to ride, or I learned to stand. I'm a character tougher than an Arkansas mule, never missed on the draw, never lost a duel, and the horse I ride is a drugstore stool.
Yippee-ki-yay.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I love the plain and the desert sand. I know all the songs that the cowboys know about the big corral where the gogies go.
'Cause I learned them all on the radio.
Yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay, 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 yip-yip-yip-ki-yay.
Georgia and Iceland are quite a long ways apart, but lately they've been getting closer and closer together, thanks to the C-47s and the B-24s and all our Georgia ambassadors up there. Atlanta and Reykjavik have met, and they really get on, all of which prompts us to send still more Georgia up that way. Our expert consultant on blues is going to send the whole state up to Iceland in 32 bars. And here she is, Ada Brown.
Melody, bring memories that linger in my heart. Makes me think of Georgia. Why did we ever part? Some sweet day when blossoms fall and all the world's a song. I'm going back to Georgia, 'cause that's where I belong. Georgia, Georgia, don't they through just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pine. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams, I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I'll find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Oh, other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams, I see the road lead back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet funky Georgia on my
Paragraph 4 in this mail call letter comes from one of America's top comedians. He's been making with gags in front of microphones, movie cameras, and theater audiences for a good many years now, and according to the latest box office figures, the audiences really love it. Gentlemen, I give you the man with the accordion, the master of ceremonies of Take It or Leave It, Phil Baker.
Thank you very much. I'm really very happy to be here, although I didn't think I'd make it tonight. The traffic at Hollywood and Vine was really something. I never saw so many pedestrians and things getting mixed up, although I heard today that the mayor has issued a new ruling that beginning next Saturday night, any car riding along Hollywood Boulevard over 40 miles an hour must have a driver. Well, I was a Hollywood guide today. I took some soldiers out, and they wanted to see the public library the Huntington Art Galleries, and Beverly Hills. So, after the burlesque show, I got them some picture postcards. They also wanted to meet some girls, so I walked up to the first girl I saw and winked at her. She said, "Do you have anything in your eye?" I said, "No," so she put her fist in it. And I'd like to pause here for a moment and read a letter from my nephew who's in the Army. He writes, "Dear Uncle Phil, it hardly seems 2 weeks since I was induced. Everyone here in camp is wonderful to me. As soon as I arrived, the sergeant presented me with a military brush. I am now scrubbing the floor with it. But the food is wonderful. I've never eaten so much in my life. In fact, I've already started my second front. And last week I thought I'd have a little fun, Uncle Phil, so I got up one morning at 3:30, and while everyone was sleeping, I blew the bugle. Would you believe it? It took 3 full days to pull that bugle out of my throat. I'm really getting an education in this Army, though. Yesterday, the sergeant lined us all up and said, "College men, take 1 step forward." Then he said, "You college men go over there and pick up those cigarette butts. And the rest of you guys that ain't never been to school, watch them and learn something." Don't spread this around, Uncle Phil, but there's a strong rumor that last week Mussolini cabled Hitler, "Rush food." Hitler cabled back, "Tighten belt." Mussolini cabled back, "Rush belt." Your loving nephew, Citrus. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to do a little number for you. Quite cute. Hope you like it. Mary would be a peach of a girl if she only took care of her gums. Do you feel sluggish? Are you let down? Try a package of Tums. These are the radio commercials you've been hearing right along. But a new idea has hit the air. They're doing commercials in song. Pepsi Cola hits the spot. 12 full ounces, that's a lot. Twice as much for a nickel, too. Pepsi Cola is a drink for you. Nickel, 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 trickle, 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 trickle. There's a masterpiece. That was written by Slapsy Maxie when he wasn't looking. It occurred to me that if some of our great composers were to try to write this little Pepsi-Cola jingle, it might sound something like this. For instance, Gilbert and Sullivan. If you feel like quenching your thirst, tra-la, at a popular price. Don't let your esophagus burst, tra-la, you'll find that you'll be reimbursed, tra-la, if you'll only take my advice. Just try those 12 ounces that bloom in the spring. Tit nickel, tit Pepsi, tit cola. Noel Coward might write it like this. When you're thirsty, won't you try some Pepsi-Cola? Pepsi-Cola. Jerome Kern's version. You are a lot for just a nickel. Someday I'll know that moment divine when your 12 full ounces will be mine. A novelty songwriter. Down in the meadow in a itty-bitty pool swam 3 little fishes and a mama fishy too. They drank Pepsi-Cola when it got too hot. Here's what happened when it hit the spot. Burp, burp, didn't dat 'em, why don't you? Burp, burp, didn't dat 'em, why don't you? Burp, burp, didn't dat 'em, why don't you? Pepsi-Cola is a drink for you, that's all. Okay, thank you very much. And now, by way of diversion, I should like to play a few selections on my accordion, and I'd like you to choose my repertoire. If there's anything you'd like to hear, I have a repertoire of 2 songs. Anything at all, folks. Just speak right up.
What'll I do?
Go home. Now, Oh, you mean you want to hear that old song, What'll I Do, soldier? Is that it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it on that zither.
This is not a zither, mister.
That's not a zither?
No, that's not a zither.
Then what is it?
What is it?
Yes. What is it?
Well, Fay, if you don't wait a minute, bud. Got me doing it. Say, soldier, how'd you get in here?
I beg your pardon?
I say, how'd you get in here tonight?
With my friend's ticket.
Where's your friend?
He's looking for his ticket.
He's looking. I see. Well, you still want to hear what'll I do, eh?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it sometime today.
Today, you'd like to hear it. I shall try and play it for you.
I beg your pardon?
I shall try and play it for you.
I shall try and listen to you.
Thank you. That's fine. You know, this instrument is known as an accordion. Get what I mean? It's sort of a burden around my neck. A burden. You know what a burden is, don't you?
Yeah, a bird in the hand is worth two.
Now, wait a minute! A bird in the hand, isn't that awful? That's a pun. I hate puns.
I love puns.
You love puns, eh?
Yeah, puns and coffee.
Puns and coffee. But you want to hear what'll I do?
If you can spare it, I'd like to.
Okay, here we go.
Now, pardon me, Mr. Baker. You know you remind me of Lionel Barrymore?
Don't be silly. Lionel Barrymore doesn't play an accordion.
Well, neither do you.
Now, wait a minute. Here's the $64 question. Let's play a new game, building and loan.
I'll play it.
Okay, you get out of the building and leave me alone, will you, please? Here we go. What'll I do?
What'll I do?
You want to hear it?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
What'll I do?
No, I just want to hear it. Don't sing it. That's all.
You don't like the voice, eh?
Yeah, what kind of a voice have you got?
Well, I'm what you call an osteopathic tenor.
An osteopathic tenor?
That's right.
What kind of a voice is that?
I sing in all the joints, you see?
I get it. I get it.
I think you're the only one, though.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Now, wait a minute, bud. Well, now, wait a minute. You see, that was just the interlude that I was playing. It's usually played on the cello. Do you like the cello?
Oh, I adore the cello.
You adore the cello?
Yeah, fruit cello.
Fruit cello. How would you like some cornet on cob? Or a dill piccolo?
I'll settle for some stewed flute.
You seem to be pretty smart. I'm going to test you tonight. Do you like riddles?
Oh, I love riddles.
You do?
Yeah, riddles and syrup.
Now, wait, bud. My fault for asking. Now for the riddle. Here we go.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I say, let's go with the riddle.
I'll probably know the answer to it.
Sure. What's more important, a wife or a pair of pants?
That's good. Now I'll tell you.
Now, wait a minute. What's more important, a wife or a pair of pants?
All right, I give up.
Well, a pair of pants, because you can go any place without a wife. Ah!
I'll bet the answer is going to be funny.
Now, get out of here. All right, let's see how smart you are. Now, come on, let's get down to business. Let's you and I match wits.
Well, I'll check mine so we can start even.
Good. We'll have a spelling match. I give you a letter, then you give me one, and whoever finishes the word loses.
I'll probably win.
I never saw such confidence in my life. He could go to Australia on a dime.
I did.
How'd you get back?
I stayed there.
Oh, you stay there. That's nice. All right, let's have the spelling match, okay?
All right, give me a letter.
I'll start you with B.
I never cared for B.
Don't like B. How about J?
J, that's cute.
Yeah.
J-E.
J-E. J-E-O.
Wait, now, don't help me.
I won't help you, don't worry.
J-E-O-P.
J-E-O-P. Yeah. I give up. What's the word?
The word is jeopardy.
Jeopardy? Never heard of it.
Didn't you ever hear of a jeopardy sheriff?
I see. Well, you said you want to hear What'll I Do. You know how it goes. Would you mind humming a few bars, please?
Oh, what'll I do? It
Yes.
starts something like this. Georgia, what'll I do?
Hey, where'd you get that voice, bud?
I beg your pardon?
Where'd you get that voice?
It's a gift.
You ought to give it back. Now, look. Would you like to sing a chorus for us?
Well, I'm bashful.
Come on, folks. Let's make the soldier sing for us. How about it? Like to hear him sing? Come on up here. For the benefit of those who can't remember back that far, I'd like to say that the interlude you just heard was part of my old vaudeville act, and that the heckler was my original man in the box, Sid Silvers, now Corporal Sid Silvers of the United States Army. Many years ago, when Sid and I worked together, we also took a crack at songwriting. There was one outstanding song that some of you may remember, and for a little nostalgic moment, we've asked Corporal Sid Silvers to sing it for you while I accompany him on the concertina. Here we go.
Did you mean it when you said I love you? Did you mean it when you said I care? Tell me why you only just pretending. 'Cause if you were, you weren't playing fair. And did you mean it when you said we'll marry? Tell me truthfully, were you sincere? And when I stood before you and you whispered, I adore you, tell me, did you really mean it?
If you put three good things together, it just stands to reason that the result should be 3 times as good. That's the way we feel about blending a swell song, a smooth singer, and a top-notch quartet. The singer's Francis Langford, the quartet The King's Man, and the song Moonlight Becomes You.
Moonlight becomes you, darling.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. And if I tag along, if I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. To go dreaming, now don't tell me I'm wrong. And what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight. Moonlight becomes you so. Moonlight becomes you.
At the moment, I'd like to publish a radio edition of a little pocket guide to Iceland. The men in Iceland were the first AEF of this war, and they've done a first-rate job of settling down in a strange land, of building an important fortress against Nazi goose-stepping across the North Atlantic. Despite long and weary and uneventful hours of waiting while nothing happens, the men there know that guarding Iceland is a very important job in the United Nations war strategy. They know that if they weren't there, the Germans would be arriving double quick and base their U-boats in the fjords. But American soldiers have learned one thing. They found that the ice in Iceland is pretty much of a misconception. As a matter of fact, there's not enough ice for 10 days of ice skating a year. There are definitely no Eskimos, and the Icelanders laugh at sheepskin coats. As for polar bears, Jack Benny's Carmichael coming across the shortwave radio has been the closest thing to that lately. The troops arriving there were slightly amazed to find Reykjavik a modern city of 40,000 with paved streets and concrete office buildings 5 and 6 stories high. Expecting to find dog sleds and whale blubber, they found plenty of electric lights, dial telephones, newsboys on the corners, and uniformed policemen untangling traffic. But the boys are spread far and wide over Iceland's 40,000 square miles, and lots of them haven't even seen a village for months. We've read one of their papers, The White Falcon, and its motto expresses the way all the boys there feel, despite their Nissen huts, despite their itch to get into actual battle, despite long, lonely hours. It's simply this: our forces always alert. They're proud that they were the first contingent of the AEF 3 months before Pearl Harbor. And they know that their alertness is a big club saying, Mr. Hitler, keep out. They know it, and we know it, and we salute them. The fighting Americans stationed in Iceland.
For this trip, so here's so long and good luck from Lila Barrymore, Francis Langford, Bill Baker, Ada Brown, the King's Men, and yours truly, Don Wilson. This program is arranged through the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear Mail Call is produced for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
In the gut bucket, and coming with a plentiful and plum in the person of Erskine Screechman Hawkins. How are you tonight, Ersk?
Fine, Ernie. But say, did you call me Ersk?
Oh, don't you like to be called Ersk? Ersk?
No, that sounds like a bicycle pump with a leaky valve.
Well, blow me down.
Blow you down?
Yeah.
What do I look like, a hurricane?
Getting back to this jurisdiction, what are you going to lay on the guys, Ersk?
I like to open proceeding with, let's go home.
Well, begin at the beginning. Erskine Hawkins. And now we turn to the female department and stare straight in my face. Is the lady in question the blister sister, Rosetta Tharpe? Sister, I bet the boys are just dying to hear your song out there.
Could be.
And I bet you're just raring to give out with a little something, aren't you?
Could be.
Well, I'm just raring to go myself, sister. How about a date?
Couldn't be.
Well, what have you got for the fighting men, sister?
Sin is to blame.
Well, let it happen to us.
Somewhere in prison, a man, he dwells. Sin is to blame. Sin is to blame. Sadly a woe, his story he tells. Sin is to blame for it all. I know sin is to blame for all sorrow. Sin is to blame for all woe. Heartbreaking things, hope that are vain. Sin is to blame for it all. That are they? Sin is to blame for it all.
Thank you, Sister Rosetta Tharpe. We have with us tonight a digit manipulator of no mean merit. An ivory hickey who rings a bell on every keyboard he squats at. Yes, it's Gene Rogers. He's approaching the piano. He parks his carcass. He whips his wrist into a half to sling. Adjusts his sights and with the help of Hawkins, makes with Limehouse Blues. Me and you are about to be pleasurated by the very fine tenor pipes of Jimmy Mitchell. Than whom there ain't no Van Hoomer. What are you going to knock out, James?
Well, I just would like to knock out now one of the current pop tunes of the band. It's Don't Cry Baby.
Oh, give it a ride, Jimmy. Give it a ride.
Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. Dry your eyes and let's be sweethearts again. You know, I didn't mean to ever treat you so mean. Come on, sweetheart, let's try it over again. Don't cry, my little baby. Don't cry, 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 my baby. Dry your eyes, let's be sweethearts again.
Tell me, how did you learn to play such high notes?
Well, for years, I've been chewing lemons and eating alum and whistling up Central Avenue.
Well, what are you going to blow out on the horn now?
I like to play the Jubilee hop, and I want to do it for the mob at Adak, Rocky, Duke, Spooky, Pagalski, Knife, Slick, and Onion. Let's go, boys. Play to yeah.
Thank you. While I'm spouting and swimming into this microphone, I'd like to say thanks to Private M.J. Bickman and the gang at 923. We know the GIs over your way are doing a bang-up job, so catch the jive you asked for is going to jump your way pronto. And now for all the many requests who've come in for a little digit work, we're going to oblige you with Phil Moore, reminiscing at the piano at the spinet, rather. A little number, you know, when you just turn down the lights. Thank you, Phil Moore. And now, Erskine, what's the news about the winder-upper?
Well, Lonnie, we got a tune here that I've been playing since I was knee-high to a Harmon Mute. It's one I'd like to dedicate to Private Isaac Beasley and the gang at 83rd Station Hospital, APO 942. The specs and spots are called Tuxedo Junction.
We all ears in the yard bird wide, Erskine. Proceed.
Do you hear me talking to you? Well, I'll read. Well, I'll root. Well, I'll roll. Well, all right then.
Hawkins. Well, men, as the label said to the bottle, we're stuck on you now, but we've got to get off sometime. The Andante has copped us meat. The acapella has tiptoed out of this jurisdiction. Have you a phrase you'd like to come face to face with, Erskine?
Yes, honey. Me and the folks here who have been doing this Jubilee for 46 weeks want you to know they overjoyed with response from you cats. And they want you to know your request will be answered as quick as Prophet Jack and Kibble can be dubbed. Incidentally, that goes for me and the boys, too. So make a date and latch on to the Jubilee every week. Won't you? So long for now.
Thanks, Erskine Hawkins. A true Casparassi was never gashuated. Meantime, as long as the headlines over here keep screaming, United Nations gain on all fronts, I'll be around screaming, this is your fat boy friend, Ernie Whitman. Beating up his choppers for Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Jimmy Mitchell, Gene Rogers, the one and only Erskine Hawkins, and many, many others. Plant you now and dig you later. So long and good luck.
You've been dotted and ditted this early dim under the solid Casparasity of the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.